My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. We are the Texas skyline, Kentucky grass blue. We're the world's best honky-tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go. We're that country music song, playing on your radio. From the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me, how you gonna get out of this hot mess? Tell me, it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your train at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess? You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess. This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. This is the moment I find the answer. Redefine, hear it in my soul. Redefine what I thought was hard. Redefine, hear it in my soul. Redefine, hear the thunder of it's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your boots on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the truck, skipping 95. Summer rolls to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see your red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads till the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but
just playing games now. It's you that I've wanted, you make my heart smile. My eyes are begging for more. The way that you move got me feeling wild. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you. When I'm with you. So good, so good. You take my hand, my head spins around. You're in my bed, so baby, let's get high. So good, so good, so good. So good, so
You pick me up, you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget a trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about?
for. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
calling out to me. Yeah, on the strip, walking at 1 a.m. Bright light shining, and I know I am not gonna wanna leave. No, no, not me. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end?
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad brother says the guy is a loser, he's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and you won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? That never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's like. felt that night, the moment you arrived. It was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day, and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life.
只剩最后4个比赛日，今年夏天的 LPL 常规赛就要落下帷幕。那么在季后赛开始前，就让阿南带着大家回顾一下这个夏天我们亲爱的战队们都经历了什么。首先是身披复活甲的 JDG 与 BLG， 他们就是这个夏天的大小王。
我话讲完，谁赞成谁反对。WBG 和 IG， 你们排第几名啊？我们排的都是 No.1、No. 2， 你排不进前5，就根本没资格过来握这个手。回家等下赛季。如果赛季初的首败还能说是 WBG 有备而来，趁着他们伦敦归来大意未闪时，来骗，那又怎么解释上周末输给排名悬殊的 IG？ 我说停，难道还有高手？当 RNG 重组 TS 换教，谁能想到是 BLG 扛起了全华班的大旗？作为今年 LPL 的最大惊喜，他们外战连克 LCK 冠亚军，内战不遭遇 JDG 则无敌。但在季后赛乃至之后的世界赛 ，BLG 依旧有复仇的机会。LNG 与 TS 组成了本赛季 LPL 的第2梯队。在经历了春天的磨合后 ，TS 已经稳定了许多。只不过曾经稳坐了1年亚军的他们，如今并没有拿到世界赛门票的十足把握。阿南，我已经3年没有看到那个男人在国际赛场上尽力了，还有机会去相信吗？5到10名简直是这个赛季 LPL 的晋西北，6支战队间战绩仅有2胜之差。管你什么御三家、少年团、老年队还是星球之光，你很牛吗？放下你的身段，不能通过 ，I'm so sorry， 哎呀！换掉亚军班底的 WBG， 如今的状态恐怕不禁让粉丝捏一把冷汗。他们亟待解决的问题还有很多。而遥想 OMG 上一次出征世界赛已经是10年之前了。最后说到 EDG， 春季赛的他们还能身披复活甲，来到夏天却连季后赛都进得磕磕绊绊。阵容中仅有的变化是少打5场比赛却拿下全队最多 MVP 的，如同天上降楷模，真是人间好榜样。这个 UZI， 哇，真的是你呀！不过 EDG 春夏反差之大，也让追随乌兹而来的粉丝有一种似曾相识的感觉。毕竟我回来是为了那些回不来的人。季后赛即将到来，阿南我这次绝对不会再滑，一定会爆肝更新，让你们爽到爆炸。简单一句话，爽爽爽爽，滑滑滑满天。
Welcome one and all to our final Super Sunday, the LPL Summer Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera. And my goodness, what a day it is. We have potential history on the horizon here with our first series of the night. But first and foremost, we got to look at that crazy Super Saturday we had last night. My goodness, I knew that last series was going to deliver, Nymera. but I didn't know how much it was going to deliver. And IG came out with an incredible reverse sweep over Ultra Prime, and we'll take a look back at those games hopefully really quickly.
It has felt like our non-playoffs teams, the ones which have already been knocked out, have really started hitting hard. Started with FPX taking down Team WE, who now find themselves in a 3-match loss streak, which is crazy considering what a run of form they have been on in parts of summer. They've had a bit of a stumble after they came back after that break when they were competing in the Road to Asian Games qualifier. They came back and they've had that qualifying performance for playoffs, but they've had some stumbles yet again, and it's teams like FPX, teams like IG, as you're saying as well, which have really started to put out some great performances as soon as it doesn't matter to them.
Yeah, it feels so bad because it's actually incredible, right? It's just funny listening to analysts and stuff around, like, man, how are FPX this good? They're 5-10, like, or at least now 6-10. But particularly, I think this next series, from a personal bias, it was disheartening from NIP. LNG came out, handled absolute business, but it was something where NIP really needed some momentum to go into playoffs with, and they did not find it.
It's a bit of a shame for sure, because it felt like they tried different things in that series, and no matter what they tried, LNG just outclassed them. I think that's why, we are referring to LNG as a cut above the rest when it comes to playoffs, as it seems. It really does seem like Tarzan, Scout, Gala, Zika, all incredibly on form. The whole team, let's be honest, the only player to mention those times. Yeah. He's also on form, by the way. They're playing really well.
By the way,
right
just
now.
throw him in there.
And there have been some points at the start of summer and, of course, in playoffs in spring where we've had questions about LNG. A lot of them have been answered, those questions. And now we go into this last series, of course, where that was a heck of a best of 3. It was exciting. It was all over the place. Every game had back and forth, and it felt like it was a game of hero performances.
It was a game of Tianjin getting Rengar. It was seriously all 3 games going to the cover, and it was so funny listening to Week in the afternoon. It's open. We're just going to take it. Like, it's a one trick for him. Of course we're going to go for it. But it took a while for IG to build up into this series. Ultra Prime destroyed them in game number 1. But I think YSKM on the Gwen, a lot of the cohesion we saw later parts of the series was really big from IG.
And Wink had a great series to end off his 2023 as well. Those hooks on the Nautilus were really the difference maker in that game 3 because they were super far behind. They managed to turn it around, end that off in our 3-game series of yesterday. It was, again, that was the one which extended the day, but it was worth it.
It was definitely worth the extension for sure. But as you see, did have a little bit of a shorter one. Not any 3-game series until that last one. But now we got to look at the standings here. And we're all locked in for 10th, right? We've got everyone in tow for playoffs. Now it's just all about those last remaining seeding spots. And things are still tight.
They are. We are assuming, of course, that BLG, JDG are, of course, staying in that top 2 now. I believe they are locked with their results as it stands. Yes, in fact, they are, because JDG cannot go down to that 4-loss column. And then, of course, OMG locked out of top 4, even though they were such a strong performing team in the majority of this summer. It really is now that 5th to 9th place spots, which are all up for grabs in terms of some mobility around them.
I just personally love to see momentum going to playoffs, and the fact that LNG sitting at 6 wins the way they did it, BLG on 8, incredible stuff. Now we got to look at today's matches as we're getting so close to the end of the split here in Nymera. It is WE versus BLG in a match that actually matters so much for WE and history on the horizon for BLG if they make it. First team that would go 15-1 in this era of the league. We got TT versus JDG, an interesting one to finish out the season there for these teams. And then RA versus OMG.
I think particularly this first series, that's the one which matters to, both those teams. It's the highest stakes for today. I personally, though, I'm really holding out for the second series because while TT haven't made playoffs, UCal has had such a good split and such a good year. It's a shame in a lot of ways that he didn't make playoffs because UCal and TT, they've had some exemplary performances through summer. And to see them now against JDG and potentially see UCal versus Knight, that for me, as a mid laner myself, that is chef's kiss of a matchup.
I'm just saying, anybody watching right now, UCal deserves it. I'm just saying, pick him up, do whatever you need, give him the money. That man is insane. Anyways, we got to look at the first matchup, the all-important one. WE on a big slump, something we really haven't seen consistently from them. We've seen some downs, especially after they came from that Road to Asia Games break that they had. But this team needs to find some promise here at the end of the split, and especially against a very tough opponent like BLG.
Team WE are currently on a 3-match loss streak, which is pretty disheartening for this team. And it felt like, particularly losing to teams like RNG as well, they are teams that they really should have picked up some wins against. They found themselves a lot of success in summer. They've made playoffs again. Considering that, last summer they were dead last, pretty much. They were dead last in a lot of last year. They struggled to find themselves performances, but they come in with some roster changes in spring and then in summer as well, where Cube has joined the roster for this split, and they found a lot of success. And the question is now really, can they recover in time to have a decent showing in playoffs? Because this is a hard game to show that off. BLG, as you said, looking to be the only team to ever go 15-1 in the current format after the double conference was kind of done away with and we went towards the larger single conference format. They are on an unparalleled level of dominance in the LPL.
And what I love the most about it is everybody been talking about JDG. Golden Road, Golden Road, Golden Road. BLG have lived in the shadow of JDG because they've lost to them so many times consecutively. But the fact that in regular season, they're able to find this one up, the camaraderie that you see within this team, things are just a vibe, and they could just break the ceiling of the LPL with that. So I've been really, really loving this BLG roster, but it is in WE's home arena we go in Xi'an to see if they can turn around this ship, get a little bit of momentum going for themselves into the playoffs.
And how much have we changed the way that we talk about these teams, particularly BLG? Because when we were loading into playoffs for spring, half a year ago now, which is a weird thought, time really flies, doesn't it? But BLG were a team that were expected to lose to, RNG, then they were expected to lose to Weibo, and then they were expected to lose to everyone else in the bracket. And they made it through to finals. They took JDG to 5 games the first time they faced them in the best of 5s, and it was an incredibly close series. And sadly for them, they've not managed to replicate that again in the other, 5 rounds they've had against them between regular splits and MSI, which is a bit rough. But the way that we talk about this team has changed, because it started off as, they're the plucky underdogs with the power of friendship, and Yagao coming from his from his title-winning run in the year before in summer. Yagao came in from that JDG roster, and we're just thinking, okay, they might be okay, but how good can they really be? Turns out they can be really, really damn good. And now there is no
just not against JDG, but that's the only thing.
Exactly. Those pesky matchups, man.
There's nightmares for a reason, that's a tried and true of human history. Right there, though, that man on the last guy walking out, all humble as ever. I feel like he's had such an incredible come up this split. I feel like he is one of the best supports in the world, and I'm very excited to see what he can do in the playoffs, and especially in this game when you're facing up against Iwandi, who needs to have a little bit of stability there for Hope on the other side.
It's hard to argue against On being one of the very top supports in the world. I think that he proved that on MSI, and in a lot of ways, it felt like On was a pioneer for the meta, which for a younger player, he is one of the youngest supports in the LPL, second only to Feather right now, which is again a strange thing to say because On still has a history in the LPL. He's been around for a while and had already achieved a fair amount within our league. But he felt like he was a pioneer. He was playing a lot more engaged champions even during the Enchanter meta, and as soon as the Enchanters got nerfed out, it felt like he was then a step ahead of the rest of supports in the world who were still kind of hanging on to the vestiges of the last bit of that meta. He was playing Alistar before anyone else, and now with so many engage options on the table, On has felt really, really comfortable, and that has helped a player like Elk, who is of course one of the best AD carries we have in the LPL and in the world, really start to shine. So WE, facing off against a bot lane of that caliber, you can't afford to give them easy advantages because we know how well BLG run away with early leads.
I know it probably doesn't mean anything, but man, did Hope look tired. I'm just saying, he was walking out there, his eyes were barely open. He's going to wake up as we get into the game, because I think going to importance and talking a little bit about how On's growth has been, I think Hope still trying to make a legacy for himself on WE, separating from his long tenure on JDG, but trying to still be that mainstay gun show carry for WE. It just doesn't come through all the time.
He's had a couple of games. There was an Ashe game or two which felt really strong from Hope, and as much as we were talking about how Yagao came from that JDG championship winning roster of last summer, Hope was there too, and Hope was really good on that team as well. So it's not like this team is bereft of high achievers on the side of Team WE, and perhaps there's some extra spice there between Yagao and Hope for his old teammates from this time last year when they were on such good form.
That's the craziest part. You wonder what little conversations go on behind it, but I think tonight, biggest spotlight, as it always does for the LPL, has to go to jungle. Has to go to what Hung can do against Shun, and especially what he can try to find to up in the very aggressive nature that I'm sure BLG are coming out of the gate with.
I think that's an interesting matchup you picked there, because to me, that's an important matchup for the way that Team WE plays for a very specific reason. Because, and this sounds very strange because this is the LPL, I feel like Team WE's problem recently has been team fighting. LPL teams are great at team fighting, and there has to be one team which is not quite at the cut of the others. I feel like Team WE, it feels like when they've approached some of their team fights, they've just been outmatched by their opponents recently. So they need to have an advantage before they go into the team fight. For me, that has to come from something like that jungle matchup. Maybe even jungle support. We'll see how much it comes from the two of them linking up together. But trying to get a leg over Shun in that jungle is a very difficult affair. He has been on such great form in summer.
I just love it because looking at this matchup as a whole, you know, there are some very particular champions that have been risen above all the others, and I just love it because I'm gonna call you out, Cube. 16 games played on the K'Sante, man. Like, is this just the matchup we're gonna see in the bin?
At the ready.
You know, apparently that, but I think Ben is a guy who, especially recently, we've seen trying to flex a little bit more, or be at least a little bit more flexible in the top lane. And so I'm a little worried at what this top lane is going to pan out to, because we've seen a lot of answers into K'Sante here recently as well.
I have no idea how long it takes to get hair that done up, but I appreciate the effort put in that fan in the stadium.
Yeah.
But I think it's, yes, talking about Ben's champion pool. Ben, in spring, was one of our players that would consistently go towards side lane carries and something that would have a bit more carry potential, even if it added in a bit more variation, if we're going to put it kindly, to the game, which of course we saw against teams like JDG in the end, where Ben couldn't quite see those picks off to success. I am glad that he has returned to those picks, because I think the problem is that I know that 369 was kind of trash talking a little bit in a loving way to Ben, saying, you know, but this player only plays for individual leads, but his drafts are all about himself. But then the problem is, if you try and then conform to the meta as Ben and just play tanks, you're not going to be a 369. I think BLG need to have that in the back pocket, so we can play stuff like something like a Rumble, something like a Cannon, something more carry-oriented topside, because that's something which BLG uniquely do well.
Well, we're headed into it now. What a day it is for potential history, as BLG in their final match of the season can go 15-1 for the first time in the LPL of this era's history. We have WE in their last match as well, needing some momentum for playoffs, as we have them on blue side first. They get the Nico, the Renekton ban. Got BLG on the red side with the Jace and the Azir.
And I know there have been some questions about why is the Renekton high priority, why does it deserve a ban? Against teams like BLG and players like Bin, it gives you unparalleled control of early lanes. And BLG,
You've seen those clips?
Yeah, the one at the Nexus where he gets like a triple kill and ends the entire game.
He had like a whole montage of him. He posted on his English Twitter. It was hilarious.
So, yeah, with all of these combined, it means that pick is really just going to hit the ban play as much as you can. I think early game from the side of Team WE is going to be a point of concern of them. If they give BLG an early advantage, BLG are very good at running away with it. They've locked in the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
If things go a little later, they have some scaling advantage there now. There are very few AD carries which can match Kai'Sa, especially with the build diversity. You can go towards that poke, and you can go for mixed poke with something like a Jace. Of course, the Jace is banned in this game, but it does give you extra options. Whereas you look at BLG's first champions, heavy engage already. As soon as you leave one opening in early or mid game, Annie, Rel pounce on you, and they run away with the game.
It's going to be very difficult. I do expect WE to continue honing their comp around this style, kind of all in. I'm surprised they actually banned the Vi away there, but maybe that point-and-click lockdown, very difficult. Also, On gets the Rel, something we've actually heard him lauded for across the world, across the support. I was particularly missing talking about it. But on the other side for WE, we get the Maokai and Tristana lock-ins for WE.
WE are saying we're going to lock in stuff that as soon as we hit level 6, we're going to try and outrange and peel away for our backline. Tristana is incredibly strong in mid lane right now. Basically, nothing beats Tristana in an even 1v1 in mid lane. and they scale very, very well. Tristana sucks when she isn't ahead, when she doesn't get an early advantage, but there's very few things which can put them behind at this point. So Yagao will be on the ante, will have some ability to deal with them in team fights and be able to flash forward and get stuns, but in terms of the early game and the early priority and wave push you get in mid lane, that Tristana will be currently uncontested in that, unless BLG have some interesting mid-jungle synergies to bring out, which can really threaten Tristana when she looks to push up.
I don't know if we're going to get a crazy thing like that, but we do get the Jax for Bin, so a side lane pressure. And in the second phase, we get the K'Sante ban away from Cube, so there goes his 16 games played.
Okay, so Cube will have to go look for greener pastures on other champions.
I actually really liked his Scion, but I know that's probably not a great choice here.
So the Scion, it fits the 5v5 later on into the game, where you're just putting up a wall in front of your carry so no one can reach them, but you need to have something which can contest early game. And I think also with something with a Tristana, this is something we've seen with Tristana's Ziggs comps particularly put into the spotlight. If you win Herald fights, the game kind of ends because you get like 2,000 power plays before we get even stuff like Baron plays later into the game, because you destroy towers so easily. And having a strong top laner very early into the game, so typically that is something like Renekton, will allow you to win Heralds more easily because you can just contest earlier into the game. Something like a Sign, it doesn't help you in regards to that so more. The problem is now you need to find something that can contest the Jax or survive there, and then also hopefully allow you an angle in towards that Herald. Maybe something like a Gnar could help out with that. That tends to be okay around that point of the game.
I do like that they are trying to whittle down this chop champion pool for Cube, though. Take away some of the big pieces and maybe find a wound up there that they can take advantage of. The Kennen, obviously the ban, the Wukong, the Sejuani on the side of WE. It is that fourth lock-in of the Varus for BLG, so we'll be looking at counterpick jungle coming through here at least, unless the Rel has been the flex all along.
Alistair locked into support. So, if it is that Rel support, from what I've heard from support mains talking about this across the world, it's no longer a Rel and Alistair counter each other kind of combination where both of them stop what they're doing. So, that's one thing, that's the support matchup. We talked about potentially having an early pressure top laner that can push, that can fight early into the game. Rumble does tick that box. It ticks some of those checklists. It can be very exploitable. If you die early, the Rumble can very much fall behind, especially against such high CC and burst coming out from the side of BLG. And with the Kha'Zix put in, that even adds into that problem. So a lot of weight onto Cube's shoulders to make sure that early lane goes well, that they manage to push in but not die for the attempt.
And I think something really interesting, obviously Cube hasn't picked this champion yet, this split. But it's not something he's not comfortable with. He has 10 games. He's got 9 wins, baby. He's at a 90% win rate. All right, we're going to see if WE going to start off this series strong. But I will say, giving Shun a lot of power on this Kha'Zix, something he will have a pretty high bar of execution, but it's something that BLG love and are finding comfort in throughout this split.
If things come to a straight 5v5, which is absolutely back to front and just keeping your battle lines, WE have so many more tools to win this fight. This kind of composition with the Maokai Rumble, that's an OMG comp, which they played the entirety of the year, where you have jungle ultimates leading the initiation and then a long-range follow-up from Tristana jumping forward, Kai'Sa jumping forward, and then Rumble adding in the ultimate too. That is very strong in straight 5v5. So BLG, they're looking to get small advantages and build them up into the point where WE can never approach those 5v5s.
And when we're coming into this one, it's different for both these teams, right? WE are sitting at 9th place right now, tied up with RNG. A win here can push them up in standings to get a little bit of a further track into the playoffs. But BLG on the other side, they are literally on the precipice of greatness. They are one series win from cracking the ceiling of the LPL, going to 15-1 for the first time in this era, silencing all of the haters and all the doubters that we've seen, all the JDG lovers that have put down BLG. We'll see if they can capitalize here or if WE can turn around that monstrous loss streak they have now at the end of the split.
Crowd has welcomed us to the arena with their JOs, with their crowd chants. And WE, thinking back on this composition, which is really geared toward those 5v5s, and one of the big things which I was talking about this team, they haven't really succeeded in those 5v5s that much towards the end of the split. It has felt like against other playoffs caliber teams, that's been the difference. They have some strong early plays. They have themselves some decent macro here and there, but against teams like Top Esports and other teams which they face, it has felt like the team fighting has fallen a bit short. This kind of composition is so strong with champions, it might help bridge that gap, but you're bridging that gap to BLG, arguably the best team fighting team in the region, up there with JDG.
And they are not a team that's going to sit back and relax, right? They are sitting at like an insane amount of first presence in turrets. It's a little bit under 50%, but everything else, it's like over 55%. And it's particularly easy to get when you're ahead and getting all these wins. But it has been something that BLG will try to fight you early, and they will not stop fighting you. So now that we're looking at jungle pathing at least and opposite side starts, we'll see where the focus really comes and how Hung can reactively play into Shun.
BLG's bot lane did give a leash over to Shun, so that's going to be first couple of minions DPS down by Hope and Iwandi. They might get themselves wave push from that. Varus is very hard to push against, so that's probably not going to end up being the case. But Triss going to push in that mid lane. We'll see what happens once a couple of levels are built up by Cube. Started with the Electro Harpoon, so it doesn't have the instant free clear from the Flame Spitter to keep that pushed up. Very interested to see what happens with these lanes and how Hung can really get into these lanes and make a mess of BLG before it gets around to those team fights.
I think for... Oh, little crash down there, little action, double headbutt. Really pulverized there. Again, just some trades back and forth, getting those plasma stacks. Shun has gone for an early gank on the Shanks, trying to get his flash burned. We'll just get the rocket jump instead.
One of the things about the Tristana that we were saying is that in a 1v1, Tristana doesn't lose to anyone right now. It's incredibly strong, and it has felt like the LPL was ahead of that particular meta pick. Scout, in particular, felt like the premier Tristana player in the LPL. But there are a number of players which picked it up time after time. But something like a jungle gank can help get an extra bit of damage down is proxying against the Rumble.
Well, he said he's been wanting to flex in the top lane. There you go.
It's like Cube is looking at that. You can see him backstepping and like, can I, guys?
Dude, can he really do this right now? This is illegal.
He will make it legal as he just runs past the wave and takes
Ain't that the story of Ben, though?
Yeah, exactly. No, is that there are other teams go like, wait, can he just pick split pushes in this meta? Yes, he can. Yes, he can, and he can do all sorts of weird stuff.
Teammate goes, bro, did you not have nameplates on? That's Ben. Like, come on, man. Like,
never before has a Bin's been so giga as that Jax. If that Jax does get ahead in that matchup, Rumble is not safe from it. So interested to see if Bin can pull ahead in that particular one. Junglers are not really interested in going towards top lane right now, and that's why Bin could go towards that top side play. I had the information that Hung was going towards that bot side. Elk on. There is potential engage here, especially if they stand too close together.
Crash down from On, trying to get him out. Will preemptively flash just in case. Mid lane, though, look at that revisit! This time, they get the rocket jump and the flash.
Exactly what Shun needs to do. Tristana, on their own, does so much work. Very hard to do that in a 1v2 when you know the enemy jungler is not going to be there to respond. Yeah, it's a flash away, but something like the Tristana does want an advantage. Even just forcing them back and blowing a flash for flash can really help this mid lane matchup stabilize for something like Annie's Yagao, or Yagao's Annie. Other way around on that one. We've seen him play it so much, it does get a bit confusing. Going back to seeing the picture-in-picture exactly what happened. Charges up the stun, checks that there's no one coming in from bot river, gets the instant stun, and then the good chunk is enough in this gank. Even though it's not a kill, it's high value.
Ooh, that's a flash from Elk, but then they turn it back around. That's what I love in these kind of situations. You think it's a defensive flash, but they really just want to turn it back on you. That's going to be the cleanse having to be used from Hope. He will burn the flash, but look at this. They could go for it On, deciding not. The reservation actually winning over for BLG. Maybe that's a first at this point. Hung try to come over here and put out a fire.
Varus has so much damage in early levels. Very high range for an AD carry, people forget that, but when you're sat there auto-attacking each other, it can buy you an extra auto. It can buy you the first auto-attack on a wave as well as you can test for it. But that Marco slipped in.
I don't think they knew he was there. There's the double pulverize as well, and On is out of there. Got the trade back. It will just be that kill to Hope, though, and that's the biggest importance. Shanks coming here to cut him off as well. The sapling connected, and On has no way out of here. The sacrificial rel here, and Hope gets another one. That's 2 kills for the big gun show of WE.
And this all-important jungle matchup has started to get some value here for Team WE. Shun had held back Shanks a little bit, but can't stop him from roaming first in this play. Yagao just not able to go towards that bot side, and it really felt like BLG as a whole, not just Elk and On, were just not aware of where Hung was going onto that map, and that Maokai gets very big value in that bot side play.
That was so big, and just the communication from WE to get the roams down there, really nice to see. It was actually Shun, I will just say, starting up that dragon a little preemptively with all the pressure down bot side. Elkanon had no idea.
Going back into that replay course, we're seeing exactly that. So, out of Fog of War, didn't end up getting spotted because there were so many summoners spotted. A cube!
Oh, cube! He gets this one back! Let's go! Solo Bolo for the top laner at WE.
And that top lane matchup where Cube picks up his 9-1 Rumble has some fire left in it as well. Not just the bot side of the map starting to have their own fun. Dragon is going to get started up and finished by Team WE after all this is said and done. So part of the checklist for Team WE was make sure you hang with it in the early game. Try and get as much as you can out of that before you get to those team fights. It feels like BLG would almost inevitably win with an early lead, given what we know of how they snowball. This is not the worst start for them.
It is not. We'll see how that topside play actually started. Really heads-up play just to try to take the fight from Q.
Dodges out on the equalizer does bin. Looks like you can't get that tagged onto the Jax quite as soon, but that's going to be a big wave loss of bin under tower, sadly, for him. Still even in that farm, so not the worst thing ever, but could have been so much further ahead.
And I think Cube is actually finding a little bit of promise up here on this Rumble. Really cool that he's able to pick this one up for him, but Shun will not stop hunting at this point. That's where a little bit of top lane focus could go a long way, especially with the Rift Herald coming up about 20 seconds here. Won't actually end up finding the play, and going to go ahead and get that reset.
Again, BLG would really love to not give over that Herald to Team WE because they have a Tristana. There's every chance that that Tristana could then get a huge push with the bombs on towers. Demolitionists, very strong with that one. So BLG, if they could get a freebie around that top side, that would mean an awful lot to them to deny Team WE that Herald and, of course, just get it for themselves. Not exactly bad for any team. Speaking of that, I'm going to head towards that top side and ward out with the pseudo wards of those saplings. Everyone making their way up there now. 80 carries left alone in a 1v1 towards bot side, so they're not going to be present at this play. It is only top side ultimates available. And considering that there's no flash on any WE top side, there was a potential of a fight from BLG, but they're giving it over for free as it stands.
They are. And this is a bit hesitant for me. I really, when I see a Kha'Zix, want to see some advantage, some proactivity, but it's actually WE being very proactive. And that's a breath of fresh air for them here. Something they can utilize potentially. Hope's just going to try to get some vision, maybe do the Krugs here, but does get spotted out. We'll see that they have a lot of presence on bot side, though, as Iwandi's coming back to lane. Maybe some more plates to Elk.
How much are they going to get for this? If they can zone off the Kai'Sa enough from bot side, it's still valuable to them. Because, of course, there's a 2-kill Kai'Sa from the early fight. It is 2 plates, but you have to deny a fair amount from Hope. It's not like you're shutting the 80 carry out from the game because of those early plays. Yagao is looking for the dive. This play needs to work out from BLG.
They do have the flash tippers. They only get Iwandi there, but it's enough to carve up the beef into some hamburgers. Yagao goes down immediately as a trade, though. It shouldn't too. This is disastrous. That's 2 for Hope and 1 for Hung.
BLG, they look for the cross map onto bot side. They give up Herald for a chance to shut down Hope's Kai'Sa, shut down an LPL Kai'Sa, and it doesn't work for them. I think it's going to get found out by Elk, who does have the ult. Might be able to find some damage here.
The sapling coming to try to help him. Hung get a little bit low, but no follow-up's going to be there. The biggest focus for me now is the fact that Hope has 4 kills. He's got the static shiv already, and this man is off to it.
So the 4 kills is obviously huge, buys up the static shiv. But the thing is, it's the 4 kills when he should have died here. BLG put so much into this play. They say, look, you can have the Herald even though you have the Tristana, even though you have a strong Kai'Sa. But if we kill your Kai'Sa, maybe we can get enough value to trade that Herald and get value out of it later. That's not been the case now. So BLG, they lose on both sides of the map. Team WE, that's a huge win for them.
Some happy gaming going on for BLG here, feeling a little bit of the moment. Well, now WE, decisive as ever. First item spikes out. Iwandi up top, Hope up top. See if they can punish Ben.
Well, Ben doesn't have flash. It's coming up in a few seconds. They're looking to push it in. They do have a Herald to drop if the Maokai makes their way up there as well. First item picked up for that champion too. So Hung going to have a decent amount of AP damage. And On is now caught.
He has the flash. He does have the crash down out. Is able to get out of there without the flash. It's a decent poke there from Elk on the backside too.
On gets out without having to burn that flash though, which is all important for that Rel. Allows you to go for those flash Q stuns. Typically, it used to be the flash jump combos.
Do it again.
Less so nowadays.
do it again and find out if you're going to find out. He does end up making out alive with another crash down. Sapling, though, with the burn a little close there, but WE now collapsing around this top side with 3 plates left and a little bit of time. This is a dicey situation as the Nature's Grass comes out. This is BLG getting locked down under the equalizer.
Roasted.
As the Chains of Corruption actually connects there. Hope not going to take the arrow either, though. And Elk is just going to go down to Hope's killer instinct.
This is a really strong early game from Team WE. It is exactly what we asked from them because we know that BLG, they're so good at snowballing those leads. Been forced to flash, might still die anyway.
Oh, he is so dead. Oh, Cube. One more harpoon should do it. Captain says it hits.
And BLG now have to look at a 5-kill Shiv Kai'Sa. That is absurdly strong. And the problem that BLG are going to run into now is that you're going to have to deal with a Rumble that is ahead and will be pushing a lane. Static Shiv on a Kai'Sa, you don't have any Shivs yourself, is going to be also pushing another lane for free. And you're not going to be able to control any of the map. And you can already see when they are forced under their own turrets, things get very difficult for them because they have to sit under these own structures and hope that the Maokai ult and the Rumble ult don't combo up as well as just happened in this replay.
Hope just right there with an incredible decisive moment as well. We're looking at the final parts of this one, but I'm looking at the picture-in-picture as we have a Rift Herald being taken out. Meanwhile, we have a fight where Shun is getting head-butted away from the dragon. He gets it finally. We'll be able to make it out alive after that. There was a charge in mid lane. More plates for WE. They've gotten a ton so far, 7 in total.
And if they get the second Herald, that's just mid-tower completely gone. Sometimes it can be quite hard to take down that mid-turret during mid-game because an AD carry is stationed there and wave clears for free for forever. So, WE, that's very big for them. Means if they just secure that objective, that's mid-turret going with it. I wonder, he's going to get caught out on his recall, but BLG not going to be able to find themselves a fight now. We're getting to the point of the game, though, where we need to see how Team WE can transfer into those 5v5 stages of this game, because they have a composition which fits it. They've struggled as a team to really make those 5v5s work against top-tier opposition in the LPL as of recent weeks, but they have themselves a good advantage. BLG don't exactly have the easiest 5v5 comp to play against Team WE, so maybe they can see it out in this first game.
And you're now seeing those first items come across for BLG as well. The Umbral Glaive had been completed way earlier for Shun, but the Lune's Echo there for Yagao, as well as the Yumus for Elk now there. So you have a little bit more mobility at least. But the biggest thing, plates are coming off now. We have another Rift Herald in about a minute, looking for WE to continue to be proactive against the comp, and especially a Shun who is not going to have a lot of fun as team fights come around.
And that word proactivity, I think I definitely agree when with what you said earlier in terms of when you see a Kha'Zix, you really want to see them using their early strength and looking to duel people across the map. It's less about the 5v5s around objectives, even though you secure them very well. That's an ult put into mid lane, though. I wonder if he traded.
Yeah, just going to easily trade that one. Throw up to Emilio Popcorn. And it looks like BLG will actually have first presence around this Rift Herald. They will need to push back out mid lane, though.
Yeah, but pushing out mid lane is really, really hard against the Static Shiv Kai'Sa, who instantly deletes waves. It's why this item is broken. It's not necessarily about the damage it brings with LeBlanc Night Harvester, which is very strong, don't get me wrong. But look at this. How do you push out mid lane against this? How do you defend your mid lane turret? You're just waiting for these arrows to try and clear out minions. It's very hard to move first onto the map and be proactive in the way that we want BLG to be when you can't defend this turret.
They literally can't. They are... Shun is on a
Static
ward, so it makes it easier, but you literally can't step up.
What do you do against this item? 5 kills on the AD carry. You can't outfight them at that point either. Yes, you can look to land an opportunistic ult from someone like Elk, but you can't do that and put yourself out of position. And now suddenly, no mid lane out of turret for Varus to stand behind. You're going to be in a lot of trouble as soon as Maokai and Rumble look towards your lane. BLG are now going to have to watch this Herald go down as well. It feels like they're getting choked out a little bit by WE.
This is the doom scenario, though, as you said. Don't want to give over that Rift Herald to WE. They will just have to concede it, and they don't have much presence on the map. Yes, Yagao gets a side lane turret, and that is pretty good. You'll be able to steal away the Krugs potentially there, too. Another wave push, but it's still the holistic team comp and a double marksman comp, more particularly, that is getting ahead for WE.
Kind of needs to be ahead in the Tristana's eyes, at least. I think the rest of the champions are pretty happy to be at whatever state in the game. As long as they hit 2 items, they're happy with life. But the Tristana being ahead is really annoying for the side of BLG too, because it's not just the static Shiv diff. How do you outpush someone like a Tristana in a side lane? And Rumble. These are all very good champions at just making sure you never fight on your side of the enemy side of the map. You're just consistently now going to be in the wrong part of Summoner's Rift. You're not going to have that territory controlled. And we're now looking at a phase in the game where BLG are very happy that they've taken at least one dragon, because it feels like they're not going to have easy entries into next dragons that spawn in the game.
It's going to be even more difficult. I just really like how much Maokai has been a presence in the LPL, but how much it gives control around objectives, no matter where you're at. Speaking of control around objectives, WE, they are just a 4-man death squad right now hunting a metal horse on. That was a killer instinct from Hope actually there. So big cooldown use. Should be back up not too long from now.
Now, Rel's knockup is a bit weird nowadays because it's a smaller area, but as you slide along the ground, you can still knock people up. I think Hope might have ran into that little slide along the ground if I were to hedge a guess there, so Hope can make a cancel out as well. So, okay, cross-map play. This is what BLG are really set up to do. They have a lot of isolated damage.
They realize Shanks has literally nobody up here. They had all 4 members down towards that dragon. It's Shanks. He rocket jumps, but it's not going to be it. The flash comes through. Is he going to get the outplay here? He cannot. The turret shots are easily tanked and juggled, and BLG capitalize on Shanks in the side lane.
So what's happening on bot side though? Okay, Herald into bot side, out of turrets. That's going to be a full turret taken down. They can potentially get a push onto the inner turret as well. No teleports to get towards bot side, which means that BLG can't do something like wait for an over push of this Herald and then teleport behind them. So this is going to be an inner turret. BLG trading down in the grand scheme of things because of this huge chunk put down onto that inner turret. At least the gold doesn't go over just yet.
Doesn't go over just yet, but it is WE who are already front and center for a second dragon. BLG are going to try to trade that for a tier 2.
Okay, so you know what? I take that back. BLG do not trade down. They get themselves the inner turret. I thought that Herald would secure that push on the bot side. It is going to be that dragon going over. You're absolutely right. But we are getting into some weird cross maps now. Both teams know that they'd rather stay on the isolated sides of the map. BLG didn't have teleports to respond cross map towards bot side. So they get as much as they can on top side, and it ends up being a 2-for-2 tower trade with the dragon also going over to the side of WE. You have to imagine at the end of this.
Hung has been doing this dragon for so long. He's finally doing it. No! They're taking a solo kill! That's not fair. Dude, he put so much work.
The great battle of tree and dragon. I never thought I'd see that one before, but this is a really good set of decision making from BLG, where they realize, hang on, this is the one time we've had to have an isolated play with strong individual champions, and they find another one.
When you give a shutdown to shoot on the Kazakhs, my goodness.
And you also take the static shiv off the map for a while. I really want to see now if BLG can pressure this mid lane out of turret for the one time in the game it feels like you're going to be without that Kai'Sa on the map.
No way. No way they are just doing this right now. What the hell is going on?
This is disaster from Team WE. They should never be losing a mid lane outer turret, given how strong their champions are at wave clearing around this lane. Everything we've talked about this team is how many good pushing lanes they have, how they can force BLG to get choked out of the map. And suddenly, they lose topside control of that, and they cross-map too much gold over to this. And then Hope is just left alone in this mid lane, and he dies for free. This is a huge overstep from Team WE across the map.
I saw the Eclipse get completed for Shun. I was like, okay, that's going to be nice and great. Well, they just pressed it. Like, it was literally after this back here. They just find multiple picks. And also starting off with Elk with a Chains of Corruption there. Iwandi, he's not getting away from it for the 3rd time.
Might see ourselves trade of AD carry mistakes in the mid lane, though, as Elk potentially was called out there. Of course, it's kind of difficult for Varus to stay in this mid lane now without the mid lane out of turret. It's Elk is he just wants to go home, man. He's calling an Uber. He wants to get back out after the night out.
Item.
Wants that second item, of course, too, as you were saying. But,
no way,
Baron
just
has
do
now
this.
spawned. It's 20
they are
minutes
just
in.
doing it.
Bin has teleport. Elk needs to get hit as soon as possible. WE very decisive on pulling the trigger, though.
They are doing it, Mr. Krabs. We'll see. Actually, Iwandi on the back here getting engaged on with the equalizer. That's pretty big. Shun just gets caught out completely. 3,000 on the Baron, but BLG are taking the other side of the fight. Bin is in the pit now, and Bin is starting to do some work. On's coming around. He's trying to get Shanks. He misses him. But now BLG with Elk from behind, they can't do much. And they lose their front line. The Baron goes over, and my goodness, what a game we have.
Decisive Baron start at 20 minutes from Team WE. The stopped recalls of Elk in the mid lane absolutely win that play for them. Suddenly the Varus is not there with full mana, extra items completed that can contest for that objective. And Team WE force BLG into an awkward spot. They're the ones which make the play fast. And in the replay, you can see how awkward it is for the positioning from BLG. They don't have the AD carry chucking in the extra damage right from the off. great equalizer to zone off half the team while they go focus on the Kha'Zix who's out of position. Mistimes his engage, as shown at that point, despite the great plays which he's had in recent moments.
Yeah,
and then there's a couple
rough.
of awkward moments after this, right? On misses the stun, and BLG, they can't clean up what few kills it felt they could claim back.
That's the problem with the double marksman comp, is you have so many avenues for damage as well, and it's just a complete fight back from WE in that moment. Look at that gold. You expect, when you see that for both marksmen, you're already in a sad state. Well, oh, I guess Cube's in a bit of a sad state too. He's not playing a Moo, but he's crying.
Okay, so Cube plays the map a little bit too wide. When you have a Baron buff taken very early into the game, often you do need to play on multiple lanes to try and get those waves into the right place on the map. But when you're doing that against the Kha'Zix, it kind of kills you for the attempt. So Team WE, maybe a little bit mistaken about their macro around this point, and now
Nature
BLG,
Traps
they're
comes
playing without
out.
that equalizer against them.
They are being so decisive on the map with these TPs as well. Iwandi gets flashed on by Bin. He's in the pit by himself. The headbutt doesn't bring him out of the pit and should just go down here. Shanks trying to skirt the edge there. BLG catch out the support of WE.
Team WE, they play on too many lanes. They should have just tried to go for something like a 1-3-1 with Hung trying to protect Cube when he was alone in that one other lane, but they play a little bit too wide. BLG pick up some kills, and knowing that then they're not faced with all 5 members of Team WE, they find themselves in a very important kill. Hope
They
does
want
tag
it. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go, Hope. Solo bolo for Team WE's ADC.
Hope has so much gold, though. Back and forth this game's been. Baron buff's still technically on Team WE. It doesn't feel like they're using it to siege. They're just kind of using it to, I don't know, just keep fighting, I suppose. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. BLG would really like to not give over Soul Point as well, because, of course, that will force them into some pretty awkward 5v5s. And they haven't won the straight 5v5s yet. BLG, they're poking their heads in towards this bot side, and Shanks is going to get caught.
He completely gets eviscerated here. Easy does it, as the threat has been detected and shouldn't eviscerates him to death. Now, actually, a weird engage on the on, who has to turn around and run away after he uses the X Flash. Run, little horsey, run! Oh, he's going to try to use the crash down. He's a little bit slow now, though, as well. The sapling doesn't connect. They're going to equalize the rip, too. This is for Iwandi. This is revenge.
But that's a rel! What? Why, folks, why are we committing that hard to a support? When the Dragon's dying?
Because BLG did
Why
that
are we
to
chasing
Iwandi,
that
that's
though?
why.
Yes, but BLG are using that to say that, oh, but we can take a more split fight at this point. If you're trading 1-for-1 randomly across the map, it very much favors BLG because they have better champions to fight in split fights. They end up walking away with the Dragon and BLG, reminding us that they are, again, just this team which is so hard to put down in the LPL.
Yeah.
Time after time, they find themselves in deficits because they have been outplayed at points, but then they just come back with this crazy mid-game, which they always have.
Yeah, it's them making decisions together, right? A lot of this time, it literally has just been them saying, we're going here, we're going to find what we get, and we're going all in. And it's happened multiple times where they've actually been able to catch out WE. But here is Hope solo bolo. That killer instinct is true to its name.
Kai'Sa is an assassin, folks, and the crowd loves that one.
Let's
Crowd
go.
goes wild. Turns out, though, another assassin is this Kha'Zix. Edge of Night makes it really hard for Tristana to disengage from this Kha'Zix. Goes in Viz. We see a couple
Shooting,
of kills on the side.
gone.
Would have quite like to see that.
Okay, then. Third item makes a difference. Hope now on a roll. And WE actually looking at bot lane inhib turrets.
How the heck did that happen? So, BLG, they lose 2 people on a side lane where previously they were winning those kinds of fights. So I have no idea what the heck happened there. You're really hoping that Elk can wave clear at this point. He has an ultimate to try and stop someone in their tracks. And they're going to be able to clear out the first wave, which does hit that turret. So it luckily for them,
it actually connected,
looks
but
like
it's
they
not
can
going to
go.
follow. Oh, Iwandi tanking up the turret here. A couple shots will do, but the Unbreakables is nicely tanking it up. See them actually trying to make it out of here. There's no TP. There's no big play on the back end of it. And BLG, we're just trying to defend.
We are finally going to see what happened on this bot side. So they're trying once again to catch someone out, isolate them. That is such a good stopwatch.
The zoom out.
Oh, cute.
The zoom out of the you're literally just focused on those 3, and then you look at the entire team of WE. That was incredible. Shout out to the observers. That was actually really good.
That was an insane stopwatch, though. Sonya's from Cube, such high value at that point, because Shun was threatening to take over the game. Team WE, they've not been good at protecting people pushing alone in side lanes. BLG have recognized that, and that's why they've been giving themselves some extra options in this game. So, what do we have spawning? We have Baron in 15 seconds. Team WE, it looks like they can group up there. If they can finally get another group top fight, that would be very big for them. That's a bit of a free Maokai ult. Is that just to pop the edge of night?
Especially at the timing of the Baron.
Is that just to pop the edge of night? That's going to be up fairly soon, unless he runs into another side.
I think they felt like they had a pull on it. Oh, decisiveness is key, though, and they're already at half health on the Baron. You don't have a TP from Ben. He's just looking for inhib towers. Is this the moment that Shun can find the in? Can he get into the pit? He's getting knocked around now. Equalizer comes through, and the Baron goes to WE, and that just means they're going to look for the fight. Hope is flashing forward, but he overextended. He gets sniped by Elk. Iwandi taking out two, and Ben and Elk, the mainstay carries a BLG fight back, but it's the Baron to Team WE.
You know what? That ult before the Baron, I genuinely think it was to remove the edge of night. Shun couldn't get into the pit. He couldn't tank up that first skill shot. And without that Maokai ult, yes, BLG managed to get a little closer and take the fight a little better than potentially they could have done. But Shun was really shut out of that fight. Iwandi never gave them an option. Now to the WE, they have themselves their second Baron. They can push in across that map again and hopefully start to break the base. Going back into the replay, this is of course after the Maokai ult's been cast, but Iwandi makes Shun's life so difficult, even if Yagao has a good engagement.
Oh, he tried to jump right there. Really good timing from Iwandi.
He just does so well at I mean, what do you do as the Kazakhs? You're sat there going, well, guys, I can deal with the one person in the side lane, 5 people in a Baron pit with an Alistair blocking them. Not sure that's my jam.
It is what it is. We got 45 seconds for a third dragon for either team, though. It has been WE in the lead, now 4,000 just about with the gold, but it's still BLG who will not give up the fight.
Now, there is something which we haven't talked about as much, though, which is we do have a certain bin of the Giga variety in this game. We did really well in that last team fight, and that's 3 items and a stopwatch for them. We have a fight coming up in 30 seconds for this dragon spawning. It's not soul point for either. It's not soul for either of these teams. It would be soul point. I think at this point, Bin is ready to take over the game if he gets into that backline. The burst has been going a little bit back and forth for both these teams, so that Jax really looking for what Bin can do.
Yagao buying as much time as he can in the side lane. Shun needs to not get caught out preemptively. He will just get burned down. Yagao's taking the inhib tower here, as well as mid lane outer in tier 2 by Elk. This is a heck of a play for BLG. They don't even want the dragon. They just want the base.
The only reason they can do this is because they managed to get that first dragon in the very early game. This isn't a soul they're giving up. You can give up a soul point.
Oh, he didn't get it.
They wouldn't have done that without the soul. This is such a heist from BLG. How have they managed this?
Illegal gameplay, illegal gameplay. Here's the Nature's Grasp, though, trying to capitalize on that one. I don't hear the sirens, but I do see the lockdown onto on. Nothing else going to come of it, though, and BLT get away with it.
They do. So they get themselves a couple of towers down from the map, and the gold, despite Team WE being ahead for the majority of this game, is still a fairly manageable gold deficit for BLG. They're not completely behind the game. Yagao's at 3 items. Of course, Shun has so much damage. And Bin, we've already talked about how he can take over a fight if he gets in close after the initial skill shots are used. The big difference is this AD carry position. If Hope is alive and Hope is dealing damage, I don't think BLG have the stats to out DPS this Kai'Sa going absolutely wild on the backline.
Yeah, I mean, that Void Staff does so much work, not only in the poke, but also the just teamfight damage. A double marksman comp that's getting towards full items is a scary one. We did get 4th item now completed for Elk. It is a Maw, so a little bit more utilitarian build for BLG's ADC, but still something that fits really well in the style they're going with, right? They gave up that dragon so that they know they have to fight in that 3-minute and 40-second timer.
So, Team WE, they are still really in the lead when they start grouping up multiple members. BLG are currently trying to play around their individual members, though. Trying to split the map, play on multiple lanes. Yagao's in a side lane, Bin's in a side lane, but Shun's caught.
Shun's caught. That's a flash. That's everything he's used. He's completely out of it. He gets taken out by Cube here. As now Bin with the flank trying to catch out Iwandi. Maybe he's looking for a trade. The equalizer comes through. Shanks not finding an angle there. But Shun going down is a big piece to BLG gone off the map. And Shanks is here. This is a 5v4. BLG played pretty confidently into it.
They are. They've used that equalizer now, have Team WE. BLG You could see the angles they were looking for. Bin stacking up that passive, getting the extra attack speed, seeing if he can get in for a huge stun at some point, but didn't have the flash to make it the easiest thing ever. That's coming off a cooldown just now. We are once again in a very even game state. BLG try and split the map. Team WE force BLG to come to them. BLG after this are going to try and spread out again and hopefully not get caught the next time of asking.
All 5 redeploying like the team they are. Team WE looking at the next item spikes to really come across. The strength that we've seen from this team in this first game is a welcomed sign of a wake up for them, right? This is a team that we were talking about at the beginning, has been on an incredible slump. And to come out and start swinging against BLG feels good, man.
Absolutely does. 3-match loss streak is not an easy thing to contend with. Even if you have locked playoffs, W would want so much more for themselves than that. Team W would want more than just this even game state right now. They want to play around this Baron spawning in a minute. Trading ults for ult between Iwandi and Elk. Not having the Alistar ult is significant. You can't tank up nearly as well as Iwandi now. Yeah,
and you're already about a quarter back on the ulti from Elk too. The biggest thing in this moment, though, is, you know, the Kazakhs didn't get ahead like we wanted to. And in team fights, it's not Kazakhs' bread and butter. You got to find ways to pick it apart. And that's what BLG have been trying to do.
Mazel, we've got macro shenanigans happening again. BLG, they don't want to walk into Fog of War. They don't want to walk into Team WE. They're pushing mid, here. But can the engage land from WE?
This is a little bit dicey. They look for Bin, though, on the backside. Equalizer comes out. Shun is actually caught out here as well. And look at Cube just manhandling him right there. WE, the big knockup into the Magnet Storm. Yagao goes for the engage there as well. Iwandi trying to find Elk. Bin can't get to the back line. Can he get Hope? One more auto. Bin is the saving grace right now with Elk on the other side. All the carries for BLG are still alive, and they're taking you down one by one. You cannot rise to the might that is Billy Gaming.
It is the straw which breaks Team WE's back. BLG never wanted to give them an even 5v5, so they didn't. They split the map, they played on different lanes, and they finally pulled Team WE apart. It's a good attempt.
Are you freaking kidding me? There's no way.
I mean, it's a Jax.
We literally just said WE were coming back, and BLG smacked them in the face and say, you have no say here. As they're one Nexus tower down, Bin, he needs to try to finish it. A couple autos. He's still got 4 seconds for Hope. This is it. BLG, they've turned around a game number 1. Yagao with this little auto attack finishes it off. And that's game 1 to Billy.
You cannot convince me that Billy Gaming do not have plot armor. How the hell did they walk away with that first game?
What the hell just happened, Nightmare?
What happened? Okay, to put it simply, what just happened was BLG realized that they couldn't take a straight 5v5, so they didn't take a straight 5v5. That's the most basic way of looking at this game. The way they did it is where that gets really interesting, right? Because for so much of that game, Team WE was trying to bait BLG into a fight, pick people off with 3-4-man units with the Kai'Sa flying in. But they couldn't do that consistently enough, and they had to work really hard for those picks. And suddenly when it's like just Shun going down, or just On going down, for the cost of a couple ultimates, BLG go, well, we couldn't take a 5v5 before, but maybe with those ults down, maybe we can. And they did that enough times to finally grind out a win. That was a really difficult game for them to play out when they started falling behind, but that shows you the real pedigree of BLG as a team.
Tabe's got to be sitting there gleeful as a coach right now, able to pull that gritty one out. But for me, it was the little moments, right? Like the whole time W was in the lead. They were controlling a lot of the map, but then you'd see these random pickoffs. All of BLG committing over onto Q. All of BLG committing to a push in the side lane while they're getting objectives on the other side. There was just these little moments like, okay, they have a game plan. They're working towards something. And then you had that last play at the end where W just stuck in the mid with no place to go, figuring out where they're going, and BLG's pick them apart.
This game is a really good example of what sets apart a good team from a great team in terms of how well does the team understand the meta. When we talk about JDG and BLG, I think the big difference I see between them and a team which is good, but not the best in the region, not the best in potentially the world as well, is how well in a moment-to-moment can you find the difference to make a different decision. So BLG right there, they might start a play thinking this is a lost fight, and then they see one mistake happen, and then they realize very quickly that the fight can be won. They're very quick at changing their decisions midway through a fight. We saw that with the way they were playing on sidelines, the way that they saw one cooldown misuse so they could then take the fight. They are so ruthless at punishing mistakes.
Yeah.
Team WE, they made just a couple too many to close out that first game.
A little bit. Oh my god! Every time I look at that gold graph, I looked at the gold graph when we first got on that. Then went back to other stats. I went back to gold graph. I'm like, my god.
It's like, is that a gold graph or an EKG machine?
They.
Is that your heartbeat monitor or what?
Yeah, apparently it is. I don't know if my heart could take that much longer. But it is. I just outright have to say it. Very, very disheartening for WE as a whole. Right? They had a lot of strength. I think their composition showed what they were trying to do, but it's just a couple catch-outs, a couple slip-ups, and BLG will be there to capitalize every single time.
Really feels bad for Iwandi as well. He had a great Alistar game. He was constantly making BLG's lives really, really difficult when they tried to close the distance, and it felt like that Alistar with the ability to combo up CC, force something like Cube to do some big damage too. It felt like that would be enough, but BLG, as we said, they just got too much plot armor. The narrative is working in their favor today, it would seem. And you know, the hardest thing after this game is I don't know who the heck you call MVP. I think maybe you have to call it for Shun for his isolated pickoffs. I think they are what allowed BLG to take some of these skirmishes across the map when they punished DMWE for playing on too many lanes at once. It felt like they should have really played on max 2 lanes. As soon as he went to 3, someone's gone. Kha'Zix has killed them. Shun was probably the person which allowed BLG to take these bigger fights later into the game.
Yeah, God, I just think about the way they fought that one out, man. That was a game of LPL League of Legends, if I could ever think of one. I know it's on the back of some sadness for WE, but you have to appreciate that, again, BLG are trying different things. I think we get a lot of comfort from them. Obviously, we got Onsrel. You can't say they're going away from any comfort there. But the willingness, again, that I've seen BLG pull into the confidence of Shun, even in a matchup where he is not proactive on the Kha'Zix, somehow finds a way to be proactive. What a game one for BLG. We'll see if WE can bounce back or if BLG are just going to be history-making, top-of-the-table leaders in the LPL. It's going to be incredible. We'll see you on the other side.
아니 근데 지금 전체력이 아니 그러면 페이지가 아니 그럼 여기라도 근데 페이지가 달라붙어 페이지를 내진탕 먹었고요 여기 3루수 트리플 K 아니 한타 어그로 뒷공을 도라니 치다가 일단 뒤로 넘어가요 딜라이 다시 한번 왜 안에 찍어야 펜타킬
You wanna know where I am? You wanna know exactly what goes on? If you stand where I stand.
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's the kill! And you count the saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertalk Gaming comes up big again.
Well, I was just what I wanted. I wanted everything.
このテレポートを守るために怒りなき間のバックライン発射そこに合わせのポップブロッサムただフェザーストームでよけていますがアリアを捉えることには成功しているただイコライザーものすごく痛いそれに合わせてもう一度アーム3番ロックアップさああとは体力の低いヒロキとそしてワシダイはタワーダイブで倒してエース獲得デトネーションオーカスミ
Always took what I wanted.
Odi que quiere ganar, Odi se quiere meter, ya lo marcó, tiene onda sónica, un poquito más abajo, cuidado con Bong, el doble knockup se hace de Orozo, el tormenta de plumas de Seo, entra Odi, vamos adelante, furia de dragón, cuidado porque no aparece la vaca C, y porque se le cuchilla por parte de Seo, hace una vaca, doble, del pibe argentino y se queda con el baronacho, nadie, se lo roba, Movistar R7, triple asesinato y quiere más, está loco el pibe de Argentina, cuádruple, va a ser el penta, tiene que saltar, no duele las plumas, no se puede creer, exterminio de Movistar R7 y casi penta deseo.
R7 el actual campeón que está destruyendo la segunda estructura que está defendiendo el Nexo.
Always took what I wanted. I wanted everything.
계속 예, 마카의 위치에 계속 보였어요 와드 뒤쪽에 인터가 안 했을 때 예.
타이밍
그리고요.
잘 잡았거든요.
예, 뒤로 한번 그냥 맞기를.
자, 앞으로
그냥
오면서
맞기를. 우와, 쇼메이커.
E o Asa acaba ficando pela eliminação. Desconta agora na mesma moeda. A Liberty vai perseguindo. De novo no contra-ataque, como tem sido o jogo inteiro. E agora pode ser crítico na equipe da Fúria. Olha o Betão! Neutraliza. Caiu um, cai dois. Pode cair o terceiro. Pode ter sido o momento do começo da virada da Fúria. Será que dá?
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. This is the moment I find the answer. Hear the thud, hear it in my soul. Redefine what I thought was hear it in my soul. Hear the thunder of It's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split, and welcome back to our final, oh god, it hurts my soul, final Super Sunday here in the Summer Split, where we have BLG versus WE. In the most LPL, I know we've had a lot of them recently. We've had the most LPL games here a lot in this last week, but my goodness, this game was a interesting one from BLG's standpoint. Shun will get MVP for the Kazakhs, but we have to talk about how it went down, Nymera.
This was a very important game for Shun in particular because BLG got pretty blown out in the early game, and it really was Shun finding isolated picks on side lanes, on Team WE members that were out of position, that allowed BLG to play out the game the way they did. If they hadn't found those picks on side lanes, Team WE probably would have just forced them into bad 5v5s where they could take over the game. Because Shun was so good on this Kazakh, that never got to happen. Incredible game from him from the jungle.
It was indeed, but again, it did start out very good. I wonder where the clips are going to start, if we're just going to start like 20 minutes into the game. But at this point, it was a lot of focus towards mid lane, but this is afterwards when Hope had gone to mid lane and a recapitalization of not having any abilities there, and it was just these picks over and over again.
Every time we came out of a replay, it did just feel like Shun had murdered someone, which is not really what you want as a Team WE fan. Of course, as you said, it started on early on into mid lane where Shun was stopping Shanks from getting perma-push on something like that Tristana, but that was the real big difference in the mid game. He stopped Team WE being able to force BLG into bad 5v5s, and suddenly when you come into this kind of play, this was such a strange fight at the end of the game where BLG realized that WWE couldn't take the Baron because it hadn't spawned until halfway through this replay, and they forced them to come to them to defend their own base. BLG get away, which with something that feels like a heist, but it's a really well-prepared heist. Exactly. You get what I mean?
That's what I loved, is like, it felt chaotic. It felt like, what is going on, right? I heard myself say that multiple times, but it was BLG who were actually finding a way in from like that 15-20 minute mark, seeing a path ahead and carving it out in weird, funky ways. And that kind of stuff means that this team is even that much more deadly. And I think WE are reeling from that game one. Again, they are on a slump of slumps here to finish out the season, and they really needed a strong performance. They came out with one, but weren't able to turn it into a victory.
It's very difficult to sit there as a Team WE fan because this wasn't a bad game from them. BLG were just very good. And you can... I think where you can put the microscope to in that last game is really quite fast and loose play around individual people pushing in very vulnerable side lanes. That's where the game fell apart from them. But everything else was really good for them. Their team fought well. Their early game was great. Their objective control on the whole was very good. That Baron play, of course, really was a great example of that. They stopped some backs from the Varus in the mid lane, and that allowed them to take the Baron. This is not a bad team. They're just against one of the very best in the LPL, and BLG, as we've been saying, if they win this next game, they will set a record for unprecedented dominance in this era of the LPL.
They will. 15-1 has never been reached. 14-2, that's been reached, but not 15-1. And I think WE have the opportunity to be an underdog, but also it's more focusing on themselves. Try to get a leg up here, try to find a win, because one series win actually does them a big bonus. They don't want to be starting in the first round. We've seen so many early journeys in there, and Team WE are one where if you're slumping like this, you don't have that momentum going into playoffs. It becomes that much more difficult. Exactly.
They ran into top esports last split, and their journey ended very, very early. And, you know, since spring, they added Cube in the top lane, which has been an upgrade. Cube has been very solid for this team, where they had a lot of top lane issues in spring. We thought that would allow them to go a step further. Feels like they haven't figured out that, again, the rough edges to be kind of cleaned off. They haven't figured out how to manage that yet to really make us confident that they can go that step beyond.
Yeah. And now we're looking at game number 2. BLG will be on blue side, so they didn't really use the counter pick last time, even though it was the final pick. Kha'Zix there for them. We'll see if WE want to actually use their counter pick here. But I think BLG can strike at you from either side. They are very good about getting objective control. They're good at timing things around the map. I'm looking at WE to have a very strong, holistic team composition, much like what we saw in that game number 1. Or maybe something that's a little bit easier to execute.
Back it up, Mazel. Did you just say that the player of the game didn't use the counter pick well? They got player of the game. That Kha'Zix was great on Red 5.
It's not a counter pick if the jungle is picked early. Like, is that still a counter pick? Like, it's not like he was waiting for like the 4th pick to come around for WE. He's like, oh my god, this is my moment. 5th pick Kha'Zix. No, it's like he saw Maokai forever. He's like, all right, team, get what you want. I'll grab Kha'Zix at the end here. That's what I envisioned.
All right, okay. Okay, this is like a defense of your thesis.
It is.
Now welcome Dr. Mazel to the cast. Well done, you've defended that one.
Do you have a gavel?
Well. No, I don't. I'm not sure.
I don't think that's how they do that at doctors. I'm pretty sure it's not like a judge.
But the hammer is about to fall in this draft, and we are back on topic as we're seeing what the last ban will be from Team WE. They're banning away the Kai'Sa, which could have been a first pick from Elk, of course. It wasn't really a game about Elk in that first game. And you think back to Spring and MSI, a lot of BLG success earlier in the year was around Elk. It feels like, though, recently and in summer, BLG have really stretched their wings and flexed their muscles across the board, and they don't necessarily need to rely entirely on Elk, as we saw in that first game. It's going to be that first pick Vi that was banned away in game 1. That allows for some really deadly kill combos between mid and jungle, between Shun and Yugao.
This was something that was banned away in that game 1 by WE, actually. the Vi, just that single target lockdown kind of dissuades a lot of what WE can go for in carries. So something that BLG piloted very well last time around with Yao. The combos of him and On, with the Rel combo, the anti-flash tippers, was very deadly. Want to see if Shanks could do the same on the other side.
Shanks, a player which has had some standout games to Team WE the entirety of this year, let's be honest. He's going to be backed up by a Nocturne from the jungle, and I have to say, the more that the patches are changing, the more strong Nocturne looks to me, because while all of these aggressive junglers are starting to get hits now, Vi's been nerfed time after time, Wukong as well, it feels like the Nocturne is really going to be a big power pick coming into the next few patches. If Han can show that he can play it well for Team WE, that's very important for them. You have, however, given over LeBlanc, Vi, Tushun, and Yagao, and that is a terrifying kill combo in the mid jungle.
It is. I do appreciate, though, I mean, last series for both these two teams, I think the Nocturne, something that we haven't seen Hung pick out so far this split, but also just playing into the aggressive nature, right? You're not going to win a laying down battle against Shun. He will take the fight to you, and with this composition, I think it's even more so that way. We do get On's Rel yet again, just a pivotal strength for him and for this roster.
Strong in lane, strong in team fights. On's Rel is one of the better players of that worldwide, it feels like right now. Cube is going to get Jax, and Cube is an incredible Jax. We saw Bin's Jax in game 1. He's one of our other best Jaxes in the LPL. Cube is no slouch, though. In spring, it was a pick which was pretty much banned from him every game, and when it was picked up, it was a decided win for his previous team, Rare Atom. Of course, this is the first split that Rare Atom have played without Cube, and Cube has left Rare Atom for their first time in this split as well. He's reaching playoffs. They won't be. Let's see if he can make any more damage on his last regular season games on this Jax.
Have a strong strength in the side lane. As the Rumble graphic, I love it. But it is something a little bit different, right? I think it's something that W can play around. I do expect Hung's pathing early to be a bit different this time around as well. We do get the Alistar ban, though, towards that Rel counter matchup. But also Kennen by WE. Something else we saw BLG actually ban in second phase last time around.
Makes sense, because if you're a Nocturne and you point and click on someone on a side lane trying to kill them if Annie and Jax heads that, you don't really want there to be a lightning storm heading around that one target. You don't really get to avoid that one. So what you're looking to do is ban away undivable targets. Ken and Cassante, they both head into that one. So Team WE, I think with this combo already, you mentioned it already, strong side lane pressure. BLG, they probably want to ban off stuff which can roam and answer that very well. Alistar and Rakan, they both fit that as well. Feels like both these teams have identified the most strong part of what is remaining in these compositions to be locked in.
I'm wondering, there's so many options available, but something with some strength for Hope is what I want. The Xayah has the peel ability, also the strength, but Hope is such a pretty big part, I feel like, for WE. Especially since his time coming over, right, from JDG, again, the matchup against his old teammate Yagao. But he has been trying to establish himself, and while there's been a lot of rocky moments for WE, he is still sitting at about 30% damage done for his team. He's still sitting there as a main staple carry for them. And it's good to see them lean to that strength.
We get
as
Fiora
Ben on the
from
other
Ben?
side. We get the Fiora coming in.
Oh, let's go. He hasn't been as quick to pick it up this year, especially compared to a couple of previous seasons. And actually coming into the summer, first Fiora game of summer. But what were we just saying was important to lock in for that top lane? An undivable carry, someone that can take 1vx fights. Fiora can very much do that. Reminder, folks, Ben got a pentakill in a Worlds Finals on Fiora. Sadly didn't win that one Worlds, but that was a heck of a game. And now suddenly if you have that Jax and that Nocturne flying at you, maybe there's a chance you can outplay it in the ways that only Ben can.
I just have to throw some more praise over to BLG, right? Last series of the split before playoffs, before a long break for you, because you have the Guardian Angel, you'll be all the way in the further rounds. But they're trying new things. Yagao's not on something new. The LeBlanc's a tried and true for him, a classic, if you will. But you also have Helk with the Tristana for the first time. You got Ben with Fiora for the first time, trying to flex a little bit of these muscles for BLG.
And I think that's part of the versatility that we've really seen from BLG across this year. Even in the early stages of spring, where they were figuring things out before they had their coaching strain change, midway through spring before Tabe came in, they were a team that could play around multiple lanes on the map, where some of our other teams who were top teams at the time were a little bit more typecast. BLG have only
Yeah.
built on that. They've allowed different players to take the limelight, and they've succeeded, all of them, with different games.
Well, we're getting into game 2 now. Billy, 1-game win away from greatness and from history in the LPL, as they will have a 15-1 record, never done before in this era of the LPL. While WE, they've got to stop this slump. They are sliding down a mountain right now, and they're just trying to grab onto anything they can. We'll see if they can get back into this one as game 2 with the Gyos roar.
Not going to have any level 1 shenanigans this time. No Nautilus last pick value coming out from the level 1. We occasionally see it, but not to be thrown away at this point. Shanks is going to walk into Yagao and find himself a stun.
Oh
okay,
my goodness,
there is level
the
1
CC
shenanigans.
chain. He is still going to have a displacement, though, to get out of that one.
So, that's what you get from Nautilus at level 1. I will bite my tongue a little bit there because it gets a decent amount of damage and the passive away from Yagao. I don't know whether he's going to miss a minion or two from mid lane. He doesn't have a choice to go back to base. He needs to have that extra HP. I just wonder if he's going to be forced to TP to avoid losing a minion in that mid wave. So pay attention to those level 2s, and if it's hit very early on to level 2, or whether it takes an extra minion or so. We're now going to see what happens with our bot lanes. It is going to be a red side bot lane jungle leash again. We saw that from BLG in game 1, and it's going to be the same from Hope and Iwandi for their jungle in game number 2. Bin and Cube, this is a great skill matchup, though. This is one to track.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to keep an eye on it, especially because we get Bin's Fiora here. See how the matchup can go. We got a lot of presence from Bin's Jackson game number 1, picking outside lanes, things like that. We're actually going to get a replay. Come on, man!
The emote as well.
Why are
The Yumi
observers
emote.
like this?
Oh, Sean, buddy, player of the game 1. That's not what we expect of a
Did we
player
have
of
to
this
see
caliber.
that? Did we have to see that, though, Nightmare? That's what I'm going to ask you right now.
Unironically, yes, because it means that you're not going to have perfect information on when Nocturne's going to be heading between Raptors and that red buff.
As long as there's a reason, baby, I'll take it. As long as there's a reason.
Let's be honest, you can find a great many reasons to see these observers highlight some of the missteps from their players. They are ruthless LPL observers.
Dude, we last night we had one of the most
this.
ruthless things. Like, I literally watched the observers put somebody under a bus and then watch the bus roll over them with a directed cam.
The way I'm going to phrase this is, we hold our players to a very high standard. And as we can see that,
there you go. That's what it is.
As Hang went towards their red buff, they were spotted by a second ward put down by Yagao. So they still know, and they're going for a dive on bot side
big.
now.
This is really big. Double knock up into the crash down, but it's one back as well. The first blood has already gotten to Hope. They get it back as the kill goes to Elk, so that's actually pretty big. Both ADCs on the board. That extra 100 gold over to Hope.
So first blood goes over to Hope, as you were saying, but lost gold from the minions.
Elk just dies here.
What?
He just dies to the solo polo for my Wandi.
I mean, that's one way to end off that play. So BLG, now 2 games in a... No, you can't give up another kill in this play. No way.
My Wandi flashes immediately. He's like, I can't do this. This can't happen.
I was so happy with last game and how it was really tricksy and very intelligent the way that the mid and late game played out. We loaded to second game and we are full Unga Bunga run it down bot lane. It is just like... So once again, it's a bit of a mis-executed dive. How many feathers does Hope stack up here? There's a couple, 1, 2, might be able to get another one out here, but even with the AoE put down, the feather pullback is enough to finish off the first kill and reset aggro onto a second target. That's the big thing there, where Sean and Elk managed to just about get out. But, I mean, you just didn't respect the Nautilus damage. He's a big boy, he does damage, man.
He saved Ignite. That's the real king move. Throwing up the Melio. Gotta have some popcorn with your food. Now, it is something to think, though. Iwandi trying to get mid lane. He is on the roam. There's still a pretty heavy CS lead down bot side. Hung is here in beautiful time to capitalize on the rocket jump forward from Elk. The crash down is there to stop Hung in his tracks.
Team WE doing a decent job now of removing some of the teeth from this bot side offensive from BLG. That bot lane dive wasn't great. That play wasn't great as well. Iwandi is here, but Shun has read the play. He
has a lot of response here under tower as well. There's so much possibility for BLG to answer Hung. Hung doesn't have a bunch. He does get the ward in, but he realizes too late what has happened as Shun gets the kill. Now TP coming in as well, and that's Yagao joining. Iwandi, he's trying to Spider-Man out of there, but the rope has snapped, and Shun has gotten a double kill.
I mean, welcome to the LPL. For those of you who are tuning in for the very end of the split, for the those of you which are more familiar with it, this will be no surprise. This is exactly what we expect every so often. BLG are very, very good with early game leads, and now they find themselves at a 1k advantage with a huge amount of gold onto their jungler. Shun reads this play really, really well. I'm surprised that Team WE overforced so much toward bot side though. Nocturne walking up like this. Nocturne is very, very strong in early game fights if you dive into them, and he gets to kind of rack up stuff like lethal tempo, gets a lot of damage. It's not nearly the same as being able to escape from plays, though. He doesn't have ways out at this point in time, especially with Flash being down from an earlier skirmish too. So good capitalization from BLG, but a big overestimation from Team WE.
I'm loving this game too, though, because we ain't stopping the fighting. Although BLG will be a little bit late to the Dragon, this will go over to WE. The fighting ensues. Tibbers goes down. Shanks gets one as well. On top of it all, Yagao is getting in there with that distortion, but can't get the damage back in. He goes, as the Tibbers will be the focus now. That is what BLG come away with, but the pick out onto On is how WE capitalize.
And they do get themselves first Dragon of the game as well. So that's gone down. BLG not able to claim that one. It is all guns blazing in this early game. I am trying to think who this favors the most. A lot of gold on Vi is a little problematic from Team WE because BLG don't have the strongest front line, I suppose. Someone like Fiora is not going to be doing a lot of tank duty, so it's between the Vi and the Rel. And the extra gold and someone like Shun to build up to an early Black Cleaver with the HP components of that. And of course, just safety through dealing so much damage that you want to run away from them will be quite helpful. So that's nice. On the other side, the gold isn't as nucleated. It's split between a couple of roles, and you can see now a big issue starting to evolve on that bot side. That CS advantage is absolutely absurd.
Yeah. It is getting a little bit tragic down there, and I don't think there's much Hope can do in that one because as soon as Tristana gets an advantage in a bot lane 2v2, it just becomes that much more difficult to even do anything. And now his plates are going to start going down too. That's even more gold to Elk, who's going to be pretty close to a first item as well.
Elk is ready to really start popping off at this point. So BLG leads in jungle, leads in bot. It's not like their side laners and their solo laners are going to be weak either. That'll be something which arises a little bit later, though. We have Herald spawning. See if there are any resets coming out for that one. We don't have level 6 hit by Hung's Nocturne just yet. That will be, of course, a game-changing ability. And that will signal kind of like a second stage in this game, because at that point, it's kind of the opposite from game 1, where BLG are the ones which need to be very careful when they're split across the map, because Nocturne can fly in and make a numbers advantage.
I think the story for BLG has been so curious to me, right? We got to see the duality of, I feel like at this point, the brothers' war of BLG and JDG. And it's been really cool to see BLG kind of grow into their own, I guess, in this summer split, because they've lost so many times consecutively. Their only loss so far this split is to JDG as well. And I think to go with a record-breaking performance in a summer split changes all that narrative, right? They can be that lead horse. I know all the players, all early split were like, yeah, we're just planning on getting second here. JDG are still in the league, so we'll just take second. But here they are, presenting and growing themselves, but also our first team in the league right now.
They've played so well. They are a very different team from Spring. Shun did a great job here of putting down some deep vision into topside red jungle from Team WE. Means that they have some advanced warning on whether that Nocturne will be flying out of Fog of War. Elk is under tower here.
I don't know if they can do this when the cleanse comes through. Elk will flash. That's huge as the turret shots go into Iwandi. He'll go golden. You also have On here too, and Hope, he's getting burned. Featherstorm comes through, flashing out of that crash down. The Blade Caller is so big. But look at Yagao. They get On, but Yagao gets the claim down onto Hope, and Iwandi falls too. Shanks comes over, and the carousel keeps turning. And Hong is here too, and my goodness, they are just diving full on under tower. Here comes Soon. He'll get that blocked from the cease and desist. As the flash comes through at WE, it is a bloody affair, but they die bot lane.
I mean, this feels like a fighting game with like assist fighters, tag-ins at this point. I've never seen so many random
coming
new...
out.
I guess we're getting like Project L shown on our screens. I have never seen a play with so many like sequential players flying in from different sides of the map. First is the 2v1 under tower. Great flash, great disengage play from Elk. Stopwatch, of course, extends the play. On coming in, extends the play again. And look at the mini-map.
That's a difference.
Everyone is coming down. You're absolutely right. If that stun hits under the tower, it is the difference. But it doesn't hit. It's been a couple of times now where On has missed a couple of these. And Shanks slips through the net. So he gets another kill here. And I'm like,
it's just a carousel. Like, who comes next?
It absolutely is, because blood's in the water and everyone is just trying to fire towards bot side and get what they can out of this. Shun gets another flash for his troubles as well. Sadly, doesn't pick up any more gold for himself, but Yagao does, and that gets him to a shiv very early on. 2-0 on that LeBlanc. That's going to be a problem. We were talking about some of these leads going to be very important later into the game. Honestly, the only gold which BLG didn't have at that point was on one of these split pushes, which will take up a side lane later. Now you have to deal with LeBlanc primed and ready to go.
Goodness, you got first items, everyone for BLG, at least the three, the trio, Shun, Yagao, and Elk. On the other side, though, I will say having 2 kills for Shanks is pretty big. The decisive setup for them, Shanks is literally going to be the leading man in a lot of those moments.
Even in this top side, Bidden pulling out to slight advantage. The gold lead is only 1,000, so it's not going to be the worst thing ever. As you said, the mid lane matchup is evened up in gold. The thing is, the reason why I focus on the LeBlanc side of that is that it feels it's so much easier to use that gold from Yagao. Because he's just, you see right now, he's pushing in waves in a side lane. He's using that gold well with that Shiv. In mid lane, Tristana, Herald push. We talked about that being very important from WE in game 1. Sadly for Elk and On, they're not going to be able to stick around in mid lane and put down a bomb onto that tower to help them with that push. But it's still gold in pocket nonetheless.
Shanks looking to capitalize on those 2 kills. Does a pretty heavy chunk on the Yagao. WE are positioning around this bottom lane, maybe looking to get some vision around this Dragon Pit, while it is BLG looking at mid lane. Hung gonna block that cease and desist yet again. Shouldn't just trying to bait him out.
Shun trying to smite away the spell shield is what he's trying to do. You can do that midway through your Fire ultimate, but mind game won by Hung under that turret. Not able to get that 1 kill. He's too fast. He's too slippery for the likes of DLG in that 1 play. WE are going to use this opportunity now to take themselves their second dragon of the game. We'll have to keep that on the on a little pinboard as well, because that's a good amount of stats between this these first 2 dragons taken.
BLG are actually playing a little bit indecisive here. I thought they were going to try to capitalize on the mid lane push, but they're just going to wait in this river setup. The dragon does go down. It'll be second for WE. On going over. Shun was ready to follow him up there just in case WE went to commit to the play, but nothing else going to come of it. We get an Ocean Soul on the Rift, though.
Ocean Soul. So who's that going to benefit the most? Cube, probably, on this Jax. If you get him into a point with multiple items, that will be very important for him in extended 1v1s, and then also when he's diving into the back line as well. That'll be something to track. And of course, something like that Nocturne becomes semi-tanky. Never really a full tank, but the Ocean Soul helps him achieve that role a little more. So BLG, they would not like to give that one over for free. They haven't managed to take an early dragon against the run of play this time. However, when it comes to the next few minutes, it feels like now is the moment where BLG can start going into a multi-lane style. You need to see them, though, be very respectful of that paranoia. The next paranoia that comes out, if it gets enough value onto BLG in a split map, can swing the game very much into the advantage for Team WE.
Now we're looking at Cube maybe getting dove in the top side. Ben taking the extra tower shot. Iwandi on the roam does prevent a lot of that. Ben tries to get the riposte, but misses it there. Takes an extra tower shot as well. BLG a little bit back and forth. We have Hung coming up the lane right now with the paranoia. They could turn this one around.
But you have to dive into a Rel, into Bin with Flash and ult. This would feel like a very poor play for them, especially with Cube at half HP.
Yeah.
Bin, if he's alone, though, that's a bit different. I'm not sure in a 1v3 he's ready for that just now. He's doing a lot of work with these Sunder procs, but that's a lot of work you'd have to do beyond that.
Gigabin, man, the Divine Sunder. You did just get the Loon's Echo completed for Shanks, but it is all the pressure in the lanes. Now the towers plates have gone down. A little bit less priority in getting that gold, but this mid-outer tower for BLG and the bot lane should just go down.
It should do, and Yagao is free to do this because he sees Hung towards that top side on a couple of wards towards their red buff. You can also see that BLG, compare this to last game, where Team W were getting picked off by Kha'Zix when they started to split the map. BLG are much better at kind of buddying up across the map and saying, you're vulnerable here, let's make sure that Shun's nearby. Let's make sure that Yagao is kind of roaming up from his side lane. They're doing well at protecting their pushing lanes right now.
Man, they are just looking to collapse on mid lane. Nice little dredge line there from Iwandi in perfect timing. But the tower finally falls. It's a lot of pressure relief for BLG. If there was defensive structure for W, it makes it a lot more difficult to pull off this style of composition. But now with really nothing for WE to rely on when we're looking at these objectives, and especially out of mid lane, it makes it that much harder for them to execute this composition.
BLG, it feels like they've just had a really clean minute or so of macro, getting that top lane, the mid lane outer turret for free, and all of that extending off of this grouped up push onto top lane outer turret flowed down the rest of the map. Now BLG have reset onto bot side. They've got themselves their LeBlanc back into the side lane, who's stopping Cube from pushing that one for free, but WE are looking to respond.
They're always here. Everybody is always where the plays are. We got a 3v3 now. Paranoid pop. There's the TP coming in from Bin. The Magnet Sword buys so much time, and it's just BLG ripping them apart. They already had a 3,000 gold lead. They're looking to make it more. As we're getting flashes out, Timbers comes through. Counter-strike from Cube. He tries to get out, but he gets pulled back. Beautiful play from BLG. And they are just running into the face of WE. Oh, he doesn't get the connection on the vault breaker. He'll have to back away.
Shun.
A little bit of a misplay from Shun, but it doesn't matter.
Now, let's take a guess what everyone's going to focus on from that play. Is it the wonderful
I bet we get an observer replay of that one. I want directed cam. I want everything.
Yeah, is it going to be the wonderful macro that sees BLG into this, or is it the missed flash cube? We've got a continued fight, though. Ben going to hop over the wall.
Oh, Hung's in a really bad position as the riposte connects on the fear. That's so big, and on crash down over the wall. There's no follow-up from WE.
WE have just been read like a book. More than that, been read like the morning newspaper. It feels that simple from BLG. This is not the important bit that Yagao's in the side lane. The important bit is that Herald is up, WE think that BLG will go towards Herald, and they don't. They read them in the cross map, they're a step ahead of them, they call the play, and they end up hugely winning this out. Again, we're running into some of the issues that Nocturne has, where if he is in a losing play, he does not escape easily. He has to commit the flash on the way out, he's on a retreat at this point, doesn't have another paranoia. And after that point, it's very easy for BLG to just run down these members, and are we going to see, are you going to focus on it? Of course.
That pullback from On at the last second there during that leap strike was so big. And we get saved. All right, they're not going to do it. See, they did the ward earlier for Shin. They're like, that's good enough. We already put him under the bus. Now we're looking back onto the map, though, because WE want to stay proactive. Again, they're not a team that can kind of rest on their laurels. And we're right at the Rift Herald here, number 2.
Yeah, our Dragons also spawned, and look at the blue wards on the bot side of the map. There's no Baron to respond with right now. WE, they would be trading a lesser objective for this Dragon if it were a trade, it feels like. So BLG, they can't really leave this Dragon to be taken up. Giving over a free soul point would be a little too dicey for them, especially as they are the composition that maybe wants to give up a Dragon or two for good side lane advantages because they're winning so hard in those side lanes right now. And to that point, Yagao picks up a second item. That's going to get even worse from now on out. That Night Harvester is going to be a large amount of damage in pocket for that LeBlanc to chunk through WE.
It really is, and I still am looking now at next moves for WE. Again, proactivity is key, but they also have the Rift Herald for them, so try to get one of these outer towers, try to get one of these bounties down for them would be hugely beneficial, and I think getting either Hope or even Cube, some of that gold would be really big. I know Shanks can be an influence and has been as a core developmental piece for WE over his long longevity on the team, but it's still right now that Hope has been the damage central carry. He's over 30% damage done for his team. They need to get him the gold, and maybe this is a big start. Carving up On here with the feathers, and there we go. The man himself gets his second kill.
Good gold in pocket, and it might allow WE to take this mid lane out of turret. In fact, it will do. Herald chucks down to help that one go through. Big moments from Team WE. Is there a response coming from BLG? There aren't any teleports to throw out from this particular point. WE, the only sad thing for them is that this isn't when Baron has spawned. They would have loved to translate towards that top side of the map. Now BLG are here on the scene of the crime. They might be able to get some kind of slap back, but the response is strong from Team WE.
Gao can just be a menace here. This is all he has to do is continue pressuring. You've got Bin in the side. That's what makes this duo of the LeBlanc and the Fiora so deadly, because as soon as Bin has an advantage, Yagao can just be the most annoying little fly on you. We'll see if Bin actually gets capitalized in the side lane, but WE don't want to commit because they know BLG can follow immediately after.
Still a big play for WE. It gives them more control around the Baron because they managed to leave through the topside jungle, put a load of wards down along the way. Baron spawning in 20 seconds. They'll be able to reset for this. If another play happens like that, WE might be able to translate that into a Baron and then into a one fight. That's what they're forcing right now.
Oh my god, On! He throws up the crying Jinx emote as Dredge line goes wide for my Iwandi.
Iwandu's had a great series. It's just not been quite good enough to get all of these picks in the right place. And between these plays, BLG getting so much value on the sidelines.
Going straight in. There's no exit for Cube. He has the Counter-Strike. Grandmasters pop. TP now coming in from Yagao. Cube just trying to make it out alive there. Hope now on the back end, but they have found Hung, and that's a big piece because he didn't have Paranoia, and they won't have the light switch now. BLG will move away. They have Baron potentially to turn around on. A little bit dicey with their composition, but they are so strong right now.
I mean, more than no light switch, no smite. Jungler is down, just as Baron spawned. If WE had found their play a minute later, this would be them on the Baron, but BLG find a better timing, and they're going to force WE into a fight.
They want to try to take the fight, actually, and BLG say, bring it on. Should comes over the side there as well. Ben gets one pick out. The Featherstorm was big, but can the Blade Caller be big enough? You do have a lot of damage from Hope, and a little bit late on that Blade Caller, they still get the pick out on Ben.
Holy moly, that's a lot of damage coming in from the Zai. You can see how long he holds those feathers in position, trying to bait in a number of people into their demise at that point. So BLG, they find themselves a good set of plays, but they can't capitalize on the Baron either. So a breath of life for Team WE. Now they get another chance to look for their own play with the Nocturne ultimate back up, with unable to join one of these plays. So WE looking for a big fight. If they can translate that into a Baron, they're back in this.
And always going back to the fact that WE are on this slump, they were wanting to try to find some momentum because they will be right up next early on in the playoffs, while BLG were history makers here potentially with a 15-1 record to finish off. They are one game win away, and WE are not letting them get it so easily. We'll see Cube in the side try to make this outplay happen, but it is a 1v3, and it is a very strong four-man now for BLG to take him out.
Yep, did not win it that one, folks. Overstay from the top side by Cube. He knows he has to be on top side. He just overstays a little too much. BLG have dropped so many wards on their way towards that too. They knew that there weren't enough reinforcements to win that play coming from WE. They go to Baron. It is this big of objective again. WE, they can't give this up.
Hung is here alive now this time, though. He has the light switch. He is available. They try to go in on, gets a nice little Magna Storm back to Paranoia, gets the kill first, though. The light switch helping a lot, though, as Hope trying to get away from the rest of the engage. He's getting low, and BLG, he shoots actually trying to look for Yagao with a poke over the wall of the Static Shiv. Not enough. Now resets for Elk maybe coming through. He gets burned down by Shanks in a beautiful defense from WE.
Close run stuff as BLG can't close down as many kills as they would have liked to. On goes down for the play as well. Of course, this is somewhat of an extended 1-for-1 because Cube dies in the top lane, which allows for that play. But in the fight itself, BLG tanking the Baron and overextending a little bit too much. They win out on that one. So look at that gold lead. That's why we're saying WE, they get a Baron, they're right back into this. These are not one-sided fights like BLG would like them to have. Dragon's now on the table. I don't think BLG will be contested on this. WE would much rather, once again, try and secure something around this Baron.
Yeah, just get this vision down that BLG have been so pivotal about. They have constantly moved their vision from bot side to top side, keeping heavy influence around these objectives because they know where these fights are leading to. 2 Ocean Dragons in a row now for them. WE just trying to find some hope on the map, not just the player.
Well, if they can find hope, of course, incredibly high value for them, because that Xayah is a lot of the team fight damage for Team WE. Pay attention to his positioning in that last fight around Baron. You can see that Hope was almost ran down by Bin. That would have been disaster for the team. They're going to try and get some resets through if they can at all possible. Once BLG start locking... Play. Well, they're walking out there. I think they've guessed the resets fairly well from BLG, and they know the teleports are just a couple of seconds off cooldown, so there can't be an instant response from BLG. And we are back to a couple of these resets, and I would imagine we're back to trying to play this dance around Baron.
I see, you know, we have a student, a studious student. There we go. Yagao picking up one of your favorites, but also making a trip to the library.
Measures is such an underrated item, man. It's such a cheap legendary item. It allows you to get the extra stats out of your mythic items. So that's just an extra free 5 ability haste on top of everything else. Of course, you need to stay alive, but Yagao's not died this time yet. And it looks like he's going to be very safe. So we'll see how much value you can get out of that one. See if you can start writing some names in the Death Note.
Try to, in that regard. Has those 10 stacks already. We're getting close to those 3 item spikes for pretty much everyone else on BLG as well. A lot of the strong members at least. But Hope is almost on his 3rd as well. We've literally just had a stalemate here on the top side. Both teams staring at each other with long eyes, trying to make sure that nothing is too suspicious. BLG definitely have the better of the team fight here, and he'll actually steal away that red buff.
They also have pushing bot lane right now. Bin is monstrous on the Fiora, but that's a good chunk from Shanks.
But Yagao's just waiting for some more poke over the backside, too. Won't end up finding it, and like you said, good capitalization from Shanks.
BLG, I think they're waiting for this bot lane situation to work in their favor. They're pushing into that turret. Love to see what's happening in that 1v1. No ult's committed just yet. If that changes, that could be the go button for BLG.
It could be, but BLG say, let's just pop the go button anyway. Shanks goes golden. He doesn't have Timbers. He doesn't have anything out. The flash is not enough. Yagao will pick him off. As now actually the Featherstorm going to be used. Cube is backing with the potential to TP in. But it is the Baron that can just be forced here by BLG. Okay, they're going to try to find Ben. Oh, they do actually get the paranoia here onto him. He's going to try to kite out, but Iwandi is coming as well. Dredge line in to get closer, and this is a pick out on the Ben. It is that Baron, though, burned down by BLG.
It is utterly not worth for Team WE. You kill the split pusher, that's cool. You get one kill in that side lane, and you get their flash. But losing that Baron, giving it over to 4 members, and Bin is going to get a hull breaker and walk back out onto the map anyway. This is disaster for Team WE. They're now going to be shoved in on every single lane. They're waiting for a miracle Nocturnal. That's what they're waiting for now. Hopefully Hope can get into the play as well. It's very difficult for Desire to follow up on these engages. Team WE, they have a tough task ahead of them.
We got 4th item there for Yagao. We got 3rd for Elk. The damage is going to be pumping. Hull breaker also completed for Ben. And the pressure does not stop, and that's where we got to take the time to praise this BLG roster. Again, I went on a little soapbox earlier, but it has been truly incredible. Yes, they still can't take down JDG. Yes, they likely have a far-off playoff series against their nightmare, but the way they've come together, the camaraderie, the content we've seen out of this team, the way that they have come together, and the smiles on their faces while they down smash every single opponent in the LPL is just truly insanely awesome, and I can't stop praising it enough.
And I go back and watch what we were saying in the first couple of weeks of spring, and before they made their miracle run to the very heady heights of finals of spring LPL and then into MSI as well. We have changed our narrative about this team time after time. They're currently walking into the base with near enough a 9,000 gold lead. Team WE, this Baron is going to be hard for them to outlast because they were already losing chunks on these towers to these split pushes. Now with a Baron buff behind 4 of the members too, that's going to be very difficult. They're just very lucky that it's not the Fiora with a Baron buff. At least they took that one away.
They did, and I think the pressure is just mounting across all waves. I'm wondering if Cube has an answer at all in one of these side lanes, because it feels like just the push is too much, especially with a Baron for another minute and 10 seconds. It's just that, look at that, like, already the side lane tower is down. They are capitalizing on Ben, the paranoia coming through as well. They will catch him out yet again, but what have they lost for it? It's mid lane, as a nice pullback of the feathers from Hope gets one back too. WE respond with a bit of defense in their base. Elk getting a little bit low, trying to find this one. He does get the flash out there in the end.
Yagao?
Oh, they want to go back
Yagao's on the Nexus, folks.
He is. He does have an answer, though, from Cube. As Shun just gets caught out here. Goes with the cease and desist back in. Featherstorm is back available, and a kill goes to Hung.
Yeah, trying to make his own speedy retreat. So WE, they break that Baron push. Can they lead off to anything else? Dragon would be a good prize for them. It would get them up to Soul Point. That's something, at least.
Nothing else going to come of it. Dragon will be there. Soul Point is pretty big, but Yagao and Elk are still a thorn in their side. Cube with the counter-strike can't connect there. Does get the rocket jump out of Elk, though. The kiting back. He won't get it. It is going to be end up towards Hope completing the Dragon, and that's Soul Point to WE.
Gao going to see if he can hamper their retreat a little. Track them all the way back to their base. Shepherded them back there, so no quick resets for them. Make sure that Shiv is going to get as much value as possible, and they still can't kill this LeBlanc. So it's not worst case scenario for WE. They get themselves a Dragon, and they break that Baron push. That's a big win for them. And this is partly because of what they can do in these side lanes. Hullbreaker or no, lead on the Fiora or no, you can still 1v3 them and take that one down for free. They're lucky, though, that the engagement BLG goes so awry in this mid lane. If that also goes wrong, that's game for you, because you've used all your ultimates on top side, and things don't work out there. But Hope stands firm, gets enough damage down, and extends the game a little further for Team WE to, again, try and claw back in this series, however hard that might be.
And now We're back on. On is just being a little bit aggressive here. Gets the paranoia popped onto him. This is a pretty big catch out here if they can follow it up as well. Here comes Shun over the wall. Not going to use that vault breaker, realizing On's life is forfeit.
WE with another important pick. It's not like there's a Baron on the table this time. No big objectives to come through it. Bin is going to find Shanks here. That's going to be a lot of damage.
They're TPing in as well. Yagao's coming as well. Oh my goodness, this is just a chaotic fight happening.
Everyone's
Shanks
coming
getting
in.
caught out by Yagao. Elk is all alone in the middle of the fight. Shun has come to help him. He survives. He rocket jumps over the edge. And now you got the Vault Breaker over and the fight at the stop sign. Bin finally falls. Yagao's trying to take him out. But my goodness, what a scrappy one. As Elk trying to finish off Hung, he saw him, and the rocket jump in. A triple kill for BLG's Elk. And only Cube left. A complete ace. And BLG, they've done it.
BLG will end Summer 2023 with a 15-1 series record. No one has ever achieved that before.
They said they felt like second fiddle. They said in interviews they didn't expect to get anything but second, but that is not their story. That's not their fate this time. They'll smash through the ceiling of the LPL to mark their legacy on one of the greatest leagues in the world with a 15-1 finish for the first time in this LPL era. Congratulations to our kings of the LPL.
Regular season, what an accolade it has been to watch this team run through this league. But this is the strangest conversation, because this is the most dominant team that we think still might not win the LPL, because they haven't beaten JDG this entire year between this whole new era of these two teams at the very top.
It's their
of the
only
LPL.
series loss.
Their only series lost, but they haven't beat them the whole year. They had 6 rounds against them. They had regular season in spring, a couple of times in spring playoffs, then of course 2 times at MSI and once in regular season in summer, and they've lost every single time. And you are just hoping that things start to roll around and BLG can finally develop to a point where they can take just that one key series away from those title rivals of JDG. They have shown they can do it against absolutely everyone else in the world, just not that one bogey team. They walk away from this rift with an incredible run of form, and JDG, that's the last boss for them now.
That is the last boss for them. That's all they're looking forward to, and they're going to have some time away now, waiting till those further rounds in playoffs, so a lot to think about. And speaking of a lot to think about, but a little bit of an opposite story, not a lot of time to think about it and not a lot of time to prepare. WE take a hard loss. Another continued skid down that mountainside. They weren't able to grab onto any roots or anything, and it's looking a bit rough as they will be right up next here as we go into playoffs.
Team WE feel, this might be the wrong way to phrase it, but they feel like half a great team, where in every game they get half of the equation completely right, where they do a great early game, great skirmishes, great team fighting, but they can't figure out the rest of that game plan. Game 1, they had these 5v5s really down pat, but they couldn't figure out the macro. Second game, it was a little bit different because it wasn't about them having, like, being on the split map and then getting picked off. It was about them trying to pick off the enemy team in the split map on the other side of it, and they couldn't quite figure out the team fights after that point, which then got a little bit scary. They have all the potential to be a great team. It's just making sure that all of these individual moments of greatness finally stitched together into like one full game plan, which we didn't see in this series. I get that it's difficult against BLG, but there are worries nonetheless.
Yeah, we haven't seen it in a little while. Again, that skid, the 4 losses. It feels really bad, but I think going back to praising BLG, we were talking so much about their growth, so much of their story, and yes, the nightmare is always there. You got to check the closets, but it has been systematic destruction of so many teams in the LPL, so many damn good teams too, and it's the way they approach it, the flexibility in draft, but more importantly, the continued confidence they have in their lead young jungler in Shun that I always appreciate. I know I'm a bit biased in that regard, but the fact that they're able to lean to double strengths of, yes, some facilitation, yes, some strength in that way, but if he needs to turn it on, he can turn it on. That makes BLG so deadly.
The Shun factor is obviously a huge part of this. He has evolved into such a well-rounded player, as opposed to just being the person that would play, you know, the Kindreds, and he'd play like his Nidleys occasionally, and you get those carry performances. He does whatever his team needs of him, and you can say that about pretty much everyone on the Rift. I think Yagao is also worth putting another highlight onto, because he's no longer the player which is kind of, oh, you know, he'll show up in playoffs, but he'll have a couple of awkward games in the regular season. He's not quite ready to join the rookies and the scouts and the knights and the top tier mid laners of the LPL. Yagao has had an excellent split. His Jace has been legendary. His LeBlanc, we saw that here, was absolutely unkillable. Yagao is maybe even the form of his life. If you can keep that going into playoffs, I cannot wait to see what BLG can do again. And it is just bringing out the popcorn and waiting for those later series where we see those series against the likes of your JDGs and whoever else comes up through the bracket.
Exactly, and a strong point through all this, and I still love the fact that we had some new picks. Elk bringing out the Tristana for the first time in summer, Ben bringing out the Fiora. But then we look at On just being able to pick up this Rel because they leave it open every time and just having such influential team fights with it. It's cool to see that kind of bend and break.
Absolutely, and we're getting to the point now where BLG are starting to flex those champions pools a little bit more, and if they can expand them, then those best of fives get even stronger from them, and we already thought they'd be really strong during them. So even more to be excited for one of our very top teams in the LPL.
Yeah, we'll be hopefully getting our MVP quickly here, but specifically, I've got to think about who to give it to because you had Yagao who's unkilled. Ooh. You had a lot of strength from Shun with the setups, the cease and desist, things like that. But then you had Ben who was just like literally taking like the entire game.
It's in this kind of game, it's fairly hard to call from. I mean, from the individual level, I'd probably give it to Yagao. The real thing which won this game was the macro understanding from BLG because I think the play which showed this the most. Well, it depends who calls that, right? Because it's kind of hard to tell who's the shot caller in a team like this. And a lot of the time with our modern League of Legends teams, it's not about one shot caller, it's about multiple people inputting their own opinions. But whoever called that play around bot side, around second Herald, where Yagao was under turret, Team W tried to dive him, and BLG were there waiting and ran away with that fight. That was wonderful. That broke open the game for BLG, it felt like, and it allowed them to run forward with so much more gold in pocket. Whoever made that kind of call, that's the person who I would really like to give shout-outs to. That's the kind of play which wins you games.
But you know what gets you MVPs? Numbers, all right? And hopefully we'll see what the
my great enemy,
mean.
Statistics.
Oh, no, math. That's my biggest enemy. I don't know about you, but I know you're.
I have a degree in physics, so sadly I can't say that. It's just misuse of numbers.
I have a degree in animals.
Really annoys me.
So
that's why you
I don't
got
have to know math.
All of this makes so much sense because I remember we talked about horses earlier in the week, and you were like, "I've got to tell you about horses." I didn't quite realize what I was getting myself into. Makes so much sense now.
I was a zookeeper. I did work with a lot of exotic animals. Yeah. It was
How
really
have
cool.
I only found this out right now?
You know. You learn something new every day. That's what they say. Hopefully, we'll be learning something new about what this MVP is because I know we got other series going on here very shortly.
We'll figure it out at some point.
We'll figure it out at some point. But going back to the point of still that historical matter, 15-1 for BLG. Again, never done in this era of the LPL is incredible. And to cap that one off, we got the unkilled menace in the mid lane, Yagao, picking up the MVP.
Don't get me wrong, LeBlanc is pretty easy to look good on right now, but Yagao, in the way that he controlled the map, never got picked off against a composition that was designed to attack the side lanes with a Nocturne, comboing on top of something like an Annie Stun or a Jax, was very, very important. The way that he did so much damage whilst remaining safe made it so easy for BLG to make the right call in regards to how their side lane and the entire map was playing out.
And you always love to see him performing on a pick that he is completely known on, right? Like it's one of his most played champions. It's something he made a name on and continues to pull out in times of need. And in this moment, it fit the composition so well. They grabbed this so early on, right? The combo with him and Shun was so important for them. And we've seen that be the case this split as well.
Some teams have dropped the Vibe priority. You can understand why BLG keep playing with it, though. When it allows someone like Yagao to combo up so seamlessly with Shun, it means the chains are not a skill shot at that point. It's point and click, and they use that so well in side lanes. And we saw a couple of these replays where Yagao has been stuck under turret, but his team's right there at the right time, and he gets to bail himself out of these big plays. As soon as he has that golden pocket, he never looked back. And while the last fights of the game got a little bit scrappy, BLG always had the extra gold from their great macro play to make sure it was never really in question.
And it was in the right positions, right? They just kept pressing. I think WE fell into the fight cycle a little bit there. Definitely the carousel got them spinning, their heads twirling a little bit, but it was something that BLG took advantage of, and there were some oversteps, some moments of weakness, I feel like, as well, but some good capitalizations from BLG in those little moments. And going a little bit chaotic with it is always fun as the last game of the split for you, so you kind of have a little bit of fun with it. Now, we do have more series. It is our last Super Sunday, so that means we're not done just yet. We have TT versus JDG coming up shortly with Munchables and Jamada, so don't miss it.
UCal versus Knight, let's go.
The longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohu wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder. Oh wait, Ruler's going to do it again. Ruler's going to go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie. And, you know, maybe some Jackie love as well. Got to give some, he's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like, they're going to have mid-wave crushing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay,
last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what he'll do to the middle. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beituan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Bofo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct. He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1XA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Praise Seekers as 1X in all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And UCal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down UCal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emote as EDG go clutch.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss, but I can't help
say we gotta talk now, but I have no strength to fight. Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you. Do you think that we can move?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL as we head towards our second series of the night. And, well, BLG started the day off strong, setting records with the most dominant record since we changed formats to the current format. BLG have the best record ever. I'm joined by Jamada as we head towards our second series, which will be JDG, their rivals, trying to catch them up. Now, they can't actually catch them up in the standings. They're already guaranteed top 2, but just looking to look good against TT.
Yeah, you don't want to be entirely outdone by the team that you've beat in every single meeting so far this year. So, you come into the TT series, you 2-0 them, you look good, and, you kind of flex your muscles. For TT, I've already forgotten the word that you were saying earlier, but they are
Shwegwe.
Shwegwe. They are
But they're not. They're not.
But they're not. They're
That's
not
RA.
because I guess that's RA. That's going to be RA later on, and we'll get to that. But for this series, JDG, I suppose there's room to be potentially embarrassed if TT really do show up here, right? And I feel like TT have had a really positive back end of the split, even though they're not in the top 10, they're not in playoffs. I think there's been a lot of positivity around their performances, and generally they swelled up quite nicely. And I feel like for TT, this would be a nice way to round out the split, if they can at the very least, not even necessarily take a game off JDG, but put out a positive performance against, the second place team here in the regular season for summer.
I mean, this is also a battle for MVPs because UCal currently in third place for MVPs at 10. Kanavi is in second ahead of him on 11. So UCal and Kanavi
last chance.
Yeah, the last series are going to be battling it out to try and get those MVPs. And Kanavi doesn't even need to get an MVP. He just needs to make sure that UCal can't. That's the big job for Kanavi today.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be really funny if Kanavi, I don't know, and it would be really in character. Locks Vi, and then just as soon as he hits 6, he's just running it 24/7. He's just killing UCal on repeat with R. Doesn't even get anything off the back of it. No dragons, no heralds, nothing, no objectives, just murdering UCal's KDA. Could be pretty hilarious, but
that'd be pretty fun to watch. I'm here for that.
I'm here for that as well. But we'll see whether or not UCal can catch up. Right, he's trailing 1, so UCal have to win the series, and they have to pull out an MVP performance 2 times back to back. And to be fair, whenever TT are winning games, it's typically UCal who is carrying that mantle for TT.
Yeah, no kidding. UCal has absolutely been the star for TT. And I will say, I'm excited to see UCal versus Knight today. I feel like that's always going to be a bit of a banger. But I think the big thing about UCal is, he's been a big carry. You can see in the meta champs at the top of that list, he's really doing well. But he's also brought out the Akali once. He's brought out the Cassante mid, right? This is a guy that is willing to throw different things out in the right matchup. So I'm excited to see how TT are going to approach this one. Because as a big underdog, I would hope that they are willing to bring out something a little bit different. We've already seen the Rumble up top, and that has really been poking its head out. We saw it in LEC. We've seen it earlier this morning with the Rumble coming through as well. So wouldn't be too surprised to see something like that. Maybe some shenanigans to try and find this upset to round out the day. But it's that mid laner there on your screen that UCal has to go up against. And Knight, he's no fool.
No fool at all. Has been dominating the league and a majority of the mid lane matchups so far this split, as JDG have been in general, right? They've barely lost this time in the summer season, and yeah, there's not much to say. They are, by all intents and purposes, still, at least in many people's minds, the best team here in the LPL, right? Even though BLG have finished first with their record-breaking split, who was the one person, or the one team rather, that gave them that strike, that one loss? It was JDG. So anticipating that JDG are going to come in here and try and just, you know, make this be a series about just basically business as usual is what the motto of it will be most likely, right? They're not trying to make things very long. They are just trying to effectively close out their season as cleanly as possible. However, I will say, given we saw that slip up against IG, and yes, they've looked like, you know, normal since, and there's only been one series, I believe, since the IG series anyway. You never know. Maybe here against TT, when this match realistically doesn't mean too much for them either, they could have a little bit of fun, all right? They could flex their muscles and they could pull out a couple of champions which haven't necessarily been seen before yet.
I mean, as well, the IG incident, they also beat LNG, they also beat Weibo, so as far as I'm concerned, they even beat Ultra Prime. So as far as I'm concerned, IG might actually just be the best team in the LPL. Just got unlucky when it came to making it to playoffs, when it comes to, you know, the Asian games and things like that. Some controversy there, I feel. But, you know, a single extra win might have made IG in playoffs. That's really, really rough for IG, especially getting those upsets. Anyway, I'll move on. JDG, yeah, they did get upset by IG. They have had a couple of funky series recently, but I do still fundamentally believe this is an absolutely dominant team within the LPL. And I feel like today, I'm curious to see how JDG can convert against a team like TT where Knight is challenged, and how Kanavi plays out the map, because I feel like in a lot of matchups, Knight has had a lot of free roam to just get out on the map. He's such a dominant laner that quite often he'll find himself an advantage in lane, get out elsewhere on the map, and that's where the snowball begins. I don't think he'll be able to just pull that off for free against UCal.
No, I don't think so either. I feel like UCal has had, a very strong run of form into basically every lane that he's come up against, more or less so far, this split. So yeah, I agree. I feel like Knight might not get that same level of freedom because UCal will likely look to put a little bit of pressure onto JDG as a whole, but specifically, of course, Knight inside the laning phase. And I'm kind of curious about how TT as a whole are also going to approach the draft, but also specifically the mid lane matchup, because I feel like, for me, the biggest shining points of TT are when they come into these matchups against teams who I wouldn't necessarily even say are like super specialized, but they are either the underdog or, you know, they know that the enemy team has loads of different ways they can play, because TT then look to prep and actually pull out weirder drafts than their opponents a lot of the time. The big one that I'll always reference was last split when IG were on their big run of form at the start of spring. It was actually TT that kind of put them at a halt. TT prepped very, very extensively for that series, recognized, okay, these guys will just get run over by a double AD carry comp, and hey, look where we are now. We've run into this Tristana now. Tristana, I expect, going to be highly prioritized today as well amongst these teams. So for me, TT and UCal specifically, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to put him on that Tristana, or try and give him a laner which can gain priority early on and try and keep Knight on a leash.
We'll see if they can get him that priority. And again, TT, no slouches themselves. This is a team that got a win against JDG, got a win against OMG, took LNG to 3 series. Like, this is definitely a team that you can't underestimate coming in. And like you say, willing to bring out some wacky drafts, willing to change things up a bit as they move into the series. I do just worry about when you look at the map, like there are a couple of weak links on TT. There is a couple of lanes that can be exposed. And I feel like if there's one jungler in the league that is going to be more than willing to just sack the rest of the map and dominate a lane where he feels like they can get a big advantage, it's going to be Kanavi. And I do worry about, like, how much can UCal influence the game if, well, I mean, very much. He's influencing my heart. Forget the game. Forget everything I was saying. UCal's winning this one.
Yeah, I guess he might be. I do agree with you.
Cupid's arrow just struck me.
Oh, man.
He shot it.
He did shoot it, to be fair. I mean, yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I feel like Kanavi, and it's actually on the opposite end, at times been a criticism for him, right? Whenever he doesn't have winning lanes, he looks really lost. But when he's got winning lanes, man, this guy is just, he's like the Terminator, just on a mission. He knows where he has to be pretty much 24/7, and the execution very rarely falls short. So I am kind of worried about that, and I think you're probably leading on to the fact that I feel like it's probably the bottom lane, right? It's a 2v2 between 1xN and Yao Yao, which could potentially be a bit of an issue here on the bottom side. I feel like outside of lane, 1xN will likely perform quite well. I feel like 1xN's team fighting has been quite strong, but I mean, JDG, they are the team fighting kings of the LPL. So even if you have an okay laning matchup, it's going to be those bigger 5v5s, and when those skirmishes start to unfold, that's where the biggest issues will lie.
Yeah, it feels like... I mean, we've seen JDG fall behind in the early game. It's not like we've not seen situations like that. It's just, even then, a lot of the time, they still seem to win the games. That said, I will say, like, pretty much, I think literally 100% of the games that they've lost, it was a loss in the early game that led into a snowball. So I do feel like that is the surest way to victory. But like you say, there have been a lot of games where they did fall behind early and still managed to scrap their way towards a win. It'll all come down to the draft. They all step out onto the stage. And I'm sure feeling confident, home crowd with them, as you would expect.
As you would expect as well. And here he is, Knight. Big wave, big smile, big bow. And again, this will be our matchup that we're looking at the most. And I feel like JDG as a whole, I wouldn't say they've already reached their ceiling. I think that'll be a very poor way to phrase it, but more along the lines of, I feel like we start to see a couple of
their
hits,
ceiling has reached them.
Their ceiling has reached them. And you know, actually, that might be a better way to put it. They're approaching their ceiling, I feel like, because JDG over the last couple of weeks, I feel like have looked really confident in their drafts, and they've started to, you know, kind of branch their way out into different picks, which does make me wonder. Again, you know, in this series against TT, which is technically a nothing series, right? Like, for them, on both ends, it's just about score and pride, right? And in JDG's case, effectively just more practice. I wonder if they are willing to pull out something that they haven't actually shown yet, right? Because, again, to me, the sign of a team that is performing well already, and its overall development, is when they do start to bring out those off-meta picks, or those picks which are potentially higher execution threshold picks, right? And JDG were starting to do that. They were the first team in a Worlds qualifying region to pull out the Rel jungle, that is. They started whacking out Kanabi on Lilia as well. So I feel like they do have picks that they have potentially prepped and ready. And that's the kind of things that I'm looking up and eyeing up from the side of JDG, walking into today's series to see if they will actually practice these things here today.
Do you think that'll be the question, whether or not we do get the off-meta jungle picks? I would hope so. But equally, I do wonder, because, you know, playoffs is around the corner for JDG. They will have a bit of time off, but do they want to just, like, hold on to any info, right? Like, let's say they've been practicing Lilia a ton and actually it's smurfing in scrims. Do you then want to play that a bunch on stage and let everyone know that, hey, Lilia's really good, even though obviously we'll be on, well, theoretically be on a different patch for playoffs, depends if 13-13 can pull itself together. I guess we'll wait and see for that one. But yeah, like, do you actually pull any of the strats out, or do you just play full standard or full wacky, either way, just to try and, you know, conceal any strategies?
It's a double-edged sword, right? Like, it is a double-edged sword no matter how you slice it. It's like, okay, we either hide our strats for playoffs, or we, you know, we kind of just be Giga Chads and we just flex the stuff that we've got ready and we show the world. I do agree though, right? I feel like depending on, it's kind of like a scale, right? It's the level of spice that the pick is. Like, how much info do the teams really have about each other? Because at the end of the day, all of these teams do scrim each other to a point, right? And information will always be there in the back of your minds if you are scrimming each other, where you're like, I wonder if, you know, they're going to pull out XYZ pick because, you know, they did it once and twice in scrims and it looks pretty good. So you always have that in the back of your mind, right? That could always be a thing. I do agree with you though, right? You don't necessarily want to show your full deck. You don't want to show your full hand. So that could also just be the case here for JDG, right? Because at the end of the day, I feel like if you're going off expectations, as JDG, you probably just anticipate they could play a very standard game here today and push aside TT. It's not necessarily off the table either.
Yep, certainly not. Oh, that is a cool little ruler poster. Some nice bit of fan art in the crowd there. I like that. A big question actually for me today is, against RA in their most recent series, they subbed out Knight for game number 2, and LZQ got to step in and have his first ever LPL game with JD Gaming here in the Beijing home arena. They managed to win it, although he didn't necessarily have the greatest game of his life. I feel like there was a couple of errors there on the Jace, but I wonder if they will bring that out against UCal as well, because I feel like getting him a game against UCal would actually be really valuable practice and really valuable prep for LZQ. The series doesn't actually matter in terms of standings. You're not breaking any records. You're not, like, in the grand scheme of things, this series does not matter for JDG in terms of the tournament. So why not get LZQ a little bit more stage practice after you've won game 1? You can always bring Knight back in for game 3.
Yeah, I feel like, though, if you're going to do it, you do it in game 1, right? So
it's not what they did against RA.
It's not what they did against RA, I do agree. But I feel like if you were to do it here against TT, you'd do it in game 1. And then, you know, look to basically close out the series if the first game goes wrong, right? So we'll see how things come about. Interpicks and bans already flown through basically everything. What's caught your eye, Joe?
Maybe it's like you win game number 1, right? And then you play LZQ on the game where you don't have side selection because it's whatever. And then if you lose that one, you've got side selection, so you can like guarantee the win. Maybe that's the the line of logic. Let's talk about the draft though. As we're into this one, Ivan going to be taken off of the board, as well as the Vi from Kanavi. As LeBlanc going to come on through. The Tristana already removed though, so that lane matchup should be pretty peachy for UCal. As the Kaiser and Rel both available for JDG. The Rel most likely going down to missing. We have seen Kanavi play it, but let's be honest, the Rel jungle hasn't exactly caught on in the LPL.
No, it's not cool at all, right? It's basically just been Kanavi. I'm not sure if anyone else has pulled it out since. But for the side of TT, kind of surprised that they kind of pass over this Kaiser, right? I feel like as we've kind of moved on to these newer patches as well across the world, we start to see Kaiser priority pretty much no matter what, right? If it's up, it almost gets first picked regardless. But, you know, hey, give it to Ruler, I guess. We'll see how that one plays out for the bomb side matchup. TT, they've got themselves the Sejuani as well. I wonder if they'll go towards, you know, a Jax for Hoya or just go towards the Cassante. I think those are probably the two most likely options if they're comfortable giving up the bottom lane matchup for a few extra bans. It seems like, however, with the Hover, they may not be, and it will just be the Aphelios to match up towards the later stages of the game, and of course, the very early laning phase as well.
So now it goes with an Annie to answer, and the Aphelios easily 1xN's most comfortable champion. It's the pick that he's played the most across the course of the split so far. And we'll see what is going to happen in the top side, because I was thinking with the Sejuani locked in, which Baytron's most picked, I wouldn't have been surprised to see the Renekton prioritized there for Hoya instead of that Aphelios, but they're deciding that they want to go with that Aphelios first. But now, ban towards the bottom side, so maybe the top lane matchup can still be Renekton based up top, as no bans towards it yet.
Yeah, depends on how JDG are feeling, right? They've removed away the Alistar just because it's that lane matchup against Rel, which can sometimes be rough, and just generally the matchup overall throughout the course of the game. If they go towards the Braum ban, which is also a very viable one here, right? Melee support potentially into the Braum, plus the Sejuani sets up for a very hard to deal with team fight scenario, especially the very early skirmishes against the Permafrost and against the Concussive Blows. Could see that the Renekton is actually still left up for TT, which could give them that very strong top side of the map. They remove away the Nautilus, so the Braum option is still there for Yao Yao if he wants it. Of course, TT probably still operating under the assumption that this Rel can still be flexed. And I guess that'll be the big question now for JDG as well. Whether or not they hold on to the Rel flex, or whether or not they actually show their hands and go to the support matchup.
I do feel like the bad of the Alistar though, right? Like,
yeah,
you're taking Rel support. If you're banning Alistar, you're probably taking the Rel in support because the Alistar has such a good matchup into it. There's that Renekton we talked about. Taken off of the board. Doesn't want to give 369 that super strong laner. I don't think that'll be locked in. Yeah. Okay. Let's.
I mean, we've seen a little bit of a Mumu here and there, right? I think it was XL or something that did it in the LEC. I'm not saying it's, you know, yeah. I'm not saying it's like the strongest thing in the world, but on occasion it can definitely be a very, very strong looking jungler, such as the Belveth as well. Can be very strong if the spots are right for it. So very excited to see Kanavi pull that one out. It's not often that we get to see Belveth out of him. He's played it a good handful of times, if I recall correctly. But it's not something that's super common. But into something like the Sejuani, which can certainly be on the slower end of clears on occasion, and can certainly be outdone by the skirmishing power that Belveth can bring in the early stages at times. I'm excited to see Kanavi pilot this one.
Yeah, I'll have to see how this one's going to go down. I mean, Kanavi's Belveth is kind of cracked. We've seen glimpses of it. We've not seen enough of it to, like, really break it down. But, like, the game that we did see, that was kind of tasty. Didn't even die throughout the game. Like, it just dominated the entire Rift. So, I'm kind of here for it. And look, we said, look, is Kanavi going to bring out some funky picks? Is he going to bring out some fun? Yes, he is. The Belveth locked in. And Yao Yao going to go for that Leona. Try and shore up the bottom lane as 369 is put on duty. He'll be in absolute tears on the stage there. He knows that he's just clearing waves.
Man, I'm worried for TT because if JDG are locking in Ornn, I think they're trying to win the game really quickly. So,
Belveth with Ornn items. That feels a little scary.
What I will say though is that I think as far as the early laning phases are concerned, I feel like TT topside matchup should be Hoyos rather. UCal should win out, I think, in the early couple of levels, even against Annie. We'll see how it actually plays out. I feel like I've seen that matchup in terms of priority sway both ways. But also the bottom side of the matchup as well, I feel like can be kind of volatile. So Kanavi, in my mind, at least on paper, I feel like doesn't have the most stable lanes to work with priority, which is kind of what I feel like is the sort of keystone to running something like Belveth. Not that the Sejuani here is going to go super aggressive in, either on the side of TT to look for constant invades, but it's not necessarily the condition in which you typically see Belveth pulled out. We'll see whether or not it comes to bite JDG in the backside, but I feel like the likely answer is it won't. We'll see how TT pilot this early game.
We certainly will. JDG versus TT. And I feel like TT need to have a dominant early game. Like you're saying, the LeBlanc, the Cassante, they've got some strength in their roster. And the Sejuani can do such a good job of setting those lanes up as well. But can they shut down Kanavi on the Belveth? And we talked about MVPs. UCal on 10, Kanavi on 11 MVPs in second and third respectively. Kanavi going to be wanting to try and contend for that first place spot for MVPs. And in fact, he can't. This is his final series. And Scout is 3 points ahead of him. Scout on 14 MVPs this split.
Not bad from Scout. As isn't that adorable? Really throwing up the Gen G flare. That's great.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Everyone's friends on the Rift to start us off here today. And you would expect that, right? Like, this is not going to be the sweatiest game you've ever seen, I would think, since, like, literally, TT can't make playoffs. JDG can't not make top 2. We got a bit of a stack. Knight was on a ward, though. They're moving into a stacked up TT. This is the perfect start for TT. Knight going to be rooted up. Can they finish this one off? Yao Yao flashes forward, and it's first blood for UCal.
UCal gets first blood, and we spoke about this as being the key matchup as well. We might not be done. Missing Ruler, want the cheese in the tribe rush. Ruler's actually going to hit the Q quite early, so reveal themselves. Not look for any kind of unmount shenanigans. And hey, UCal picking up first blood forces the teleport out from Knight as well, so they can actually be here at level 1 for the laning phase. And with no flash, Beichuan could make a very early appearance towards the mid lane. Chains out from UCal, very, very solid. And they could look to snowball this mid lane now.
I'm here for it. UCal has absolutely been the main character for TT across the course of this split. So I feel like with him already having a kill, why not focus in towards him? He's not been able to go back and spend the gold, though. Although he should have an XP advantage in the mid lane. It shouldn't be so dramatic of a lead that Knight can't exist in the mid lane. So we'll have to see how that one's going to pan out. I'll keep my eyes on those CS numbers. I think that's where it's really going to show up.
Yeah, CS numbers. I think realistically, you're looking at like post first recall and how quickly that UCal can get the static shiv, right? Longsword start from LeBlanc, and that's pretty typical. Just to get to that static shiv ASAP, it's going to be about that timer, right? How soon will UCal hit that first item? Because that's when LeBlanc really gets unlocked on the map. And that's how, again, we were speaking about UCal finding a mid lane matchup where he can actually keep Knight down. This can be that matchup if he starts to snowball even further ahead.
Certainly could be. The LeBlanc, I mean, the LeBlanc just takes over games as well. We've seen it countless times across the course of the split. And I will say it's one of those champions that the win rate doesn't necessarily reflect its strength, because we've seen a lot of lower tier teams playing it that kind of tank the win rate for the top tier teams. But then when you see it in a good pair of hands, when you see it in the hands of someone who knows how to dominate on LeBlanc, knows how to use this static shiv effectively, it is just terrifying to witness. Looking towards Kanavi, though. He moves towards the bottom side of the map. All in on the bottom side. Level 3 hit for Missing and Ruler. 1xN forced away. Cleanse going to be burnt. 3 summoners on cooldown for TT.
If this just means a dive on the back end of this wave, then that's huge. Oh, Crazy even connects. So Kanavi could even just look to force the flash here from 1xN. Or just nearly kill him.
There's just nowhere to go. He can't flash because Kanavi can just follow him. Now Yao Yao still alive underneath the tower. Are they going to go for this? Of course they're going to go for this. Who am I talking about here? Ruler taking the tower up so Kanavi can get on out. It's just immaculate, isn't it?
Oh man, that was so well executed. They don't get 1xN's flash, but I mean, they kill him. He's going to miss the wave. And they get an additional kill on the back end for Ruler. Well played by JDG. And just clean execution through and through. Immediate replay. So it's actually just the trade first, and then we'll get towards the tower dive. Decent cleanse from 1xN to be able to just walk out of it, but still, right? At the end of the day, eats all of the damage from the trade. The extra W from Ruler can't be dodged out on, and then Kanavi dashes forward, drops the E. Of course, I think, if I recall correctly, the Belveth E deals more damage to the target the lower that they are. So being that low, he basically loses 100 HP instantly. And the walk back in is super clean. Ruler knows that he's only going to tank 2 tower shots, doesn't bother cleansing the ignite, doesn't bother flashing. Knows he's out. Now Kanavi, immediate path back down towards the bottom lane. The wave is slow pushing back out. So if Kanavi is, you know, just patient, he can just find another gank here onto Yao Yao, onto 1xN.
Missing has Hex Flash as well. Oh, 1xN, you're in so much trouble. Flashes out. Now they go on to Yao Yao instead. Stradi's on the way, but I don't think it's going to matter. Yao Yao's already gone. 1xN gets a route onto Missing. It's good damage in return, but hey, it's not going to answer a kill, is it?
No, it's not. Not in the slightest. Could even look for a wraparound.
Are they gonna...
These guys are being kind of aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, they were trying to crash the wave, but they might have overstepped this one, and now it's going to be Baytron pulled back into the play. Missing is low and taken down! 1xN with a gorgeous combo, and it's Baytron to pick up the kill. Hoya with an all-out, but I believe 369 just Bellows breathed it.
Yeah, either Bellows breathed it. Not entirely sure. If he didn't, then Hoya actually used the Unstoppable to also block the knock-up. Not sure which way the interaction went. A lot of Unstoppable in that lane when you think about it. Ruler.
Oh, Ruler. Has to cleanse. But he'll be okay.
He didn't cleanse the ignite earlier. That's what it was for.
True that.
He's always thinking ahead. All good for him. But
we say it as a joke, but honestly, yeah. Like, literally.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Like, if he doesn't hold the cleanse earlier, he's dead there. Kanavi, now just looking to another lane, is going to be on permagank duty today, apparently, on this Belveth. 1-0-2 already, but Baytron kind of matching him off the back of that bot lane play. He got the kill. How many times are we going to see top team players mess up the Rel wall jump? Like, I swear, I've seen more mess-ups of that than I've seen successful Rel wall jumps.
Munch, come on, be kind. Also, we got our answer in the picture-in-picture, by the way. All out was used by Hoya from underneath the tower, and then, yeah, used the Unstoppable to just stop himself from being knocked up by 369's ult. So that was what the exchange was.
Yeah, 369's doing a decent job in these trades, honestly.
Yeah, like, definitely is getting the Baron.
I'm not going to claim to be some kind of top lane expert, but I see Cassante, I assume it's a winning lane, you know? And I feel like 369, every time we look it up here, it does seem to be finding these brittle procs, finding his grasp procs. That's all he really wants. Just consistently finding those grasps that's a successful lane for him if he can do that.
Yeah, so as your resident Ornn Cassante expert, actually, yeah, it's a pretty rough lane for Ornn. Just because there's a lot of bits of your CC which can be dodged out on, right? Pathmaker can stop you from being knocked up by both the E knock-up, but of course the R. This time around, you see Hoya doesn't actually elect to use it. And you know what? That might be for good reason, as he's got now 3 members on the top side from JDG.
He's got no summoners. I mean, there's no way out of this one, is there? Hoya, he'll buffer a bit of CC, but that's another kill for Kanavi as well. This Belveth is going to be terrifying. He's 2-0-2 at 8 minutes in the game.
Yeah, and the worst part is Belveth is arguably the most terrifying jungler in the game when it comes to Snowball, right? Like, I can't think of another jungler in my mind which is as oppressive as this one.
I think the best way to describe
it, can't be killed.
She's like Master Yi, except actually good. You know, like she's like, she hyperscales in the way that Master Yi does, but isn't.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you play solo queue, right? You see Master Yi, you have no CC, and you're just pooping yourself. You're like, man, if he gets like even 2 kills before 10 minutes, this game is going to be hard. Belveth is basically Master Yi, who's not afraid of CC, because she's got damage reduction, she's got a lot of extra mobility, the knock up, the AoE kind of, you know, true damage execute from the R as well. So even if you try and dogpile her, if she still manages to pick up a kill amongst all of that mayhem, she's still gonna deal a bunch of damage.
Speaking of picking up kills, we said we were going to keep an eye on this mid lane matchup. Well, Yucal, he has got a CS lead, but that's about all
Looks like he's got
currently.
Shiv as well. With those components, we'll back for it. The issue is he's not going to have lane priority. Missing Knight, going to clear this one away so that Kanavi can get this Rift Herald. And of course, if you are unfamiliar with Bel'Veth, Herald gives her a buffed up version of her passive when she gets takedowns after 6. So it will spawn up those Void. Remora, I always forget the name, if she does secure it. And right now, TT a little bit too late to the party on this rotation.
As Herald taken, so expect fish across the map as we now have a Manta Ray in our midst. Kanavi just continued to dominate in terms of control of the map. It feels like Beichuan, he had that one answer in the bottom side, but generally speaking, it feels a little bit solo QE, which sounds disrespectful, but honestly, Kanavi has just been walking around, taking what he wants. TT managed to get the Drake when Kanavi went up to that top side, but it was in response to Hoya going down. Now Beichuan offering up top in case Kanavi wanted to go here for the Herald, but Kanavi in the meantime has actually gone for a reset. 369 in trouble. Oh no! Hoya punted 369 out of the way, so Beichuan's ult went wide. It's a disaster.
That's the level of anti-synergy you don't get to see often. 369, he doesn't have teleport. I think he's gonna have to. He might. Done.
Oh wait, Mystic's gonna get him out! Mystic's gonna get him out!
Done.
Oh my god, he goes to the last code. Yukal's trying to chase with the chains, but he's out of there! Mystic saves the day! Oh no. Wait, it's not Mission Impossible.
It's not even over. It's
Mission Impossible.
It's a bot lane roam.
It was all to self the dive.
No.
What extent is absolutely bodied. What is that? JDG,
Oh my
insane.
That's criminal. Absolutely criminal from 369. So
I just
not.
I don't even have words, man. Like, what do you say? Like, that was 369 getting caught out. The sheer anti-synergy from TT. And he just waltzes through the enemy jungle into bot lane and dives. Like, how many teams in the world do you get this level of shenanigans from? I just love it.
If that isn't, you know, just video evidence that bot lane is underpowered, I don't know. I'm kidding. But like,
top lane's too strong, guys.
Top lane's too strong. Nerf it. We need to nerf it again. Just keep, you know, keep making bot lane more important. Oh wow. I mean, jokes aside, that's kind of hilarious. Hoya did technically get a lot of free time up in the top side, right? He crashed a wave. He got maybe 1 or 2 plates. I'm not sure if it was 1 or 2. So he does have the Frozen Fist now. However, 369 doesn't care. He's playing Ornn, and also it's just a tank versus tank matchup, and a lot of other things are happening on the map right now, including Kanavi on the hunt with this empowered form, wants a fight, and he's going to find one.
Yeah, they're going to happily go into this one. Kanavi's the target. Solar Flare comes down, and Yucal in to finish it off. Beichuan gets the kill there. Not ideal. Missing over the wall, but chased by Beichuan. Stun should come in, and Knight, I think, realizes you cannot save your support on this one. 369 may have got away with murder, but Kanavi missing won't.
No, they definitely won't. They don't have the same Tom Cruise swagger that 369 does, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
they will be
can you
caught out.
imagine Ornn doing the Tom Cruise run? Like 50 miles an hour, just like sprinting. He kind of, that's his dance, right? He does like the running man, doesn't he?
He does the running man, yeah. You know, I was just thinking, like, I don't know why, but I think in the newest trailers for the latest Mission Impossible films, Tom Cruise loves being on a bike. I just imagine Ornn on, like, a proper, like, chopper, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know why, like sunglasses, leather jacket.
Yeah, I can see it.
Like Crash Bandicoot 3 type vibes. If you know, you know.
I do not know.
Yeah. You don't know? You don't know Crash Bandicoot 1? Come on, you're older than that. That's a game from your
played
generation.
Crash Bandicoot.
Man.
I have no
recollection.
Motorbike, like, link there.
I mean, it was like the whole marketing thing from Crash 3. Anyway, Kanavi's probably going to buy Merc Treads. I think that's the summarization of that play. It's just about when he decides to do it. Went towards the Kraken Slayer first. Kind of interesting. Variant of the build. I wonder where he's going next, because Kindle Gem Longsword, there's a couple of different things I could build into. First thing that comes to mind is definitely the Black Cleaver. And with the amount of frontline on the side of JDG, wouldn't be too surprised. Speaking of frontline, we're seeing a battle of the frontline in the top side. And he just walks away.
You can't get him. You just can't get him. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how many players you send. 369 just walks it on out. Yeah, this is tough. The thing is, TT are actually doing really well in this game. They're not that far behind what said. Going to get a bunch of gold up top on this tower onto the Aphelios. Like, that feels pretty good. He's down in CS. Yeah, he's behind Ruler, but like the amount of times he's been dived this game, I think he's doing a pretty good job just to exist at all. But like, when you look at the gold, it's touching distance right now. But when you look at where people are on the map and how the game is being played out, it doesn't feel like the gold's in touching distance.
No, the big problem is that JDG are such a strong team fighting team that even if they're just into Kanavi.
Oh, gets caught mid-dash here. It's a great little combo. And Kanavi disrespecting the engage. This Leona Sejuani is terrifying.
Yeah, they're walking around like a death squad right now. Beichuan and Yao Yao. And like I was saying, the reason why we may not be giving as much, how do I say, you know, sort of praise in a way, I suppose, to TT, is simply because we have seen JDG come back from like 5k gold deficits at times. And it's just like, yeah, that's JDG. That's just how things are here. So we need to continue to see Beichuan and Yao actually kind of just walk around the map right now whilst it's open, right? Whilst it's not just about fighting for the objectives on spawn. And looking for these picks, and then turn them into objectives on the back end. Like this tower down here, if they're going to give up this Herald for it, which, you know, against the Belveth, bold strategy, Cotton, but I can respect the want and the need to get the immediate cash injection from these map plays.
Yeah, won't be able to quite finish the tower off, but on this next wave, should be able to do so. Like you say, we've not been super complimentary to TT just yet, but they have been getting styled on by 369 all game long. And once again, 4 players on the bottom side. 369 walks away with his life. Did have to flash this time at least. There's tower in the bottom side in trade for the Herald. Knight will be finishing off the tier 1 up top as well. So all things considered, still a positive trade for JDG.
Still up trading at the end of the day. It's 1-for-1 in the towers. Jungle Camp's going to go over to Kanavi as well. Life feels good. I'm actually really curious. I want to see this pop-up drop down. Double longsword, so I think Kanavi is going towards Black Cleaver, which then makes me ponder what his mythic is going to end up being. We'll see. I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Dropping the Herald in the mid lane. They just want this tower dead, to be fair, below 50%. Crash will get it. What do TT do in response though, right? Collapse, pincer a little bit from all sides.
Beichuan, they're onto missing here, but he manages to dash out, and Kanavi trying to re-engage as well. Hoya out of the play here. JDG, this is only 4 players, and they're posturing like they want the fight anyway. TT denied that 5v4 that they were looking for. 369, he just farmed away.
Yeah, 369, very happy to just sit on the side lane whilst his team get engaged on. Understands that realistically they either only lose missing or they lose no one in that exchange, and it was the latter for JDG, so very happy to just pick up that tier 1. We haven't really touched on it either, but it's just the Cloud Rift and Assault. And I feel like this game, it's not the highest yield, you know, combat soul in the world. Sometimes you see Cloud Souls, which are really powerful because there's, I don't know, there's like Olaf, Rakan, the rare Aatrox, I don't know, stuff like that. Really utilize it quite well, but there is none of those champions in this game. I feel like only really Hoya gets a big amount of use out of getting that much movement speed after casting his ultimate. So I don't necessarily know, Joe, whether or not these two teams are even going to be willing to contest every single dragon. They might, because it's the LPL after all, but don't be too surprised if we get a bit of a slow mid-game here where both sides are just kind of poking and prodding, kind of playing cross-map and looking to trade as much as they can in the gold department.
It does feel like a lot of the time with JDG too, it's like nothing will happen for a very long time and then suddenly the game ends. Like that's the pacing for a lot of JDG games where they slowly but surely build up a lead, and you can see that they are slowly but surely doing that now, 1,000 gold ahead. And then suddenly they find an opportunity where the enemy team has stepped out of position at the wrong moment, and suddenly JDG just take 3 inhibitors, or just finish the game, or take an Elder Dragon and just blow the game wide open. So you've always got to be nervous. You've always got to be cautious. And TT, you've got to keep yourself buttoned up here. You cannot afford to make any silly little mistakes, because there is no little mistake against JDG.
No. You give an inch, and they'll take the entire game. We've seen it a couple of times recently. Their most recent series, I'm forgetting who it was against, but like they were down. Like, was it RA? It was RA, yeah. Like
RA,
they're actually struggling in the early stages against RA, and then they just end up winning a fight in the mid lane, and then just winning the game because they have a wave, and it was like 28 minutes, so the death timers were just about long enough for that to happen. Knight has missing in his back pocket, and the teleport comes out instantly.
I think Knight will be okay. I'm not sure the teleport was even needed. Beitron.
Nope, I don't think it was. But,
dodges that on Knight's behalf. Hoya, yeah, you've got 2 AD carries. I guess one's an AP carry, really. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Big damage coming out. Ruler with a 3rd kill. That's his hat trick on the board now as Beitron tries to answer onto missing. But 369's here too. And I think this is one of the things about JDG that makes it so hard to beat them is it's always... It feels like they make a winning play on one side of the map and then don't lose the play on the other side of the map. And that is terrifying. I say that, though. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Missing flashes over the wall towards Kanavi here. Solar Flare kind of wasted as Knight joins the play as well. UCal chased out of the top side. And here comes Ruler. He's got his killer instinct online and ready. Is that the real one? No, okay. There's TP going on in the meantime. Drops the emote. It's because the vision was dropped by the observers. I was like, wait a second, the clone vanished. That's the real one. Why is he stood still? He even got me.
So strange. Yeah, I mean, hey, you know. Oh yeah, at the end of the day. Good escape.
Classic misdirection.
It's all smoke and mirrors, UCal says. Makes his way out. I'm waiting to see a little bit more side lane pressure from UCal, right? He's got the Night Harvester now as well. It's typically when we start to see the block. Once he put ahead, quite far ahead, right? Just being able to freely farm up so much. I feel like that was one of the big weaknesses from LeBlanc back in the day, was sometimes just CSing with her was difficult, right? Like, it was genuinely very hard to last hit. I feel like Shiv being able to last hit so much for you as well. We've been seeing LeBlanc set are far more accelerated than we're used to as far as the traditional used to go.
Yeah.
Kind of
That said,
on pace for the game.
It does feel like this build doesn't have quite the same level of late game strength than the classic, just pure AP builds. But I mean, it's still pretty strong. It's still pretty scary, especially if you're an AD carry.
Oh, teleport from Hoya. Who are they fishing for? Are they fishing for anyone? I'm gonna find Kanavi.
All game, they have just been hunting Kanavi, and, you know, I like it as a strategy. He is the core of this composition. He's still surviving, though. Flash is ignited, though, and will be taken down. Now, can JDG answer onto the rest of the team? Hoya's low. Ruler not going to commit to that one. Oh, nearly finds another as they go onto Beitron instead. That's half of his health gone. They have so much burst damage. This is 4v5, and they're still chasing for more. There's another flash going to be burnt out here. Missing just charging forwards. Call of the Forge God to run Yao Yao down. And 4v5, JDG still find the fight.
It's so insane that JDG are able to find these angles time and time again. 4 versus 5, they don't care. Still turn and burn. And the reset's coming in from TT. Do they just stop this Baron? The answer is no.
Oh, apparently Jamada's signal is not going super good. So I'm going to solo cast for a little bit until I'm told otherwise. So welcome to the Munchables podcast, where we're going to talk about TT and JDG. With Baron up on the map here, Kanavi back up to the top side. We'll see if JDG are willing to do anything crazy. I thought they would maybe go for the Baron off the back of the 4v5. This is going to be a 5v5, and I'm not sure that favors TT at this point, since the 4v5 was won by JDG. Drake coming up soon as well as UCal doesn't get stunned. Knight didn't quite have his passive up there. Shivs galore as we just full ARAM. Just send it down mid lane, lads. Everybody fighting over that wave. JDG now grab themselves control of the river. UCal wants a bit of damage, but stunned up by Knight. And I will say, I've just thought of a combo. Knight gets the stun onto LeBlanc as she jumps over for the Shiv damage. And then Ruler finds a W off the back of the stun. That sounds pretty scary to me. This Shiv is getting some damage done. But Hoya is so low. Call of the Forge God across the team as they charge up forwards. Baytron forced to flash. I feel like everybody is being forced to flash on the side of TT. It's actually just Yao Yao and Baytron, but it feels like every time TT try and make something happen, one of them has to flash away. Now, with Drake spawning, Kanavi will be happy to grab his third of the game here. I'm not sure what has happened to Jamada, the poor lad. I bet Scruffy's eating him. We all heard he's got a dog in him the other day. I reckon Scruffy's got out. Dog is out. Actually, I think he's lagging is the real answer, but that's not quite as entertaining, is it, if he's lagging? UCal did not zip back. Knight trying to be cheeky with it, but decides to leave in the end. I feel like Kanavi has spent more time in Baytron's jungle than he has in his own. Look at that, 50 CS lead in the jungle. It was that Black Cleaver that Jamada was reminiscing about, ruminating about earlier. TT finally getting some Baron vision. Resets for JDG and TT. They're like, you know what? Let's just start the Baron off. Let's get this game going. And Kanavi makes a beeline over. 369 has TP available. So does Knight, who's finishing a recall. And there we go. Double TP on this ward. Missing protecting it for the solo laners to get in. TT, you've got 2 TPs out of it, but can you find a fight here? Hoya, meant to be the front line, but he don't feel that tanky right now. Kicked out. Blastcone to safety. They're on the wrong side of the pit right now. JDG could just run towards the mid lane here. Like, they don't have to respect TT if they don't want to. That wave going to be primed and ready. I think Ruler just going to clear that and rejoin the team, and in fact going to go for a reset. As Hoya charges in. 369 takes a bit of damage. Hey, it's a little bit of a bonus for TT. Hey, did some damage to Ornn. They've seen this before though, haven't they? They've done some damage to Ornn a few times this game. They've just never actually finished the job. By the way, Leandri's picked up by Knight and it's upgraded as well. That is a lot of damage on the Annie. There's Baron down to 7k. Can they do it this time around? It's 3v5 as 369 pulled in. They'll finish the Ornn off. Finally, will they get the kill onto the Ornn? But at what cost? 1xN finishing another one off as Kanavi tries to chase him down. Knight chasing as well. It's 2 for 3. There's the knock-up and the finish off. The Manta Ray fully in charge. And that'll be Baron for JDG. Beautiful stuff. And the fight felt like it could have been beautiful. But everything blown onto 369. It's just not the way you're going to win this one. UCal trying to be a nuisance. They're all in the pit, and the Static Shiv actually doing a lot of work. UCal, this is the hero moment against JDG. Missing. Goes wide on the Magnet Storm. Baron taken. Can UCal finish the 1v3, though? Jumps back in for more Shiv damage, but just doesn't have enough in the tank to finish any kills off. JDG, they walk away with a Baron, a 5k gold lead. And we're into the replay. Over to you, Analysis Munch. Thank you, Commentary Munch. As 369 steps on forwards. Look at everything being blown onto this Ornn. The all-out comes out. The Solar Flare is there. The whole combo from UCal. And then the Tibbers from Knight. Just denies everything. And yeah, UCal finishes the job, but the rest of the team just dive on in off the back of Knight's ulti. Ruler got turned into marmalade at some point during all of that. Paddington Bear would be proud. Well, there we go. 11-8 as we lower the tone to build some suspense in the game. Kanavi has found UCal. The MVP off begins in the top side as JDG starts to push down the mid lane. This is sounding less like suspense and more like David Attenborough. As you see, the TT are a humble creature, farming in the mid lane. As JDG, the predator in the situation. But maybe the prey, as Knight forced to turn golden. The knockups come out from JDG. Infernum across the team, but they just don't have the damage to actually kill anyone. 1xN alone in the world and taken down by the predator. The JDG bites and the poison sinks in. Ruler with a long-range snipe for the triple kill. And UCal left alone wondering, why am I on this team? Ruler, actually, I was going to say in trouble, but actually just has us on yours. And the snipe isn't going to land. UCal gets out. But in the meantime, Kanavi, look at the fish. Look how many fish he has. What is going on? He's got an entire army. They're playing PvE at this point. Kanavi, raid boss, and they need to deal with the ads. Good Lord. Knockups across the team as well. TT are done for. JDG. Absolutely shrekking him. More JDG emotes come out as the Nexus will fall. And my goodness, that was a game. That was definitely a game of League of Legends. TT, to be fair to them, did pretty well in the early game, and I like that they were still fighting them. I like that they were still trying to bring more to the table, but at the end of the day, it's JDG. And there's only so much you can do against JDG. There are very few teams that have been able to stand up to that roster. And yeah, as you can see, I'm here with Shimada. He's looking awfully rigid today. He's not feeling very talkative, which I will say, not feeling talkative as a commentator, not a great trait. Not a great trait, Shimada, but I think he's restarting his PC currently. I think basically everything is set on fire, and he's having a technical nightmare. It's like being back with the Daggertron, honestly. This takes me back to casting with the Daggertron, where everything would go wrong every single cast. But yeah, pretty good game from JDG. There are literally 0 stakes in this one, but in the next series there'll be stakes. OMG, make sure you're watching that one, because that one actually matters for the LPL. This one, TT trying to show up, trying to do their due diligence here, and JDG. I mean, Kanavi bringing out the Belveth, I'm here for it. I want to see that in playoffs, because I feel like we've seen it twice now. And both times he's absolutely smurfed all game. And sure, he went a little over aggressive, and TT did a good job of punishing him in the mid game, but still was a massive carry throughout the game. Still, when we got to late game team fights, was absolutely terrifying. So, yeah, I'd love to see more Belveth. I don't know about you guys. Let me know in the chat. Do you want to see more Belveth? I feel like whenever you get into solo casting, like solo casting is fine in the game, and then you get to this bit. And normally this is a conversation with another person about the game. But when you're just monologuing about it, I feel like this is like a co-stream at this point, where I'm just, like, if it's Caedrel or Dom or someone, they just pull up a montage. They don't even talk in this bit. They just watch, like, some Lee Sin montage or some crap like that, or go through Reddit. I have to actually talk about the game. What do I talk about on my own? I can't have a conversation on my own. I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh! Jamada's back! Oh, he's not back on VMix. He's on VOOV. I could hear Jamada. You guys can't hear Jamada. Maybe I've just got voices in my head. I just said I may be going crazy, and then I've started talking to someone that you guys can't hear. So I don't think I'm doing myself any favors here. But yeah, JDG, pretty good at League of Legends. I don't know if anyone's ever come to that conclusion yet, that they might be quite good. But yeah, I will say, BLG with a better record than them across the split. Maybe there's a challenge to the Grand Slam. I hope so. Because, man, if I have to watch another BLG JDG series where it looks competitive, but then JDG actually kind of smash them, we've seen it 6 times this year. Come on, BLG. Show us something more. I believe in BLG. I really want BLG to challenge them. But equally, I kind of want to see the Golden Road. We've never seen it before in League of Legends. I feel like JDG is this roster that could make it happen. I've been tweeting about it all year. Like, I really do feel like JDG is maybe... they have the potential to be the best roster of all time if they can like finish this out, if they can continue with the way that they've been going. But I feel like we've not seen them have a serious series in a long time. I feel like they've looked a bit dodgy the last week or two, but you know, how much does them playing against bottom teams and not really trying super hard matter? Like when it gets to top 4 and we're in the best 5s, that's when we can really judge this team. I feel like the last couple of weeks are kind of whatever. Ruler topping the damage. Good stuff from him. How the hell did 369 do more damage than Kanavi on Belveth? That is something else.
Funny,
All
isn't it?
things.
I'm back. I think. I got the thumbs up from our producer, so I'm assuming I'm here. A rare internet dropout for me, but it happens to the best of us. Maybe good old Dagda. You know, I don't know if he was around.
The Daggertron.
Yeah, maybe he came back and returned. The curse is always prominent. Sorry about that, Joe. I'm sure you had an immense amount of fun watching JDG close out that game. as the trend seemed to be going that way once I
Mate,
left.
if there's one thing in this life I love, it's watching top LPL teams punch down on bottom of the table teams at the end of the year when the standings don't matter anymore. That's one of my personal pleasures.
So you just like watching bullying because you heard it here first from Joe Munchables Fenny. That's how he likes to get down. But yeah, I'm sure that there was loads of wonderful execution on the back end of that one, and JDG did a good job of stopping. I mean, predominantly it was like Beichuan and Yao Yao on that death roaming squad, and of course Yukao on the side lane. How did they end the game, Joe? How did it go? How did it look? Paint the picture for me real quick in like 2 sentences.
There was a big fight in mid lane, but Kanavi basically didn't participate in, and Kanavi with Baron buff just walked down top, took all of the towers, and ended up with like 1 billion fish, and Baroned up all of the fish, and then it was like PvE raid boss, like 1 million ads. It was like you're fighting a Nixia, and someone's run through all of the eggs, and nobody's dealing with the ads, and it's just little whelplings everywhere. That was, yeah, Kanavi is an Nixia, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you for the summary. It seems about right. Belveth is really stupid when she gets ahead, so I'm not surprised once the Baron came in, and that's how things rolled out. And hey, I kind of requested a funkier set of champions, I suppose. We got the Belveth. It's something that we've already seen from Kanavi, though, so hey, I'm kind of glad to see that they are stretching their legs, and hopefully, moving into this game number 2, they can continue to do that, and also TT can maybe find that same level of pace that they were starting to set in the early game, where they were actually finding quite a few picks onto JDG.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm certainly hoping so. Let's see a little bit more for Game 2 TT. Let's see what they can do with the early game. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll head to our second game.
그러다가 LPL도 잘 이겼어요. 아니 근데 지금 전체력이 아니 그리고 들어갑니다. 페이지가 아니 그럼 여기라도 근데 페이지가 달라붙어 페이지를 뇌진탕 먹었고요. 여기 3분 흡수 트리플 K 아니 한타 어그로 핑퐁을 도라니 치다가 일단 뒤로 넘어가 딜라이 다시 넘어가면 아니 찍어야 펜타킬
You wanna know where I am? You wanna know exactly what goes on? If you stand where I stand.
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's the kill! And Yukao, the saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertack Gaming, comes up big again.
このテレポートを守るためか怒りなき間のバックライン発射そこに合わせのポンプブロッサムただフェザーストームでよけていますがアリアを捉えることには成功しているただイコライザーものすごく痛いそれに合わせてもう一度アーム3番ロックアップさああとは体力の杭ひろきとそしてワシダイはタワーダイブで倒してエース獲得デトネーション大霞
Odi que quiere ganar, Odi se quiere meter, ya lo marcó, tiene onda Sonic, un poquito más abajo, cuidado con Bong, el doble knockup, se hace de Orozo, el tormenta de plumas de Seo, entra Odi, vamos adelante, Furia de Dragón, cuidado porque no aparece la balanza ahora sí, y porque se le cuchilla por parte de Seo, hace una vaca, doble, del pibe argentino y se queda con el baronacho, la 10, se lo roba, Movito en R7, triple asesinante quiere más, está loco el pibe de Argentina, cuádruple, va a ser el penta, tiene que saltar, no da las plumas, no se puede creer, exterminio de Movistar R7 y casi penta de Seo.
R7, el actual campeón que está destruyendo la segunda estructura que está defendiendo el Nexo.
계속 마카의 위치에 계속 보였어요 와드 뒤쪽에 인터가 안 했는데
영재가
타이밍 잘 잡았거든요
예 뒤로 한번 그냥 맞기를
그냥 맞기를
우와 쇼메이커
E o Nossa acaba ficando com a eliminação. Desconta agora na mesma moeda. A Liberty vai perseguindo. De novo no contra-ataque, como tem sido o jogo inteiro. E agora pode ser crítico na equipe da Fúria. Olha o Betão! Neutraliza. Caiu um, cai dois. Pode cair o terceiro. Pode ter sido o momento do começo da virada da Fúria. Será que dá?
you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing.
Welcome back, everybody, as we head towards our second game of our second series here at the LPL. We're still in Beijing at JDG's arena, as you can see very clearly in JDG's arena in Beijing. I'm joined by Jamada, or am I joined by Jamada, who
You would have thought they
ruthlessly
would have given
abandoned me during the
They would have
previous
given me
game?
a black and a red background. I didn't ruthlessly abandon you. Let's not put words
Unbelievable.
in.
Unbelievable.
Whoa, buddy. First off, it's just how remote casting is on occasion. Internet just died. I'm not sure why. It's really weird.
I wasn't actually. You don't actually have to explain yourself. I was only
I
joking,
know,
mate.
but what was really weird is the entire setup to how we normally do these remote casts stayed working on my end. So I was really confused because nothing indicated I was gone. Anyway, technicalities of our job aside, this wasn't really much technicality. 369 getting MVP. I was gonna say he was the GOAT, but he was actually playing the
He literally was the GOAT, and still is the GOAT, and forever will be the GOAT unless you involve other players in the conversation, and then it gets a little tangled in the weeds. But this game, he was the GOAT, that's for sure. And this was just beautiful. The escape all the way from topside. I wish we could have seen. Honestly, I would rather see that entire clip than highlights of the whole game, to be honest. But fantastic stuff from 369. Everyone putting everything on him during this team fight, and it sets up for Knight to carry things out. Just a beautiful game for 369 in general.
Yeah, through and through. Really solid laning phase, really solid engages, great top to bot roam. Honestly, I'm just gonna say this. I don't know why more teams don't just play Ornn. There's a really big lack of Ornn in this meta.
Yeah.
I feel like considering we're in, and we were in, and even whilst we were in that side of the meta, like the full-blown AD carry, like bot lane is everything meta, that we didn't see more of it, because it's one of the few champions that can genuinely, from 2 screens away, get summoner spells. Like, there's no other champion in the game that can just do that, right? When you really sit down and try and think about it. So, great stuff from 369, and just made everyone's life kind of borderline miserable, because that is the kind of champion that On can be when you've got that level of setup around it as well. So, good job 369. Now it's about game number 2 and how JDG are looking to approach it, but I think more importantly, how TT are looking to approach it and whether or not they can actually claw this one back.
Yeah, that'd be the question, is how does TT do on the red side now as JDG moving over to the blue side? I am curious what the draft is going to look like, whether they get the LeBlanc or whether they even prioritize the LeBlanc. I don't feel like UCal, even after getting first blood right at the very start of the game, having an early lane advantage. Like, we talked about JDG and how they were going to try and play things out and how UCal was going to be a thorn in their side. Well, UCal was pretty quiet, honestly. Like, JDG just played everywhere that UCal wasn't. They just avoided the LeBlanc, and it kind of worked beautifully, honestly.
Yeah, and it's strange because typically, like, LeBlanc will clear waves so quickly that you can't actually ignore her on a side lane. But it felt like you're right. Like, JDG just kind of went where UCal wasn't, and that was enough. Like, UCal could never really get enough cleaned up on the side lane to really pull ahead and make a massive lead actually kind of be accumulated on those side lanes like we so often do from the LeBlancs. So I wonder how much JDG actually care about it and whether or not they're actually just happy to give it back over to UCal if it means they just get the Annie matchup again for the greater team fight sort of setup of the team. Because I feel like, again, for JDG, unless they're looking to pull out something really weird and wacky here, they don't really seem to care too much about the amount of power picks that end up in the hands of TT, right? They had the Cassante alongside the Sejuani, right? Cassante obviously in his own right, very powerful, but we often saw throughout a lot of like MSI and also just throughout this year, Sejuani plus Cassante is one of the strongest and most immovable top side matchups that you can run into. So JDG clearly unbothered. We'll see how unbothered they are as we're here in Picks and Bans. TT don't want to give Knight his LeBlanc. They banned that one away, so LeBlanc out of the equation entirely.
Tristana taken off as well as the response, so both the shiv mids, as it were, will be removed. I like the Sejuani ban towards Beige One as well. I feel like that has been, it's not even a feel like, it just has been his go-to across the course of the year. Like 12 games, 13 if you include that last one, on the Sejuani. It's very comfortably his most played jungler, next up being Wukong, and then you get into the weeds a little bit. The Ivan respect ban again against Kanavi. I love that everyone just has to respect ban Ivan against Kanavi now. Like, that is just so funny to me that we've got to a point where, like, just for context, while JDG haven't won every Ivan game, they've played 3, they've won 2. Guess what Kanavi's KDA is over those 3 games, including a loss?
Upwards of 20.
It's 51.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, really, it's fine.
Kanavi's KDA on Ivan is 51.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. No, it's fine. 51 KDA, yeah, really chill. But yeah, that's why Kanavi is drawing the Ivan bans. Yeah, and I will say, as the, I called myself a top lane expert recently because I've been playing a bunch of top lane, but also Ivern is probably my second most played champ of all time. I've got to give Kanavi the thumbs up, right? I've run the gauntlet of EUS solo queue for many years, and I will say Kanavi makes the champion look even more broken than it currently is. So TT, just pay the respect, and hey, they've got a tree of their own now. They banned away Ivern so they could go Maokai. So maybe that's what the angle was the entire time. Got the Jace alongside it, very true and tested pair that we know and are very familiar with. Will JDG go with the Rakan alongside this, or they look towards the Rel? I feel like those are the realistic pairings that are likely to come out from missing here. They forego their jungle and their top, and they look to lock that one in on 4 and 5. And TT, I imagine, will likely look towards Hoya's pick if they want the Cassante, or they'll look at something like the Aphelios Hornexen again.
Really strong bottom lane here for JDG, and it does give me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies for Hornexen and Yao Yao, but the Ziggs going to be locked in just to try and clear waves and keep himself safe down in that bottom side. As a lot of range locked in for TT, like already massive poke composition with 3 champions that are going to do a lot of poke from, like the other end of the. You said, like, you were saying before that Ornn was one of the only champions that could get some of the spells from 2 screens away. Ziggs falls into that category too.
Oh yeah, he definitely can, right? Like if you're low and you see that Mega Inferno Bomb icon on the floor, you need to get out of dodge. Especially in the later stages where like you won't even get clipped by the inside, right? You'll get just clipped by the outside and you just lose like 700, 800 HP and like, okay, yeah, that was fine when you're playing a squishy champ. We'll see how TT get on with this pick. Very poke orientated. I think immediately what I'm seeing here is that it's going to be very, very important for the side of TT to be inside the objective first, right? At the river, setting up and making JDG have to walk into you, right? With all of the saplings, the shock blast, all of the zone control that Ziggs can leave on the floor between the mines and the satchel. You realistically don't ever want to be walking into what could be a death trap from JDG when they've got the Rakan and they've got the Nico. So that's going to be one of the very important win conditions inside of this game. TT, however, focusing back on the draft, removing away engage options, not too surprised. I wonder if they're going to kind of all in on this kind of like poke composition in the sense of, all right, now we're looking for disengage and more frontline from the side of TT. Something that can deal very handedly with the Rakan Xayah inside of lane. You could look at something like Rel. Renekton can kind of be a bodyguard, so I wouldn't mind it. And also just strength of champion, right? Denying that away from JDG. Also a very potent idea, and that's what TT are going to land on.
I wonder what these drafts would look like if they were run by AI. Like if you just machine learninged League of Legends draft and games for like 1 billion generations on the same patch. I wonder what 12-12 would look like. Because I feel like we've been on 12-12 for quite a while at this point, and it's still been all over the place. Like we're getting a Ziggs in this one, Xayah Rakan, which like we sometimes see, but it's rare that we actually get the pairing. Like I really wonder what on earth the patch would look like if we like put it to the nth degree, like a million years of it kind of thing. Oh, Kanavi Lee Sin, this vintage.
All right, very vintage, before my time, well before it. Looking forward to this one. Lee Sin, not something we see like super often. As I say it, I feel like in the last couple of days, I've seen a bunch of Lee Sin come out from quite a few of our name brand junglers here in the LPL. So excited to see what Kanavi will get done. A lot of playmaking potential, and you know, into a poke composition, having that kind of level of flexibility that Lee Sin can have in terms of his angles of engage is huge. So looking forward to that. 369 goes towards his very, very known Nah, and then Yao Yao gives us a Blitzcrank. So basically it's just pick and poke from TT, and from JDG, a lot of engage, a fair amount of disengage as well, a lot of flexibility, but generally team fighting will be the name of the game.
So Kanavi's Lee Sin in 2021 was, Dagda reckoned, I'm going to quote him on this, Dagda reckoned that in 2021 Kanavi was the best Lee Sin in the world at the time. I have a tweet of Kanavi's Lee Sin I've just retweeted again because I've had it bookmarked for years at this point, where he tries to 1v1 a Renekton, flies in and just gets shreked. So you really can get both ends of Kanavi's Lee Sin. It's always fun to watch. It is always fun to watch. He's an absolute playmaker at heart. He's got insane mechanics on the pick, and I can't wait to see it. I'm loving this composition, though, from the side of TT. A very different look at how to approach beating JDG. You can't lose a fight to JDG if they're never in range to damage you. Smart stuff.
True. You know, it is a very coveted thing, range in competitive League of Legends, and JDG's ways of engaging mildly limited, right? They've got the Rakan. That's kind of it, right? Other than that, you really have to throw your body in there, and hell, Rakan has to throw his body in there to make an engage work anyway. Let's see how things go for JDG in this game too. And whether or not they can close out. If they start to lose control of the early game, things will start to get very difficult. TT's composition very much designed for objective snowball specifically.
Yeah, it certainly is. Look at it, Yao Yao as well on the Blitzcrank. Oh, wait. It's not 2 Shens. It's 2 Lee Sins. Oh, dear. Knight moving up to the top side. Getting a little cheeky with it. Okay, he's just looking to see if Hoya's there.
If you could get, yeah, a little bit of poke damage. Not bad. Ooh, TT, what's going on up here? We looking for something schmancy? Oh, no. Okay, he missed time. He missed you could see it happening, though, couldn't you? You really could.
A valiant effort. A valiant effort. But, you know, it doesn't work out. Not all great things can happen, you know. Sometimes opportunities pass you by. And Yao Yao, he'll be reminiscing on this in years to come. He'll be like, if I could have hit that hook, maybe it all could have been different. Maybe my wife wouldn't have left me. But then again, I don't think he has a wife, so, you know, yeah, that's one of the nice things about life. If you don't have a wife, she can't leave you.
You know, Munch, when you said that, I was taking a sip of my coffee, and if I spit taked on my mic, you really would have been solo casting for the rest of the day. At the very least this game.
I mean, let's be honest, the odds seem pretty high of me solo casting again since it's your internet cutting out.
Whoa, buddy. All right, it's a one-time thing.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, so obviously Ziggs can't really match the DPS output in the early stages. You know, against most AD carries, but especially something like Zyra Khan level 1. So we will see for a little while that 1xN, Yao Yao, they likely will actually just get shoved out. And they will lose priority, but I think it's about level 5 where that breakpoint really comes in. You get Lost Chapter as 1xN, and then you queue the backline, those casters, plus probably an E, and then you start to one-shot the backline.
Yeah.
That's where I imagine the breakpoint will be. Kanavi, once this invade, he's already used his W, but Smite will come up for Beichuan.
Close one. I was sort of expecting him to flash for that, honestly.
Now, there's a big issue, though, and it's that Beichuan, maybe he didn't Smite on the first couple of other clears. So he does have Smite if he wants to contest this. Kanavi will lose because that Maokai Q has % HP damage attached to it, max HP. So even though Kanavi has the Resonating Strike execution damage, I'm pretty sure Beichuan will still be able to outdo that a lot more consistently than Kanavi will. He's still hanging around.
I wonder if he was
basically full HP.
I don't know if he was like trying to be sneaky there, and then the red buff, because of the dot, like re-aggroed on him. I think he was just trying to hide and then get a kill on Beichuan when he went for the red buff, but the red buff re-aggroed after the reset, so kind of got found out there. But I will say, Beichuan on double Kanavi CS currently, because Kanavi spent so long just like looking at Beichuan farming camps. Hook from Yao Yao, slightly wide on missing. On Ruler, sorry.
Guess he ended up missing Ruler. I'm sorry, I'll see myself out. Beichuan on tonight.
Bit of a knockback. Knight is in trouble here, but gets out with his life. A root could be huge, but it's on cooldown still. Beichuan and Yukao both quite low themselves, but Kanavi's on the top side of the map. I don't think he'll be able to look for anything. Knight trying to predict the dodge, but won't be able to get it. So it'll all fizzle out in the end. So far, I like the tempered aggression from both sides, right? Kanavi trying to be aggressive in the jungle, then Beichuan trying to answer in that lane. Flash expended in exchange for Knight's 369. He's trying to look juicy. He's trying to bait him in. Hoya not going for it for the time being.
Yeah, this is really awkward. I mean, 369's bone playing is down. Hoya might look for like a dash flash kind of play, but he just doesn't know where Kanavi is. So realistically, Hoya's just going to look to be very disciplined. Acknowledge that. Oh man, imagine if he...
The timing.
Just for half a second.
The timing is so bad for 369. It means he can't recall. The wave is frozen away from him. Oh no. This lane is really rough now for 369.
Yeah, you're going to have to be forced to use teleport. We'll fall a little bit behind here. I think Hoya, matching this base, will likely have to teleport as soon as he sees 369 come back. Unless that wave that's coming out right now, that's the cannon wave, actually hits the wave. No, he's just going to teleport. I'm not going to overcomplicate things. Could technically greed it, but simply will elect not to. Goes for the tabbies first. Very, very powerful against the Gnar lane. Mini Gnar, very easy to kite out some of these melee champions, right? So having the tabbies for not only the damage reduction, but also kind of just increasing the movement speed, as boots often do, just means it's a little bit harder for 369 to catch back up if he doesn't proc the hyper in the trades.
Yeah. I mean, if you can get... Oh, he's level 6. Oh, 369's in so much trouble. Flash still available for Hoya here, and he'll jump forwards. The Ruthless Predator strikes, and Hoya solo kills 369.
Catches the Mini Gnar in the death roll. I'm not really sure why 369 stepped back up like that, right? Hoya, he should know Hoya's hitting 6 very soon, and now look at this wave that he's missing. It's 3 melees, a whole bunch of ranged creeps as well. Still being level 5. Hoya getting that solo kill. He's probably almost level 7 already. JDG trying to answer out on the bottom side of the map with this dragon. Yao Yao.
Missing is in trouble, but actually the Ignite's not going to finish him off. That's the rest of his team. Oh my days, it's dodgeball for Missing. But he's got the fancy feet. Keeps himself alive. TT, not the strongest either. Beitron and Yao Yao barely getting away. So both teams decide, okay, Drake's no longer on the table.
Yeah, all right. So for JDG, feels bad. Top lane gets solo killed, falls behind in CS. They also don't get the dragon, which was technically like their cross-map play to this, right? So let's get a look at how things go here. As, yeah, he just re-engages, and then a minion dies. Yeah, and he just gets wrecked, right? I mean, this is true. So hit 6, waits a couple of seconds.
He sees him hit 6.
Yeah,
and he stays here.
It's just really strange. I'm not sure. Maybe I mean, the observers are clicked on Hoya right now, but I wonder if the cannon would have given 369 level 6, and that's what he was kind of like trying to bet on. The level up HP and then like being able to Kyle a bit longer to get Mega. Either way, I feel like it's just really, really overzealous from 369, and Hoya punishes him appropriately.
Yep, absolutely shreks him. Hoya currently even in CS, but still has like 10 minions to farm up here, so he'll be sitting pretty in this lane. And we'll just clear things out there. So fantastic stuff so far from Hoya. Gets the solo kill. And it's good to see as well against 369, where Hoya has been quite a criticized player on TT. Like, a lot of people saying Yukao very much the main character as Beitron makes a play towards Knight. The root does land. Pop Blossom comes in though to answer, and that's big damage on the return. Kanavi finishes off Beitron, and the combo from Missing and Knight is just too much for TT.
Yeah, it looked a bit awkward at first, right? Because Knight tried to use the Nico clone to block the Maokai ultimate, but still gets rooted up. I guess it was all a bait in the end, right? Had the backup right alongside him anyway. 1xN does get rooted up in this trade, but I mean, a little bit of minion damage, and generally some of 1xN's damage helps out. Double root. Yukao. He's alright. We'll just walk out, and Yao Yao, you need to hit the range, man. These hooks not been on point. Oh no, Ruler.
Oh, the Feather Storm. Oh, good flash from 1xN though. That was nice. Doesn't quite get the cannon. Oh, Ruler, you got to be cheeky here. The bombs are in. Oh, the burn. It's not going to quite get him. 1xN. It's going to throw out another Q in a second. You just know it, Ruler. How good are you at dodging? Still has his flash.
Oh, my
confidence. He's so confident in his movement. As the satchel comes out as well. 1xN still going for it. Oh, God. I'm losing years of my life watching this.
Oh, my God. I think I just aged about 5 years. Bloody hell. That was scary, wasn't it? Ruler doesn't care, though. Eyes are still, as he so often does. But, hey, wave clear available to 1xN, and it's a great flash as well out from those feathers. I was going to say it's going to have to be a great flash from 369, but I think the issue is he doesn't have flash, Joe. So,
no.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, 369 ain't getting out of this one. No, he does not. He gets nothing, is what he gets. Hoya finishing off a second kill there. Although, actually, Beitron got the kill credit in the end. Kanavi's gone in onto this Renekton. Does have... Oh, the Dragon Rage has only just come off a cooldown. Beitron's going in here. Not sure if he wins that 1v1, actually, to be honest. Feels like he does right now. Getting at least the first half of it.
Whoa!
Man, the Bramble Smash. Emphasis on the smash.
Whoa, Maokai. Damage. Riot. Figure it out, man. That didn't look okay. Did that look okay to you, Joe? That didn't look okay to me.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's probably fine.
Yeah. No, okay, sure. If you say it's fine, I take your word for it. I trust you.
Let's be honest, like, I do think Bramble Smash does a lot of damage, but do I think Maokai is in a spot where he needs a massive nerf? Not really, to be honest. I don't see Maokai locked in draft and go, oh god, it's... Oh, Jesus Christ. 369...
What were you saying? I couldn't hear you over the 4 years of CC that 369 just endured.
He's had such a good year. Maybe this is his way. He's like getting it out of the system before playoffs, you know? Just absolutely sprint one game so that it's like, just get the threes out, you know? Get rid of him. He's 0-3-0. That's one of the threes.
a lot of threes right now. 369. He is unfortunately rolling. Yao Yao with the 8.
Not ideal. Not ideal. Kanavi goes back in, silenced as Yao Yao, the target for the time being. Ruler gets the feathers in, but Yao Yao still alive. Pop Blossom to finish the job as Beitron has to flash away. Hoya is huge, and he's trying to make things happen. Onto Ruler here. The feathers are coming in. A great kick, though, and Hoya denied as Kanavi finishes the kill. He wanted to make the hero play. It just couldn't happen in the end. Knight, it's looking cheeky. Oh, but the root goes wide. He could see him. He was recalling.
Hey man, sometimes you just miss, you know? Much like Yao Yao.
True.
Has not had the best Blitzcrank game in the world. But you know, look, interesting skirmish. Dragon is now up in 30 seconds, and almost everyone who had a summoner spell to blow blew one. There is basically no flash on JDG besides 369, and on the side of TT, bottom side of the map, no flashes as well. No, did we need the slow-mo?
You know, the observers have been getting a lot of flack on the LPL broadcast for highlighting terrible plays. But on that one,
I think this one was alright. Yeah.
It was so terrible, but I feel like it needed highlighting because of that fact. You know, that was... I like the idea. I like that he was what he was trying to do there, but man, it did not work out.
No, it did not. Now, Dragon on the table, Kanavi in the pit. I mean, this is really awkward because Kanavi might win the... Nope.
Okay, nope. Beitron just wins the 50-50. This is getting messy now, isn't it? This is just turning into an absolute scrap between the teams.
Do you know what's worrying me is that it's JDG. So even though this is just a... I can't say that on broadcast. This is a clown fiesta. That's what it is. I feel like they might just end up winning anyway. You know? Never know. Maybe TT give us something.
I mean, they're still 1,000 gold ahead.
They are 1,000 gold ahead. Oh.
And one extent still about to be dived for the 19th time this series. Quickness comes in. That's the knock-up. There's the feathers. And there he goes. Kanavi with a 3rd kill already. I said his Lee Sin is good. 3-0-1. Gore Drinker already finished. I mean, he's in a pretty good spot right now. And he'll just continue hunting for more. That's the thing about this Lee Sin that's so scary for Kanavi is he just never stops. He's just always looking for action.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it last game as well, just in terms of, like, gameplay style from Kanavi. Very willing to just kind of be in the face of his opponent, but on the Lee Sin, something so, you know, like heavily orientated around snowballing, especially in pro play. If it's not finding those big, you know, insect moments. Being 301 right now, he will continue to just run around the map and look for these plays as soon as the Dragon Range is off cooldown, or just pairing up a missing, right? The amount of mobility between those two champions is absurd. And we spoke about how TT want to play at range, they want to play with their poke, all of that good, you know, jazz. Lee Sin and Rakan can get around the map so aggressively that you can kind of circumvent that range advantage. It's not necessarily off the cards for that to happen. And as we're speaking about Kanavi, you may as well continue. Most gold in the game right now by about 600. It's going to pick up the Herald as well, so he's just going to continue to grow in strength, and we'll be able to drop that Herald down somewhere to also pick up a tower for his team.
Yep. And, you know, they've not actually finished any towers off just yet. One thing I do want to mention is this Ziggs, generally speaking, you pick the Ziggs to, like, be fairly aggressive in terms of laning and, like, force towers and take objectives early. Beitron is behind enemy lines here, but Missing just dips over, so he's fine.
Not the end of the world. And like we said, mobility is king for JDG. I want to see TT, I don't know, actually make a proactive play themselves. I feel like they've been kind of sat on their hands watching JDG play this game more than them playing it themselves. And to be fair, they don't necessarily have a proactive composition outside of the Blitzcrank, right? It's Blitz kind of looking for hooks and plays, maybe, if the game demands it. And so far for TT, whilst it hasn't necessarily demanded it, you would still like to see the initiative be taken by TT, by Thundertalk, to actually look for these plays. Initiative has certainly been there for JDG, and they continue to look for plays.
Now we got the Wolves. Can he find a kill as well? After shocking play for Beitron, roots across the team as well as in comes Yukal. Gordrinker cannot save him and missing the next target. Over the wall he goes. Hook still on cooldown for now as Yukal just flashes on in. There's a bomb from the heavens. Double for Yukal as Hoya trying to find Ruler as well. Ruler desperate to get those feathers out. Still has his ultimate available and the root will get him out to safety.
For now, Hoya has flash, could look to continue chasing because Yukao also looking for a cuff. Even if Ruler makes it to this tower.
Featherstorm? Oh, last split second. Yukal's going to try and finish the job. Oh, he was pixels away. It's 3-6. For the love of God, Yao Yao, just one. I'm begging you, man, just one. Really? Take over, Jamada. I need... It's your turn solo, Kaz.
Can you hear me cracking up here? Do you think I'm going to give you a sane line of thought right now after watching Yao Yao miss his sick hook, like, back-to-back? I mean, look, great stuff from TT, right? It's an overreach from JDG, and they gave over Kanavi's shutdown, so a fair amount of gold going into Yukal's back pocket as he picks up 2 kills. It's going to accelerate him towards that Mirror Mana on the Manamunate. Beitwan, I wouldn't say has been baited, as Kanavi doesn't find the resonating strike. Or the Sonic Wave. First part. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Yao Yao. He's on the hunt. Nope, he's not on the hunt. Do you know what the best part about this Blitzcrank is? This game?
What?
Is that he's got Moby boots. So he runs even faster just to miss the hook. You know, like, I feel like there's a bigger level of, like, oh man, everyone saw
comedic
that.
value, yeah.
Yeah, because, like, just the Blitzcrank model just stopping after running at like 600 MS because of Mobies, just to miss the hook. I don't know, there's something funny about it compared to him just running at like 450 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Amped up.
It really is.
Dragon to tier 1 is going to be the trade here. Could get another charge as well, Joe.
TP actually comes out from 1xN to answer the Herald, but I think the Herald's still going to charge. Oh no, it turned around to CS, and 1xN has been CS'd instead. Yao Yao, he silenced everyone. Does it matter? Absolutely not. Who needs a Herald when you've got a wave and you've just killed everyone? They'll be able to take a tier 2 in the mid lane here, and Yukal just going to have to settle for a tier 1 in the bottom side in trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's all Yukal can really get here. And it feels kind of bad for TT. Like you said, hey, Herald turned around, feels good, but then 1xN gets farmed instead. Stage 1, he got his Gromp. He's not going to be chased down. But yeah, JDG still got like every tower on the map, basically, that matters off that sequence. 369, 2 towers on the top side, mid lane still picked up 2 as well. So now the map is really open, and you know how we was talking like no more than 2 or 3 minutes ago about how the gold difference is only like a couple hundred, less than 1,000? It's now almost 5, which feels great. He hit 1, technically. You know,
we take those. We absolutely take those.
We take what we can get after what has been a very unfortunate game.
It's all about the small wins when you're 5k down to JDG at 20 minutes. You know, like, the small wins are that's all the wins you're going to get at this point, so you got to take it while you can. I must say, the JDG players have been doing an extremely good job of dodging all of the shock blasts from Yukal as well. Like, I feel like skill shots are just not happening for TT, as the all-in is happening for JDG, that's for sure. TT, I mean, the game is actually just going to end. Like, they're being brutalized right here. Like, the speed at which JDG are just annihilating TT is disgusting. Pop Blossom in. As Beitron, he walks away. He actually survives. The bomb comes in. A shield is there. As now a bit of revenge for 369 for what happened during the laning phase. The bombs are flying in to try and protect Hoya, but I think they might just have the damage to finish the job on the Croc. Although he gets out. No, he doesn't. Sonic Wave lands. Oh, a hook under the tower. 369 hops back out, and Yao Yao's dead. But hey, he hit the hook. We take those. We take them.
All right, 2 for 2, back to back from I need to know what is happening on the CM side. I need to know what's happening on the Chinese side. Because I know, like, if the observers hovered in on Yao Yao, I know the Chinese casters are also talking about it as well. He hit 1, finally! I'm sure they're saying.
I I love as well, like, we just saw the recalls coming on through from Missing and Ruler. And Kanavi recalls on the same spot, like, take me with you guys. they dish off together. He's left alone.
You know,
Oh,
I was
dear.
saying to, I think it was to Hysterics the other day, where, like, I love how, obviously we are the English side of the broadcast, but I love how, like, universal the language of League of Legends technically is, right? Just
Yeah.
by, you know, observatory standards sometimes. I feel like this is one of those games. Big disengage kick from Kanavi, but
How is he still? He's still like half HP. What? How is he still alive? He's just going in again. Hoya, the target on this one.
Yeah.
And he just won't stop. Kanavi, just don't stop. Oh yeah, he does. Hoya,
Yeah, he does.
Hoya stops
Yeah.
him. He's like, all right, enough of that, enough of that. Cuts him through.
Okay. Okay,
JDG
hold on.
actually kind of sent packing on this one.
Yeah.
It's Yao. This would be a big hook. Oh god. 369 in the bottom side of the plate. Is Knight over the wall, goes wide. Everything's going wide. Missing comes in. Ruler does have some DPS, and Beitwan will be the target of it. It's TT. Now in a 4v4. Knight trying to close the gap once again. 369 almost Meganar. Whew.
You know,
This has been a game of League of Legends, Jabata.
Munch, I feel like we're taking the mick out of out of Yao Yao. But what happens when he hooks Ruler and he just gets insta-kill? What do we do then? Like, do we just forgive him for, like, the, I don't know, what hook rate, like 12th hook now? Or something like that? Which is just, like, flown wayward. How do we, you know, what
as far as I'm
get there?
concerned, I'm willing to put Yao Yao in the conversation of greatest player of all time if he can make that happen.
Okay.
If he can hook his way to this being a win for TT, he's up there with like Faker and Rookie for me, Ruler, you know? So there's a lot on the line here, Yao Yao. You can make it in with the greats. Just a few good hooks this game.
You know what? Before these guys inevitably start fighting again, because there's a dragon in a couple of seconds' time, who is your personal League of Legends GOAT? As far as, you know, just as long as you've been watching pro play, like who is it for you?
It depends if you mean like consistency or individual peak.
We'll take both.
Individual.
If you've got two answers, we'll hear it.
Individual peak, I actually think is Mata. Mata in 2014.
Ooh, yeah.
Literal god of the game. Literal god of the game.
I mean, he changed how the support role fundamentally worked. Like, people started taking off the meta just because of how he played support back in 2014.
They literally had to nerf vision because of what Mata did to the game. In terms of consistency, I actually don't think that there's a solid argument for anyone currently. I think these next couple of years are going to decide that because, like, obviously Faker is a big part of the conversation. Rookie is sort of part of the conversation, but hasn't actually been able to really make it to internationals much over the last few years. And then there's, you know, fresher players like, you know, Showmaker, like Knight, players like this that aren't. I don't think they have a solid argument yet, but over the next couple of years could make themselves an argument. You know, players like Ruler as well. You know, I think Ruler is actually one of the stronger arguments these days. It's a Pop Blossom. This Knight's like, what do you mean I'm not the GOAT? I'll show you GOAT. Charges in. Toya trying to escape here. Kanavi just makes it look clean, doesn't he? He's so clean with it. Jumps back in for the double as well. And it's just gorgeous. That's how you play Lee Sin. If you want a masterclass, boys and girls at home, if you want to be the solo queue Lee Sin, watch some Kanavi games. They'll give you all the combos. They'll give you all of the tricks. And I mean, it's 25 minutes. JDG are just going to finish things out.
Yep. Easy as it goes for JDG. Will not have another oops-a-daisy against TT
Daisy's
like
Ivan.
they did. Oh, yeah, Daisy is Ivan. Apologies. Did he hit?
That
Did
was
he hit
bad.
that, or was that? Wait, did Kanavi Q hit?
I think it was both. I'm pretty sure it was both. So, yeah, look, it's the small wins. It's the small wins. But it's a big win for JDG. Absolute domination here in game number 2. And I love that the first half of the game was just pure shenanigans from both sides. It was like, okay, Lee Sin's in the game. Blitzcrank is in the game. Let's just scrap. Let's just fight endlessly. And I feel like JDG, you give them enough fights, eventually the hand stiff is going to come through.
Yeah, and that was kind of just how it went for JDG. It feels like that's how a lot of the series go, man. Like, you know, even if you kind of throw hands in the early game with JDG, they just win, right? And unless your name is BLG or unless you're one of the top teams from the LCK, it feels like you really just can't really match it, like at all, or at the very least have a chance to match it, right? So JDG still entering the playoffs here, very, very strong and scary looking, and I feel like they are still going to be the team to beat, all right? No matter how you slice it, even though BLG 15-1, excellent record to hold, right?
Yeah.
JDG still feel like the scarier of the two teams, I feel like, in our minds, and we could just be seeing that show off again once we do hit playoffs in a few days' time.
I feel like the conversation there of like, you know, I want to believe that BLG have leveled up. They're on a 9-win streak as they finish the split. They've got the best record that this format has ever seen. Like, that is so impressive. But JDG still 2-0'd them. And sure, JDG's games have been a little bit messy, but like, I have seen JDG beat BLG 6 times across the course of the year, 4 of them best of 5s. Like, that is so much evidence against the idea of BLG finding that win against JDG. And the fact that they've beaten everyone else in the league, it doesn't matter if they can't beat JDG. And I've yet to see them show that they can do that. And
one series, and I will always cling on to it because I think it's the only time that we've seen JDG genuinely kind of shook, and it was their first meeting, I think, in the upper bracket finals, where even though it was 3-2,
first best of 5,
it was the first best of 5. Like, even though it was 3-2, if you watch that series, JDG didn't really do a lot to win. BLG actually threw like 2 games back to back, right? And that was about it. Other than that, it has been like no arguments. It had just been complete domination from JDG. So the onus still on BLG to step up in terms of the teams that we know can contest JDG consistently. And as for the rest of the league, in the, you know, the sort of higher echelons of the LPL, it still feels like we're yet to see a team kind of reach a ceiling that can, you know, box hands with JDG efficiently. We could maybe argue, you know, if it
aside
was
from IG.
I guess IG are just the GOATs, right? What can I say? But like, you know, aside from maybe if you could argue like top esports on their proper ceiling day, LNG, if it was like spring LNG when they still played Thinking Man's League of Legends, right now, this version of LNG, even though they are a top 4 team, I don't know how in reach of JDG they realistically are, because I think it just speaks more to the strength and the scariness of where JDG are at in terms of their development and how strong they've continued to be and grow despite already being the best in the LPL.
Yeah, I think they are. Until it's proven otherwise, they're still the favorites. For me, the JDG BLG debate is like head versus heart, because I love that BLG squad, right? I love the old Suning players. I love the way that they play the game. Like, this team is just so... There's no way to not love them. Like, the interviews we get from them, the camaraderie on stage, like, you can't not love BLG, and I would adore to see that. But then, in terms of like outright League of Legends that we've seen, I still feel like JDG are the favorite. But then, you know, I've also got a bit of heart there for JDG, because, you know, the first ever Grand Slam in League of Legends history is on the line if they can finish this off. This is arguably a super team, and arguably the first super team to really succeed in a big way, you know?
And
I think the only argument there is missing not being like a super component coming into the roster, but
even then,
I think there's still an argument for it.
Yeah, even then, he fulfills his role, right? And there's no real argument against it, I feel like, at least personally. And not to elevate the stakes of that Grand Slam point too highly, but I think it's only, was it T1 from either 2015 or 16 that even came remotely close to that Grand Slam? I think they lost out MSI, and that was all they lost out on that year. JDG already, you know, on pace for three quarters of the Grand Slam, right? There's only really, it feels like still, until we see evidence otherwise, BLG in their way of the summer domestic title. And then as far as Worlds is concerned, we'll have to see how the LCK teams start to shake up, and also, dare I say, maybe a ceiling European team, but like, even the LEC teams just seem kind of out of it comparably to where the LPL and the LCK are at the moment. JDG, it feels like they could be that team to achieve that Grand Slam for the first time.
It's possible, but they've certainly Grand Slammed TT today. 2-0. 25-minute win in the second game. absolutely bodied them. Missing 0-1-17 as well, by the way. Him and Kanavi both insane kill participation across the course of the game. Feel like Kanavi's going to get the MVP, but I think there's a reasonable argument for Missing, honestly.
Nah, Kanavi's going to get it.
369, huh?
Kanavi's going to get it.
He had a pretty good Gnar ultimate onto Hoya.
No, just we know what's going to happen. Kanavi's going to get MVP. That will push him up, unfortunately, out of range of UCal. Also, the series is just over, so it's out of range of UCal regardless for the side of UCal.
He's out of games.
and he's literally out of games. And would it be 1 short or 2 short of Scout still, who is...
We started the series with Scout being on 14 and Kanavi being on 11. So Kanavi getting 1 here would put him to 12, so it'd still be 2 shy.
Still 2, yeah. Insane performance out from Scout for all those MVPs. And yeah, I feel like Kanavi will likely get it. And I'm we're just waiting for confirmation on the MVP now at this point, I feel like. Because again, I feel like we've broken down, we've looked at how JDG played the series cleanly for the most part. I feel like they were having fun, to be honest with you. And
especially in that second game.
Especially the second game, right? And again, I feel like it's kind of symptoms occasionally when they play against these lower end of the table teams where they kind of play at the level of their opponent and then realize, oh yeah, guys, we're JDG. This is, and then they just start playing League of Legends again. So yeah, we will hopefully see the ceiling come out from JDG again, like they showed over at MSI, once the playoffs actually kick off. And as our teams kind of start to have their seedings finalized, right? It's only really as far as like the top 6 is concerned now. It's just we're just waiting on confirmation from OMG, who of course play next. Actually, I was gonna say like tomorrow that they play next, and if they can pick up that series win against RA, that will be top 6 locked in, and then 7th to 10th, they still have a couple of games to kind of battle out the seeding, but that's going to be more or less it.
Yeah. So in terms of seeding, EDG can still upset OMG in terms of, in fact, I think maybe RNG can too. If OMG lose their remaining 2 series, they are playing against RA and then anyone's Legend. So I feel like the odds are slim that OMG doesn't make it.
Wow.
And actually, it's going to be Missing that gets the MVP. I was right.
Yeah,
I called it.
Stuff. Yeah, you did call it, and well played. Missing earned it, to be fair. I was expecting, because Kanavi had so many powerful, long, prolonged fights, that they were just going to give MVP to Kanavi, but honestly, Missing, hats off. I think he deserved this one as well. Definitely wasn't debating. I just felt like, you try and get a read for how the MVP votes will go. As, did we need...
This is mean.
Yeah, anyway.
I mean, to be fair, the rest of the fight was important.
The rest of the fight was important, agreed. But I feel like it was a lot less about Missing and a lot more about what TT did. Good stuff overall from Missing, though. And yeah, I feel like just enabled Kanavi specifically to get all of those kills in the early stages, and then throughout a lot of this mid-game, kind of just ran over TT alongside his jungler.
Really great game from Missing. I mean, I love Missing's Rakan. It's such a pleasure to watch every single time. He's so good on the pick. Using the last second of the quickness there onto Hoya as well, so Hoya can't combo his team as Kanavi goes for the kick. I mean, Kanavi and Missing as a pair is just a joy to watch every single time, especially if you give them Rakan Lee Sin. The amount of havoc they can cause around the map is just insane. So phenomenal stuff coming out from the pairing there, and like JDG looking on form as they finish their split out. Like, not a bad little last game for them, I think it's fair to say.
No, well executed. No, well, there was a lot of shenanigans, but not, series extending shenanigans. And I feel like they look, feel, and seem very confident moving into playoffs. And of course, just before we do go off to the break, I think that's the last time we're going to see TT, right? That was their last series as well of the year. So
God bless.
God bless TT. The story of maybe coming back into playoffs was almost there. Couldn't quite cross the finish line. Lost too many series early on. Gone, but not forgotten. And hopefully we see a fair amount of this roster moving into 2024. A very exciting one. Specifically, trying to hold on to UCal is probably going to be a very hard task. We'll see if they can get that done as far as the transfers are concerned as well.
Yeah, no kidding. I think Yukal, his salary cap has gone up over the course of this split. We're going to jump into a break, and there'll be OMG versus RA. OMG with a chance to lock themselves top 6. We'll see if they can right after this.
我们会给你几张图片，然后你需要根据这个图片猜出这个图片对应的是哪一位选手。
看图片才职业选手。
对。
这个是不限于 LPL 吧？
对。
哦，简单对吧？
这是一个什么？是背包吗？还是池子？
池地入了。这是电脑屏幕啊？还是这是什么？
这是帽子还是导弹啊？
不知道啊。
帽子一个选手。
这是什么意思？这是顶帽子。
需要提示吗？
提示吧。
第一个提示是，他是一名 LEC 的选手。
LEC 的选手 ，LEC 是欧洲吗
？LEC 选手就是形容他操作很像魔术师。
应该只会给知名选手。LEC 有什么知名选手吗？
还有提示吗？
他是一名中单选手。
中单，还有呢？
他的 ID 和这个图片有关。
Caps，Cat，哦不对 ，Caps，
这只能是他的呀。
Caps 吗？
对。
哦，我第一时间愣了，我以为是个管道，那个 Caps 啊，这都不用提醒啊。
Caps，
哦，这是帽子吗？
你一开始以为它是？
我以为这是电脑屏幕，然后黄色的那个是尺子。我也在量屏幕。
这个是反向帽子，这是木桶吗？
垃圾桶，
也是一名选手吧？
是垃圾桶吗？这个
垃圾桶G兔吗？感觉G兔很喜欢把别人对标扔进去了。
有什么姓桶的吗？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCS 的选手。
LCS 是什么
？LCS 是欧洲赛区是吧？
不是。
海尼莎？
难道是玩酒桶吗？应该不是。翻译过来意思都不一样。
第二个提示是，他是一名 AD 位置的选手。
LCS， 想不出来。
汉斯沙吗
？Z 位吗？是 Niki， 欧城？
不是。
哦，欧城是欧洲。
他的这张图片与他说过的一句垃圾话有关。
然后呢？
没有。LCS 的，然后又很出名，就垃圾话出名的 W。哦，大师兄，
我记得好像之前有个国外的说什么要钻进垃圾桶，大师兄吗 ？Double Lift 的。
之前有一个把队服丢垃圾桶里那个人就是 Double Lift 吧。
垃圾话，大师兄，哎。
Double Lift， 在座都是垃圾。
哦，在座各位都是垃圾，是吗？原来还能扯到这里来。那是 Double Lift。
나 더블 리프트밖에 모르는데.
对的。
对吗？
对。
这么有名吗？帅。
怎么感觉都有点难啊？
笑点赞，乌兹，高振宁，
全是外国选手是吧？
不一定。
点赞哥，一个日文的点赞哥，我不知道那人叫什么？不是那个吗？
不是。
笑着点赞，热晒。
不是。
怎么知道的这个？
这是 Deft 吗？
这是什么？微笑点了个赞，笑点点赞，微笑。
谁知道啊这个？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCK 的选手。
谁？哪个 LCK 选手这么开心
？Pusik， 不是吗？
这怎么猜？这感觉都差不多啊。那第二个呢？第二
个提示是，他是一名中单选手。
喜欢点赞还是？
中单，点赞。小妹看，不知道，完全不知道。
这个图片是他的标志性动作。
啊，拍照的标志性动作，就是 fake， 这也太抽象了。
fake 吗？就是他比较招牌的点赞动作。
就是喜欢这个点赞动作可以。
faker，
你可以模仿一下 faker 这个经典合照的姿势吗
？faker 第二个应该是 faker。
对。
第一个稍微有点难啊，笑脸。
还再给点提示吗？第一个，除了
这是一整张图，这是一整张图。
哦，这就是 faker 呗，就喜欢微笑这样。我以为是2个人。
这个猜不到呀，这是啥呀？这干嘛呀
四圈，瞎子玩的好的，不对，官方 Riot，
这个是秀神吗？
这也是选手，那总该轮到 LPL 了吧？
干嘛？打拳啊？重拳出击吗？怎么脑筋急转弯吗？我想想，惹晒，
多音币，
小天，
拳击，他是出场动作拳击吗？还是什么？是不是卓呀？
提示吧。
他是一名 LPL 的选手。
哦 ，LPL 选手还不是他俩，那还有谁打拳啊？
他是一名上单选手。
369也不会啊。哈勒，那谁打拳啊？我拳说一遍得了。
他参加了今年的 MSI。
那就只有阿斌了。哦，斌哥，哎，我的，我这冲浪强度没那么高，我
这个打拳的应该是斌哥吧？
这不会是冰吧？
冰。好像听说他之前还蛮常看那个拳击比赛的，然后有拿他的队友当沙包，还好我那时候跟他已经不是队友了，对。
我挨过他一拳，只能说。
斌哥，看斌哥最近喜欢打拳。
陈哲斌，
斌哥吧
？LPL 选手吗？
对的。
斌。我太帅了，我秒答什么都是，我太了解 LPL 文化了。
陈哲斌。打拳，
那你可以模仿一下斌哥打拳吗
？OK， 斌哥打拳，哦，他是往前打的，他喜欢这样打。
就这样，对吧？他还是比较有力量的。
然后要不要学一下斌哥打拳？
打不了一天。
Summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night. With the smell of sweet magnolias, back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. We are the Texas skyline, Kentucky grass blue. We're the world's best honky-tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go. With a country music song playing on your radio. On the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our third and final series of the day, and one of the final series of the entire split as we are powering on through towards our final day. Jamana, I can't believe we've got 1 day left after today in the LPL split. My name is Munch. I'm joined by Jamada as we head towards OMG versus RA in a match that could decide 6th place, or at least top 6 for OMG, and lock them in for the second round of playoffs.
They've got 2 opportunities to lock it in. They have 2 series in hand because they still got that Anyone's Legend series to play out. This was, of course, supposed to be their final series of the split, but other one got cancelled, thanks Cadril. And they now kind of sit in a position where they've got 2 opportunities to do it against 2 teams outside of the top 10. So OMG have been given a lot of leeway here, and against Anyone's Legend, they should be able to lock top 6. Like you say, a singular win should, or will rather, get them locked in to top 6. If they lose here today, they still have an opportunity to pick up another series win against Anyone's Legend.
Yeah.
You want to see them do it here today, though, against the RA side. We'll see how things kind of shake up, because again, I feel like for OMG, it's been a shaky couple of weeks, and we will start to get into that once we sort of progress through the series and see how they actually look moving into RA.
Yeah, they've had a couple of wonky series. I mean, their series against EDG was an absolute banger. Like, really, really good stuff to see. And Abel versus Uzi was always going to be a good one. Abel, previously the sub for Uzi. I feel like that series was destined to be fantastic. But yeah, as you say, they've not necessarily had the cleanest wins we've ever seen most recently. So hoping that they can look stronger in its playoffs. They've got 2 series remaining, like you say. They're favourites in both of those series as well. So we're hoping to see like solid, clean stuff. One thing I will say is we've got Shanji up in the top lane for OMG. Rumble is coming back into the meta. I feel like that is like a perfect storm for OMG to look really good for playoffs.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I feel like we're moving into a meta which is potentially going to be really favorable for this OMG side, right? There's a couple of more aggressive AD carries coming into the meta, right? Things like the Kai'Sa specifically are going to be huge in my mind for a player like Abel. All of the Rel and also the Alistar priority that started to kind of creep up here in the LPL, and I think the rest of the world are going to catch up on that as well, and I definitely have started to see that be the case. And like you mentioned, of course, the big one is Shanji potentially having Rumble be in the meta is going to be huge. I anticipate that will just straight up be a permaban. If that starts to actually creep into being a generally strong top lane pick, then Shanji's never going to get his hands on it. So this could be a very good time and a meta switch up for this OMG lineup, especially then if we hopefully, I guess, for Cream, see a couple more mid laners that are kind of under his sort of purview sneak in. And hey, if Rumble is meta, and maybe, again, I would always say that it's going to be permabanned against OMG, but let's say that it's not. Then it gives Cream his freedom to kind of land on some of those AD mid lane champions that he loves so much as well.
Yeah, certainly would. We'll see if that's going to happen. I'm looking towards Xiaoshu as well up at the top side, right? Like, Rumble's coming into the meta, Shanji known as this guy that came into the LPL, started solo killing everyone. I feel like that reputation has started to slide off, but Xiaoshu building a bit of a reputation of his own in that regard. I think going toe-to-toe with a lot of top laners that people didn't necessarily expect him to at the start of the year. So Xiaoshu, an impressive player so far. And I'm hoping we get to see that today against Shanji as well. As I feel like this is always just going to be a fun matchup, isn't it, in the top lane. Mole versus Cream could be really good as well, unless it's Strive going to be playing today. I'm not actually sure which way around that'll be for the side of RA. In fact, it's on my screen.
It's on your screen.
It's literally on my screen right now. Strive and Baolan coming in over Feather as well.
Yeah, Baolan coming in over Feather. Very interesting to see Baolan retake the stage. Memory serves me right, it was a bit of a mix and match at the very start of the split, but Baolan coming in here for the final series of today. Very interesting to see. OMG, same lineup as usual. No changes there. And yeah, again, meta could be looking good. This might be an opportunity to, kind of, I suppose, look at some of those more interesting picks, but also at the same time as OMG, you need this series win just to remove the doubts in the back of your mind that you could end up falling into that 7th, 10th spot. needs to be business as usual for them. When they were, you know, cruising kind of at like 7-2, remember, not too long ago, OMG were, you know, touching ceilings that we weren't necessarily anticipating out of them inside of the regular season, right? They were looking like they could have finished top 3, top 4, then had a pretty rough run of it for a couple of weeks. And not all of those series losses were even against other top teams. Some of them were just kind of middle of the pack teams that they ended up dropping series to as well.
I feel like OMG for me right now need to prove themselves against, like, you know, beating teams. They've got 2 series remaining, RA and Anyone's Legend. It's not exactly the toughest opponents to finish out your split with. But they need to look good in these series because this is a team that is fighting to be top 4. Like, there are 4 slots available for Worlds, and OMG is a team that realistically could snag one of those spots. But we need to see them kind of button things up a little bit here. Top Esports, a team that have been all over the place across the course of the split. Some series absolutely incredible, other series really, really not. So I feel like there are slots available. I feel like it's that 4th slot, right? I feel like Billy, JDG, LNG, all pretty comfortably going to make it to Worlds. And that 4th slot, I think Top Esports are probably the favorite, but like OMG, Weibo, EDG, RNG, all these teams that are going to want to fight for that spot. And whether or not they can, actually take down some of the greatest players of all time is going to be a different question. But OMG, the first step on that journey is finishing the split strong, getting yourself into double-digit wins.
Yeah, and there's so many stories, I feel like, amongst like so many of these organizations sort of in this sort of run of it, right? I feel like for Top Esports, you talk about them maybe not making that top 4, right? Given how crushing it was last year at Worlds to not make it out of that group stage in a group where they should have realistically made it, right? I don't think there's any, you know, doubts about that for many people. To then potentially be or fall short of Worlds this year would be crushing, right? For OMG, a return to the World stage after, goodness me, I don't even know how many years it's been at this point, right? It's been a long time since we've seen OMG at an international tournament. LNG, it would be great to actually see them. You know, I feel like this roster has the potential. And then, of course, I feel like the other big one out of these sort of teams that I could imagine making it up there, away from Weibo, because I feel like that's a bunch of copium huffing. And hey, you never know, maybe they do it, but I just can't see a team as inconsistent as Weibo making it across the finish line, is EDG, simply for the storyline, right? Finish top 3 in spring, end up with Uzi in summer. How cool would it be to see Uzi under the EDG banner at a World Championship in 2023 after... when was the last time he was on an international stage? 2017 or something like that with RNG. Long time, or maybe it was Worlds 2018. Either or, long time since we've seen Uzi and international.
And to answer your question, the last time OMG made an international was Worlds 2014. That's a long old time ago. That is 1 year away from a decade ago. How insane is that? Right there. I've suddenly made myself feel really old there.
That was the year that I started watching League of Legends. So,
wow,
that's absurd to me.
Yeah,
but,
and so I mean, OMG, if they could make it to Worlds again, they would. That run will have been a decade in the making, and what a journey it would have been as well. Because changing their tact. Instead of just trying to buy the most expensive players and all of that stuff, they went for rookies. They built up this roster that really was all about the talent and nurturing that and staying with that roster. And it's paid off. It's paid off dividends. And this would be the final push. Rareat and their opponents today, who have had some reasonably decent series more recently. Or at least like good moments in the series. I don't know. They've never quite been able to convert, have they? But
no, you know what? RA kind of fall under the same category as LGD for me, where like obviously LGD aren't. I mean, they're last place, but when I say that, I mean, sure, they're not necessarily always contesting the top teams, particularly competitively, but like outside of the top 6, top 7, they give like almost every team a run for their money, and I feel like for RA in the early stages as well, that's the big moment for them. They love the blood. They love, you know, being as aggressive as they possibly can. It typically comes out of the mid jungle. We'll see how RA can look to attack OMG. Like you say, they haven't been able to convert a lot, and I feel like into a team like OMG who, you know, themselves don't necessarily play the most orthodox version of League of Legends all of the time, it can be very difficult if you start to lose control of the map against the team who will kind of show no mercy, right? They will be relentlessly aggressive. I feel like OMG, if the windows open up for it. So RA can't really sleep on or rest on their laurels. They have to ensure that they are keeping tabs on everybody from OMG. And I think especially that man there walking out to the stage, Aki, will be one of the key members of the team that RA have to keep locked down.
He certainly will be. Aki has been known to take over games. I feel like he's one of those players that not always the name that gets brought up first when you talk about OMG, with Cream and Shanji on your roster. PP God, who has always been a very popular player as he jogs out onto the stage. Always been a very popular player with Western fans. Aki doesn't usually come to the forefront of the conversation right from the start, but I feel like he has been so influential for this roster, as the jungle role always is, you know. But excited to see how he's going to do today, and like you say, his performance is going to be crucial when it does come to playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Aki to me is kind of the facilitator of the aggressive style that we often see out of OMG, and if he is kind of hamstringed or hampered from looking for that aggressive playstyle, then it does mean that OMG generally don't look as strong as a team. So like you say, we're going to need to see him firing on all cylinders when it comes to playoffs, but I think specifically for today, tomorrow, just to ensure that they do cross this 6th place at least finish line, hopefully 5th place for them with 2 series in hand. You know, that is Aki looking really strong so that, you know, Cream, Shanji, and Abel can all thrive and look as powerful as we know the ceilings that they can touch are reached.
See if they can find them. I would love to see a really good series out from RA here. This is going to be their last series of the year. And again, this team, like when they came together, Lien, Mole, Bao Lan, like that combo surely has to be good, right? Like if you get a Rakan for Bao Lan, if you get Mole on the Nico, like Lien going in with them, I feel like on paper it sounded so good. And Assume's had some really good games. Xiaoshu's had some really good games. But it doesn't ever feel like it's worked out. It doesn't ever feel like that they've quite clicked as a team. I would love to see one last hurrah, because for OMG, I don't think it's going to be like that. They'd have to lose 2 series back to back not to make top 6 at this point. So even if RA won this one, it wouldn't affect them too much. So for my own headcanon, I'm okay with OMG losing this series if it means we can have one last hurrah for Aram.
It's a canon event that OMG have to lose, at the very least this game. Yeah, we'll see. I do agree with you. I feel like for RA, it would be a nice way to top off what has been, you know, not particularly a pleasant summer season for them. At the end of the day, not making it into playoffs is always gonna feel, you know, it's gonna suck. I'm not even gonna really pull words about it. It is gonna suck, but I feel like can still leave this summer split knowing that there were a lot of individual games where they did push teams fairly far, and at the end of the day, sure, you don't make top 10. The LPL is an incredibly competitive league. No 2 ways about it. And they put out a really good showing against a lot of strong teams. They pushed teams to 3 games that they weren't necessarily, you know, even dubbed to do. So RA, if they can top out this summer season with, at the very least, if not a win against OMG, then, you know, make them sweat for it kind of series, I feel like they can leave happily with it.
We'll see if they can. And I'm looking towards that top lane. Xiaoshu versus Shanji, I feel like inevitably is going to be quite a good matchup. And Shanji's already played 5 games of the Rumble across the course of this split. And I fully expect that to be on the cards, either as a pick or as a ban. I feel like RA, yeah, there you go. They have to just ban that Rumble straight off for the bat. It's like other teams, like Shanji's always going to play Rumble. When other teams start playing Rumble as well, that's when you know Shanji's going to be a demon if that's picked up.
Yeah, especially just with the fact that, you know, this version now of Rumble, the reworked version with the 150 heat meter, is incredibly powerful. So looking forward to seeing eventually Shanji get his hands on that one. But for now, it will remain a permaban into him. And in terms of other things that are banned, Nico, Kai'Sa, very common. Lian's in Italy getting a look in here from OMG. A lot of respect being shown there. I wonder for RA what this means, right? Sejuani up, Cassante, Zaya, loads of powerful things. The Renekton, the B1 Renekton, the LPL Classic. Shanji's giving it a giggle, seemingly. We'll see what this means for OMG and what they're willing to lock in on their first rotation as well as the Tristana being toyed with. I imagine this one gets locked in for OMG. It's been pretty high priority, and they finally showed not too long ago that it is a flex for them. It's not just in the hands of Abel and PP God when they go Milio Tristana. Cream will also play it on occasion too.
Certainly will. Very flexible pick available to them, as could go for an answer into the reactor, but you don't actually need to go for a counter pick just yet. Can go for priority picks of your own. And it will actually be the Maokai, so it could be Tristana mid still. It can work, like similarly to the Jace. Can fit in with that AP jungler.
Definitely can. It's one of those facilitating picks for Arki as well, so solid rotation as far as OMG are concerned. For RA, Sejuani, Renekton seems like a bit of a given, right? You already know you're into Maokai. It's not going to be some crazy hard carry jungle for Arki. And then it's about the solo lane matchup as well, I feel like, for Strive. Or maybe they want that Xayah pickup. Or they take away the Jace. With the Sejuani, maybe they look for something AP from Assume. We'll have to see, because this will definitely dip them quite heavily into physical damage on the top side. And if OMG go Sion here, and then all that, you know, Cassante also just works, and remove away some of the tank busting AD carries, things could start to look really rough for R8. We'll see exactly where OMG decide to go in the bans, as you have to imagine it's just 2 AD carry bans off the bat, right? Xayah plus Aphelios, because it's a Zoom, would probably make the most sense in terms of stripping away some power. Varus as well, if you want to kind of just trim away at some of the laning prowess that Assume does have access to.
I think as well, removing the AD carries that can go into the AP, right? You know that Jace and Renekton are going to be AD, definitely. Varus could go AP, Kai'Sa could go AP. Could he even remove something like a Ziggs, although Ziggs not exactly a tank buster himself, but...
I mean, Assume does play it, though, if I recall correctly. So it's not even a bad call-out much, to be honest with you. We'll see what they land on. They land on Draven. So, curious about what that means for OMG and for Abel, specifically, if this then signals, perhaps, that they're just looking to remove away Assume Comfort, or they're going to look for an AD carry if they're right, because those two bans actually set up quite well for an Aphelios on 4. Those are two very tough lane matchups for Aphelios, so I wonder if that's where OMG are angling as another support ban comes in for R8, the Rel joins the Milio.
Another option, okay, the Xayah's going to come on through here. I was going to say you could go for the Ziggs yourselves. You got Tristana, that like demo squad can be absolutely horrific to deal with, but no, Xayah going to come on through, which does mean RA, you probably have to go for the Rakan, right? Just to deny the combo. We'll have to see if they feel pressured into doing so.
Yeah, we will. Ashe. I mean, if they go Ashe, then I feel like cleanse value is super high for both Cream if he doesn't want teleport, and Abel. We'll go towards the Jinx, so more hyper carry focus. Where does Baolan land now, right? It's blind pick into PP God. The composition from OMG is relatively non-committal. It doesn't really have to go in. Double AD carry, 2 front line. I wouldn't even mind for PP God if he doesn't want the Rakan Xayah lane for him to just actually land on an Enchanter as well. Let's see what Baolan does, because I feel like you've already got Engage. If you want to stack it, you can go something like Nautilus, try and use the depth charge to force out the Xayah ultimate. I feel like that's maybe the way that they just go. OMG, they just go towards the Rakan just for the combination. Braum wouldn't be too bad here, to be honest. A fair amount of Engage, but they go towards that Rakan just because it's the Lovers duo, and they want that laning power and prowess, and they will find it.
So a lot of ability to go forwards here from OMG with Aki and PP God, both massive engage tools, plenty of follow-up damage as well. But RA on the other side, they've got plenty of tools to make their own lane advantages, like Lian on this Sejuani. If he can focus on Strive or Xiaoshu, certainly can build himself up some leads. So I feel like this early game, we could have a bit of opposite play here, where we see Aki playing towards the Xayah Rakan and Lian playing up towards the top side, and kind of a bit of a trade. Certainly possible.
Yeah, definitely possible. I'm curious about that as well. All right, cross-map play, certainly very potent. Cassante is a fairly hard champion to dive, even at the earliest stages, right? You always know when the CC is going to come through as the Cassante, so you can damage reduce a lot of that via the Pathmaker. And Shanji, very adept as well. So do anticipate that if we do end up in that kind of, I won't call it or commit to like saying it's a full map split, but you know, a lot of focus from Lian on the top side, then I feel like Shanji might end up being able to pilot out quite competently. And that's going to be about the responses from OMG on the bottom side. Strong 2v2 down there. Strong 2v2 on the top side for RA. We'll see if it ends up being a situation of both of those leaning into execution and seeing whether or not which side pulls out the largest lead.
See who can do it. OMG versus RA. You've got to favor OMG coming into this one. And remember, if they win this series, they grab themselves top 6 going into playoffs and will have that playoffs bye for the first round. See if they can make that happen. That's going to be the big question. Is OMG front foot forward here, looking good for playoffs, hopefully.
You want to see them looking good for playoffs. OMG, even if you're not an OMG fan, I feel like, even as a neutral, they're just such a fun team to watch. Would like to see them go relatively far. And definitely starting off in that top 6 will give them the opportunity to have a little bit of extra time off, a little bit of extra rest. Remember, they're playing 2 series back-to-back. So if they were to land in the first round, it would feel kind of rough. Very limited time to prep.
Yeah, true. I think on top of that as well, like when you think of OMG in recent history, the biggest run they had actually started from the first round of playoffs. So them making it into the second round of playoffs to start it off, if I'm not mistaken, and I easily could be because my memory is not fantastic, but I believe this would be the first time that they make top 6 in God knows how many years, like probably a decade, which that's kind of huge. That's kind of huge. Skipping the first round of playoffs for OMG would be everything. We'll see if they can do it, though.
Yeah, got some good and some bad news. Your memory is technically not...
Did they do it in spring?
Terrible. They did. Yeah, they did it in spring.
Yeah, I thought that as I was saying it, I was like, wait a second, I'm pretty sure they did this this year.
Wait. So I can save you, because technically they would one-up it if they win this series. And they would make it to 5th place. Whilst not guaranteed, looking kind of likely again with that series in hand that they still have over Weibo, right? Weibo still have one more series. That's going to be tomorrow against EDG, which, you know, to be fair, they could end up losing, right? You know, Weibo and EDG could very much be an EDG series where Weibo get kind of held down, right? Remember, EDG, I don't believe, can technically overtake Weibo, if I recall correctly. I'll stop talking about the leaderboard stuff for now. Arky's approaching the top side. I don't know if Xiaoshu will... he doesn't have E. He might just be dead.
Oh, he's going to get knocked straight into the sapling as well. Shanji first blood. Beautiful stuff here from OMG. Xiaoshu loses the flash as well. That's tough.
Yeah, very, very rough. And, you know, I was going to say, I don't know how much you've cast the machine. The answer is not that much. You're both play-by-play.
Very little, yeah.
Very little. But Ashin is, you know, actually very vocal on the analysis stuff when it comes to being a play-by-play. And one thing he is adamant on, and I kind of agree with him, is the Renekton matchup into Cassante. If the Renekton doesn't get going in this lane, it feels kind of like... It doesn't really feel great. And often, you know, that is the case with Renekton anyway. You want to be snowballing, but especially into the Cassante where you're picking it to actually dominate this lane, pull out ahead, you know, 10, 15, 20 CS, and then look to actually take over team fights. You start to fall behind early on like this, things start to really unravel and unfold.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I can see a little bit of a visit up there soon from the...
All in the bottom side here as PP God and Baolan both lose half their health. Yeah, to your point, I feel like that's almost... It's less about Renekton Cassante, more just about Renekton. Like, Renekton, when you fall behind, just feels useless. Like, if you are strong and you can fight for the Heralds, fantastic, amazing pick. But if you start to fall behind in lane and you don't have that big level 6 spike where you're an absolute powerhouse, then it does often feel like a wasted pick.
Yeah, it really does. And Shanji as well. Remember, we spoke about how for RA there is a lot of physical damage on their side. The commonplace thing to do as the Cassante, at the very least in the 1-to-1 against this Renekton, is rushing the Thorn Mail. It really does curb the 1v1 power of Xiaoshu, right? All the healing. But just because of things like, you know, for example, Renekton Ruthless Predator, empowered, if you're doing that to a target with Thorn Mail, you're eating like 100 and something damage in return, just for pressing a W, right? So not only do you really curb the healing, you deal even more damage, but with RA having so much physical damage and so much auto attackers as well, that build is going to feel super high value for Shanji. So again, further to this point of the top side matchup, if he does start to pull further and further ahead, he will become oppressive not just for Xiaoshu in the 1v1, but for the rest of the game too.
We all know what Shanji can do when he finds himself a lead. He will take over. I do want to just quickly talk about leads though, because in both the mid lane and the bottom lane. OMG managing to pull themselves ahead. It's a 10 CS lead for Abel, which I'd love to be able to see the wave. You can't quite see it because the icon's on the minimap. I have to assume that is frozen in favor of Assuming Baolan. Yeah, there you go. So
but
the
it's actually,
CS deficit should change a little.
Yeah, it's actually not going to be a true freeze though. It's 3 range creeps, so with that kind of minion coming out, it's going to start to slow push back into OMG. So it will actually continue to grow. I said actually like the anyway. Zuma meat coming out. There's 2v2 in the top side. Xiaoshu should be pretty close to hitting level 6 himself, but right now it's Shanji who is already 6. Arky's here, and of course he's covering because he knows Leon's here, so they're actually trying to bait out this 2v2, and here we go.
Shanji with the all out, and in comes Aki as well. Dominus to keep him alive though. Shanji flashes away, flashed on by Leon, but dives back in, and Xiaoshu cuts him down with the glaive, and everything we set up about Renekton being behind is in the bin because Xiaoshu's on top.
Yeah, Xiaoshu manages to pull ahead in the 1v1 and then into a 2v2. Excellent stuff from him, and you know, OMG, they elected to look to cover and play out this 2v2. Doesn't work out. They don't have the damage to kill off Xiaoshu. Now Xiaoshu back in this lane, right? He hadn't even actually had enough time to have items for that skirmish. He was still sat on Doran Shield as well. So feels really good. Will have a massive base for himself. And again, it's OMG that are looking to allow this play to happen, right? And the setup itself is actually really good. Xiaoshu goes in. He ends up behind Shanji. It's a full W into R, into the sapling, into the root, into a knockback, into another knockback, into the sapling. But they just don't have the damage to kill off Xiaoshu through all the healing and the HP gain from Dominus. So
yeah,
feels bad for OMG, and Leon, I would say punishes the play, but it was already initiating, and OMG kind of lying in wait and still not actually winning out.
I think that's the thing. OMG opted into that play. They knew Leon was there, and they were like, okay, we can take this. But it's a Renekton Sejuani. Now, while they got extremely close, I think even then it would have been a 1-for-1 at best. Like, that is a tough matchup to opt into. OMG, though, in the meantime, will grab a Drake on the bottom side of the map as Leon not able to contest this one. Baolan actually moving into the mid lane here. Herald up in 20 seconds. I wonder if he's going to stick around for that.
Oh, no.
I will not mention that. PP God didn't flash. Don't worry about that.
Nope, no, he didn't. Idea there, he basically tried to flash W over the Jinx traps before they armed, and unfortunately just wasn't quick enough. So he looks silly, but there was some serious intent behind it, and just gets caught out, unfortunately, for himself. And hey, already know now that Rakan is without flash, and again, Sejuani level 6, Nautilus as well. Does mean could be actually an easier target even than Abel, considering he's got the Featherstorm. We'll see how things play out, because first Dragon went over to OMG, so I expect RA will want to try and look for the Herald, especially with Xiaoshu starting to, you know, take control of the laning phase again after that 2v2 that occurred up there.
Abel and PP God will be able to crash this wave in, which still, again, you mentioned that the CS lead would build again for Abel, and it absolutely has. 15 CS advantage right now, with a plate being given up solo as well to Abel. His PP God just kind of waiting in the wings, making sure that his AD carry can get as much of that gold as physically possible. It's a really tough situation for Baolan and Assume, because with Aki hovering around as well, this does not get any better. If they stick around under the tower to try and farm, it could be curtains for the RA bot lane.
Yeah, and they know it as well. That Arky is around, ward spotted out that sapling, and they saw him on the control ward as he was kind of just making the rotation down. OMG consciously decided to yield that Herald for the cross-map play of just getting Abel slightly further ahead and getting a couple of plates. So we'll see whether or not RA can kind of make up some of that lead for Assume with this Rift Herald. Maybe look to drop it in the bottom side. I feel like it's actually a fairly huge takeaway from OMG too, considering you've got that Tristana, right? And she's been working away at that tower very slowly but surely in the mid lane. It means that it's just going to be slightly slower on potentially a tower takedown from OMG, and Ari can look to claw a little bit of gold back.
Good little trade from Xiaoshu there up in the top side. Well, let's talk about the approach to this game for the two teams for the next few minutes, because OMG have built themselves a small gold lead. It's nothing too crazy, but Cream on the Tristana You know, Abel on the Zyra as well, who's getting some plates. Like, I feel like these two carries are getting ahead. How do OMG leverage that over the next few minutes?
I mean, I feel like as OMG, it should start to kind of turn into just a continued amount of control around this dragon area, right? The bottom side has been very, very powerful. Feels like RA also are looking to just invest a lot more on the top side, generally, right? They obviously set up for that play earlier on. Whilst OMG were there to respond, there was still an RA win, and with Lian up here, it seems like it's going to be another visit to Shanji.
It's going to be one stun coming on through. The ultimate available for Lian, but don't commit for now. Aki moves in, sweeps up a ward. Won't commit his own ultimate either. So the re-engage from OMG will be opted out of.
Potential Hex Flash. I mean, they're actually pinging it. So Stripe has a rough idea that PP God is here. But if he hugs that bottom wall again, could be danger. Aki.
Here we go. Ult coming on through. Quickness comes out onto Lian. He'll be rooted, but flashes out under the tower.
Oh!
Baolan with a great follow-up. This is the combo we were talking about, but Cream still gets out of this one. Aki tanks the rocket. I can't believe they've got away with that.
Yeah, that was a bit of a heist, wasn't it, from OMG. Look for the play on the mid lane. They do get Stride's flash and Lian's by the end of it, so not too bad. And at the end of the day, the only things that were committed by OMG were ultimates, and Timer of the Dragon means that those ults will either be off cooldown already or very close to being off cooldown. Herald's dropped in the mid lane, goes over to Strive, and actually the gold proc might have given away where Strive was resetting, so he just takes a moment to stop that one, as he was worried that Cream could have looked for a rocket jump on top of him. And that's actually kind of big. That might lock OMG into getting this dragon almost for free, because if Strive has to look for a reset, he's never going to be here at this dragon in time. The only thing that could have an outside impact here is Xiaoshu having teleport and Shanji not. So let's see how things unfold in the next 30 seconds or so. Strive's going to take his reset now. Xiaoshu has full control of the top side, so he can always look to teleport as long as Shanji is away. But it's more about RA and their intent, and whether or not they actually want to look for the dragon themselves.
Cream decides not to commit onto Baolan there. Doesn't know where Lian is on the map. But 2 plates taken individually by Cream in that mid lane. Now the reset came on through, but you can see Assume moving over there. It'll be Strive down in the bottom side now to try and defend the remaining 2 plates. But Drake is the objective that OMG are looking for here as they move towards that area. Start DPSing down. Lian in the zone though, and oh, Shanji. He's moving over. Xiaoshu has TP. I think it's going to be too late though. The Drake's going to be already taken. Lian moves in, but Drake is down. Baolan falls, and RA all over the place here, just not coordinated. They make it too late to the Drake, and they even lose their support.
Yeah, really strange. I mean, I would have even maybe preferred for Xiaoshu. Like, the problem is Xiaoshu, it seemed like RA were very locked into maybe finding like this teleport flank, but maybe Xiaoshu should just walk down instead, right? Like, he has the time in the world to do it. Shanji walked away after the wave was cleared away. Oh, they want that flank, right? They had such decent vision setup on this bottom side that's what they wanted. But again, like you mentioned, all over the place, a little bit too slow to pull the trigger, and RA just get that dragon, or rather lose that dragon, and don't really get anything for it. And it's OMG to gain, right? Picked up a spare kill off the back of the engage.
Certainly did. OMG with 2 Drakes now. So we take another look.
Like, yeah, you can like the setup. It could be good if they just pulled the trigger earlier and more on sync with one another. Strive and Assume were nowhere near both Baolan and Lian, so just a bit of a head scratcher for me. But the intent certainly was okay, just slow on the trigger pull.
Bit of a tough one for RA. Idea was right, but the execution and the timing was not pretty. 3 players on the top side for RA there is just trying to fight for vision control. In the meantime, a reset came out from Abel. He's now got that Kraken Slayer as well as his boots. Same for Cream, or at least with the Kraken Slayer. He's got a Vamp Scepter instead. PP God sparring with Baolan. That's actually going to be the ultimate used onto him, but he's Rakan, so he'll just dash out of there. Not the greatest ult I've ever seen.
Nope, not the best in the world, but you know, happens to the best of us. OMG, whilst all that's going on the top side and RA are posturing, now they're the ones with teleport advantage on the top side, and with a bit of an awkward lane assignment with Strive being in the top side of the map. Just means that that tower on the bottom side goes down for free to Shanji. Even have some time to reset because again, RA slow to the punch, right? Like this Herald takedown or start up being quite slow, very hesitant. Now OMG have the window to engage.
Quickness in, the roots follow it up as well. Cream on the top side of the player's able is untouched so far. Xiaoxu with a bit of sustain and Shanji still surviving. Now 1v1ing Lien as well. Shanji, that was clean. And the flash forward for the feathers. OMG just destroyed RA.
Not only did they just slaughter RA, it's a 5,000 gold deficit now. That was a huge gold swing off all of those kills, the towers. And there's going to be more to follow as well. Top side, there's a wave. Cream's going to crash this one, take out this tower. The Herald's going to go into Arky's back pocket. The mid lane is under attack. OMG just got everything. And again, it's RA just being a little bit lackadaisical. And having not started up this Herald, Paolan,
God, that was clean.
Yeah, has his dredge line sidestepped. Engage looks good. The buster shot into the wall for Shanji to then take Leon. You said it was clean. Oh, what knocked him? I think Strive's E knocked Shanji out of the blast cone there, which enabled him to actually 1v1 Lien quite hilariously. And the rest of OMG just kind of wipe whoever's in front of them, front to back. Excellent team fight from OMG.
I love the flash from Abel there to finish off Assume. Just kind of insult to injury at the end of the fight. Look at the carries, 202, 204. They are feeling real strong, and they both got a BF sword off the back of that previous play. OMG well and truly in control of this game now. It's almost a 7,000 gold lead, 6.5 at very least. OMG, pretty much I know it's been such a quiet game. How does that not hit Abel? What? And they're still going to be able to get that kill. So at least they do finish the job on that one. I had no idea how he wasn't stunned by that. PP God goes down. There's a double kill for Assume. And now a chance for RA. But with 3 people here, they'll be able to defend the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they will be able to defend tier 1 at the very least. I'm going to need an instant replay on that ultimate there from Lien because, like, you know, Abel looked like he was in the middle of it. I'm not entirely sure why he didn't get stunned. But at the end of the day, it does mean that they end up picking up 2 kills. I feel like they only would have got Abel if it stunned him, funnily enough. So, hey, it feels good for RA. The universe, well, I was going to say loves them today, but not enough to give them a gold lead. Yeah, smiles on them for that one play. OMG, however, back out on the map after those picks. And with these reset timers from Assume and Baolan being so late, this dragon's gone. This is a bit of a freebie unless Lian gives his life for it. Actually goes for the steal, and I just don't see that one happening.
No. And that'll be one dragon away from Ocean Soul here for OMG with a Cassante and a Maokai on the team who will get big, big value out of that one. One of the things as well, I believe this is how it works. Maokai saplings, when they explode on someone, means that Maokai has done damage. So he gets passive healing from the Ocean Soul in that any time a sapling hits someone on the map, he still gets that Ocean Soul combat healing. So it's extra effective on the tree. Makes sense, trees love water, although they don't love salt water. And oceans are full of salt water, so hey, I don't know, we'll check in on that later.
Munch? I've got some interesting news for you.
Oh yeah?
I don't want to make you seem like a dummy. I don't think Ocean... Maybe it's... Are you talking about maybe Soul has combat healing? I don't think Ocean Soul Okay. If Ocean Soul has combat healing, that's something I didn't even know, apparently. So then I'm the dummy. Yeah, does Ocean Soul have combat healing?
I thought that was how Ocean Soul regen worked when you're in combat.
I thought it was just healing, period. I'm pretty sure it's just healing, period. All right,
I'm
hop
gonna
on
check
Google.
this.
Yeah, hop on Google. I'm pretty sure it's just healing.
You talk about
overall.
game state, I'll check the Soul.
All right, game state looking pretty good for OMG. Who would have guessed it? Right now, with these 3 dragons and with the Baron spawning up, they've got 2 options, right? They realistically know that if RA go for a Baron startup, that they can just walk over there and murder them all for it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep set up on the bottom side of the map. They keep Cream on the side lane alongside Shanji, and then look for turn and burns until this next dragon spawns up for that Ocean Soul.
Dealing damage to enemies, heals for 160 plus blah, 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 and restores 80 mana over 4 seconds.
Since when?
It's the normal Drakes that do passive regen, but the Soul gives you combat healing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's always been like that.
Has it always been? Am I just bad at read. Okay, well, hey, I'm the dummy. That's the end of the conversation. I'm the dummy, I guess.
Look, it happens. It happens. There's a lot of reading to be done in League of Legends. Xiaoshu and Shanji. That's a lot of SHs. Well, not actually, but X is essentially an SH, kind of, in Pinying.
Yeah. Sure.
Sort of.
Kind of.
PP God, maybe looking for an engage here. Quickness comes out. The ult from Lien to answer it, but there's the root. There's the knock-up, and Cream with the follow-up onto Baolan. And one pick might just be enough for the TP coming on through as well. Shanji rejoins the squad, and they move over to the Purple Worm.
Yeah, the engage tools are gone for RA as well, so I think the reality of the situation is this Baron is gone. If they try to contest, OMG will just turn, and they will look to kill whoever they see in front of them. This Baron should be a pretty high yield of additional gold as well. Soul spawns in 2 minutes, and there's a couple of inner towers to Till's stake. RA do get this tier 1, and it's got an objective bounty attached to it, so it feels good. But again, losing the Baron, going to be pushed out now through the mid lane as well. It's going to be a rough couple of minutes now for RA to try and defend, try and turtle. Actually see if they can claw anything off the map, but I feel like OMG just have so much control.
Ooh, this could be a dicey teleport, honestly. There's 4 players here from OMG. Strive will not get engaged on. I wasn't sure if they would just go ham on that one, but Cream is actually in the top side currently, so Root comes out from Abel. Bit more damage, and the turret actually just dies to the minions in the end as Abel is going aggro in this one. 4v5 as the Roots come across here. Baolan the target, but Abel flashes forward straight at Xiaoshu. Featherstorm across the team, but Xiaoshu surviving. PP God gets out with his life, and Shanji here to finish the job. Assume will be shredded. 4v5 as Strive gets a double kill, but the rest of his team has been torn asunder.
Yeah, Kasanji, as he so often does, turns that fight around. RA was starting to win out. There was a lot of healing coming out from Xiaoshu on the backline. I think the rocket from Assume from downtown also helped out in that dive, but OMG still prevail. The gold difference just about enough to get them through that team fight. I'm going to pick up this inhibitor in the top side, look for a reset, then go and take up that soul. Excellent stuff from OMG. Generally, I feel like that was probably the last chance that RA had at an even fight. Third items coming in now for Cream. Abel not too far away, you have to imagine as well. Gold lead grows. Take a look at the replay. I think let's take a look at how long Xiaoshu is actually able to survive here, to be honest with you. Plus, the initial root up here from Abel is massive. Kicks the fight off. Fortunate miss from PP God as a couple members dodge out, but then Xiaoshu goes back in on the Featherstorm. Big Cold and Meek heal. Plus, I think Conqueror and maybe a Triumph proc from Abel dying. While Shanji just does what he has to do on the backline. So, excellent stuff from OMG. And an attempt from RA was good, but now here's an attempt from OMG and engage. They want this dragon, and they should just about get it.
Well, the soul is taken before they even get in, and now RA in a fight against a team that is actually healing because they're in combat, in case anyone didn't know what Ocean Soul does. It's OMG in a death ball here. As team taken down. 4 players in Strive for the second time in as many minutes. Will find himself alone. And OMG, they might just end the game here.
Yeah, I think they will. OMG, 4 members dead. I mean, death timers, actually not that long, to be fair, so it might just be a second inhib, unless they look to push for more with the Ocean Shot. Oh, Ocean Soul healing.
Oh, actually, Strive might just get taken out here. Q3, no, knocked back. Well played by Strive to keep himself alive there. And I think you might be right. I think they might be able to stop this one, although one Nexus Tower in trouble. Baron is timed out at this point, so the wave is very clearable. This Ocean Soul does mean that you can just keep sieging all day long. The supers in the top lane are helping to whittle away at those Nexus Towers. And instead they move towards the mid lane. A reset coming out from Shanji, but his teleport is about to come off a cooldown again. As the wave pushed in, PP God, no quickness available. Does make it a little bit harder to engage.
It definitely does. They can still use Arki's Ultimate to force them off the tower. And either look for a dive on the target's root up, or simply just get the tower itself and see what they decide to do. With no Baron, the waves can get evaporated kind of quickly here. But again, Ari will start to be spread thin. And with this window for Cream, he will just take the tower, and now this third inhibitor is wide open.
Tristana is just so hard to deal with when she gets onto those towers. The TP onto the minion to guarantee the wave can't be cleared. And now OMG, 3 inhibs taken. RA packed into their base. Just a third of a Nexus tower remaining. They're desperately trying to hold on. And now, supers in every lane, plus double supers now. With their third inhib gone. This isn't getting any easier. RA might need to pull the trigger on a fight here, try and find something. Their target is Aki, but he survives with a twisted advance. The bomb onto Lien is going to be the end of the game here. Xiaoshu killed by the feathers, flying back in as Cream just 2v1ing them on the Nexus, on the fountain here. The Nexus will go down as Strive will join it in the last possible second. 19-5. OMG just decimated RA.
Slaughter, really clean, very concise. Very few mistakes from OMG throughout this game, right? I feel like they went for that one play where they tried to counter the gank from Lian, and even that, like, the idea from OMG was pretty sound, and they had this out for it. They just barely fell short of the damage threshold to kill off Xiaoshu, right? So I feel like that was the only major, like, air quotes misstep. Besides from that, they kind of gave up the Heralds at decent times. They just said, hey, let's not fight around this very strong Renekton. Let's give Abel all the gold on the opposite side of the map. I feel like there's very little to actually pick on here from the side of OMG. And you can't really fault RA for trying, at the very least, you know, trying to go for the Herald contest on the second one very early on. And just generally trying to leverage the strength that they had through Xiaoshu. It just felt, however, that they fell too far behind on the bottom side of the map, and then also even through the mid lane to a point, right? Cream was really starting to pound Strive over time, it felt like. So yeah, I feel like OMG had more going for them, and the overall macro decisions were just a bit further ahead of where RA were landing this game.
Yeah, I felt like it felt like almost an extended laning phase here from the side of OMG, and just plates galore for both mid and bot lane, CS advantages, and then that leading into these huge fights. And then there was the one fight at the second Herald, like you say. I don't criticize RA for going for that initially, but just getting absolutely... The fact that it was like an ace. How often do you see an ace at a Herald fight? Like, that rarely happens that teams commit that hard to the team fight. It felt more like a Baron team fight, honestly, with the way that it finished out.
Yeah, it kind of did, didn't it? And I think that just speaks more to how far ahead OMG were at that point. Yeah, I really do think that if this is at the very least the level of OMG that we're going to get, feels good going into playoffs, right? Because I feel like this is kind of what these last two series are for them. Obviously, it's about securing top 5, top 6, but I feel like it's also the reinstatement of their confidence, but also not only their own confidence, but probably the fans' confidence a little bit, right? Going from 7 to 2, where they looked kind of confidently looking towards potentially a top 4, to kind of drop out of that, and even as far as maybe out of the top 6. Seeing these performances now feels great, and it feels a lot more like it's kind of been a bounce back from that sort of turbulent couple of series that they had for the last week, 2 weeks or so into RA here, looking much more like their old selves.
Feels necessary, doesn't it? Feels like something that OMG needed to come in looking good today. The comp was good, the execution was fantastic, and PP God and Aki working together beautifully, right? The roots come in as the quickness comes out. PP God had some phenomenal engages across this one.
Yeah, he did. PP God. I felt like as well, so many times when he was going in, Baolan was trying to stop him with dredge line or even a depth charge, but he just got past those dredge lines like 2 or 3 times just through sheer movement. So excellent stuff from him. Honestly, PP God could end up getting MVP here, in my mind, when I think about it. How pivotal he was to so many of those engages. I feel like Arki is also the other big one on the cards for that one. We'll see who ends up getting it, as I feel like OMG, who's leading the MVP vote right now? It wouldn't surprise me if it's Shanji. I feel like it would also be not a terrible idea to give it to him. He had a couple of very crucial, sort of micro team fight wins, I feel like, which actually got OMG across the finish line there. So we'll see who ends up with it, but definitely I feel like a team effort, a very strong team effort from the OMG side, and they locked out RA very efficiently.
So it's Abel, actually, out of the team. He's got 7 MVPs so far across the course of the split. And, I mean, I could see an argument for him being MVP. He was an AD carry and he did a lot of damage, so that's cool. I feel like this is one of those wins where it's so one-sided that pretty much anyone could really get that award for this one. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll head towards game number 2, and we'll find out who our MVP was for game 1.
Harris, the longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohao wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder!
Oh wait, Ruler's going to do it again.
Ruler?
Ruler's going to go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie, and maybe some Jackie love as well. Gotta give some. He's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like they're gonna have mid wave crushing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay.
Last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what it'll do to the men. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beituan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Bobo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you gotta watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
No.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And UCal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down UCal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emotes as EDG go clutch.
Just hanging out with a friend of mine. Middle of July, just killing time. Pretty soon, it's gonna be back to school. Yeah. Six Flags, San Diego, Carlsbad. Swam with the dolphins, yeah, I had such a good time. California was so cool. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? City of the angels, here I come. Think I wanna stay, think I'll call you home. That Hollywood sign is calling out to me. Yeah. On the strip, walking at 1 a.m. Bright light shining, and I know I am not gonna
Albuquerque. What a beautiful... Wait, that's not Albuquerque. That's Shanghai. But for some reason, we're singing about Albuquerque during the break. I'm much joined by Jamada as we head to our second game here. And OMG, almost booking their ticket to Albuquerque. To top six with a game 1 win here over RA.
Yeah, they're so close. One more win, and they are in. So very excited here for OMG. If you're a fan, shout out. I will dominate, I guess. This could be the series that you get top 6 again. And hey, maybe one step closer to even besting your spring performance in regular season and making it to top 5. And that'll be huge for OMG. Very long time since they've been able to say that about themselves. And Arky crowns off the first win of this series here, where they could see that milestone met with an MVP performance.
They certainly could. A great little performance there. On the Maokai, the crux of all of those engages, as him and PP God really the core of how OMG won this game.
Yeah, it was just like the CC setup from PP God and Arky, which just allowed them to play front to back so confidently time and time again, while Shanji was just causing disruption in the back line. So yeah, not a lot to say. It's a Maokai performance, you know, like his engages were great. He pressed R in the right direction. He pressed W on the correct target every single time, and he was unkillable. And also had room to go full AP this game, which definitely helped out as well in terms of the damage output, just because, you know, double AD carry, Kasani on the top side of the map allows you to, yeah, basically deal loads of damage as well whilst being tanky. Look at that, it soaks up like 2 ultimates. Ocean Soul definitely helps out a little bit as well. And yeah, great stuff from OMG through and through.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from OMG. RA leaving something to be desired. And looking to game 2 now, I'm kind of looking towards Second Herald. I feel like Second Herald is the catalyst for these two teams, apparently, because we had an extremely slow first 15 minutes. And then Second Herald came onto the map, and it was like, okay, all 10 players right in the area. I will be there no matter what from every single player. Like, just commit to the Herald. Everybody dies, or at least everyone on RA died, and then OMG just took over the game from there. So I'm curious if RA will commit to a massive Herald fight again in the same way. And also, whether they're going to draft in a different way, obviously swapping sides of the Rift here. The priority on the Renekton, I like it. I feel like the Renekton could have been fantastic, but unfortunately, that first fight not going their way meant the rest of the game really went a bit wonky.
Yeah, I also feel like it was that dragon setup, right, as well, where they tried to have Xiaoshu teleport down, find the flank. I feel like for RA, that kind of also sucked. I feel like, whilst I do agree with you, I think Second Herald is going to be very pivotal for this one. The fact that RA fell short on that third or second dragon, I can't recall what it was, sort of setup where they were just too slow to pull the trigger, man. I feel like the setup was there. Fundamentally, it would have been a great play, but Xiaoshu just took too long. RA took too long as a whole. And I think if we get more decisive versions of RA in those moments, then maybe, just maybe, we see a more competitive game number 2 here.
It's Baolan's birthday. I didn't know that. Happy birthday, Baolan. I just saw the signs in it. There's like a whole Baolan fan contingent out today. And apparently it's his birthday. So happy birthday, Baolan. We'll see if we can get him a win here in game 2. I don't know why I said we'll see if we can get him a win, like I have any influence over what happens.
No, I wish I did, though. Whoa, don't you know? No. Just let's not try and throw away the narrative that casters like don't control the, like we do. We've got the start button game, we've got the control result game. We know the script ahead of time. Yeah, exactly. That's why the caster curse exists. Like, we know what's gonna happen in like 15, like 15 minutes ahead of time. Like, we've got someone talking in our ear 24/7. You know, that's how it works. So don't let them think that we don't. I do agree though. Hopefully for RA, they can at the very least make this a competitive series, right? From their perspective, again, whilst this is a bit of a nothing series, you still want to go out on a bang. You never want to really, drop out of a season already knowing that you're not in playoffs. Going out on a whimper would always feel quite bad, right? It just kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And for RA, being able again to take a game off OMG would at the very least set things nice for the atmosphere moving into next year.
It really would. It really would. I hope RA can have a bit of a better year next year. We'll see if they make any changes. going into spring during the off-season. You would anticipate at least a couple there, wouldn't you? But we'll see. And OMG, their year is far from over. They've got playoffs ahead of them. Going to be wanting to make a similar performance happen. Fantastic little game one there. And we said coming into this one, you know, OMG not necessarily having the smoothest games recently. Their series versus EDG was extremely back and forth, extremely close run thing. And then losing to TT the series before that, losing to Top Esports the series before that, although it went to 3 games. I feel like a confident last couple of series is crucial for OMG. So far, so good against RA.
Yeah, so far, so good. Again, it's just about rebuilding that confidence. Those series that you were mentioning where they were tripping up, there was a lot going on inside of those games. Wonky looking drafts, generally a very indecisive OMG, which I feel like if there's one thing typically that you don't really get to say about OMG that much is they're not really ever indecisive. Like, I'm not saying that the plays that they'll always make are good, but it often feels like they're at the very least on the same page. Those turbulent weeks were certainly very uncharacteristic, and now with this first very good looking game into RA, you want a very similar sort of a repetition in game number 2 and then into tomorrow, so that you have the extra time then to prep, moving into the second round of playoffs, and just generally looking forward to trying to take down those sort of 7th to 10th place teams that you will obviously meet, because those were also some of your tougher opponents as well, it feels like, throughout a lot of the regular season. So this is kind of the starting point, I wouldn't say of the bounce back, but just, again, reinstating that confidence for OMG fans.
See if they can, as you say, reinstate the confidence. I like that. Like a little phrase. It's, I feel like a confident start to playoffs would be crucial. I would love to see, I don't know exactly how the seeding is going to pan out for the bracket for summer. I would love to see EDG OMG go to 5 games. You know, that series was so entertaining to watch. It's highly possible that we see them on the same side of the bracket. I feel like EDG would have to finish 7th, right? Go up against
So
NIP.
because
OMG, wait, no, OMG are likely 5th seed, right, actually?
If I recall, it's obviously 7th, 10th, and then 8th, 9th. And 8th, 9th would likely be on the 6th place side. So if you're 5th...
No, it's not. It's on the 5th
Is it
place
not?
side.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, so 8th, 9th, because...
Oh, because it will be weighted towards whoever's in 3rd and 4th, right? So they would technically get, like, 3rd and 4th get the easier... 3rd gets the easier side than 4th, regardless, I guess. Wait, are you sure?
I don't
let's
know.
Not talk about. Let's not talk
I'm
about
literally
bracket
looking
stuff,
at the bracket. I'm telling you, it's.
Oh, okay. Okay,
7th
okay,
and
okay.
10th is on the bottom side of the bracket, and 8th and 9th is on the top side of the bracket. Okay. I don't know why it is, but that's how it is. And then seed 5 will be on that top side as well, which would mean if OMG do get the 5th seed, that their following series in round 3 would be Top Esports again. That would be poetic, wouldn't it?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, if OMG, to make it into the top 4, had to take out Top Esports after doing it already in spring, that would be... nothing short of poetic. It just would be. And OMG, don't forget, because they finished top 4, I can't remember how the seedings will work even further looking towards regionals, right? Assuming that they don't, you know, I guess run the gauntlet, beat BLG, beat JDG, and then become the summer champions. They already sat quite comfortably in terms of making it towards that tournament as well. So hopefully for OMG, a finish as high as possible, and then, hey, you never know, taking out Top Esports again. Maybe OMG will be Top Esports' kryptonite in that series. It felt like when OMG, because again, OMG met Top Esports during that turbulent phase for themselves. If OMG were a little more on form, I could see them contesting Top Esports a lot more confidently than what we saw out of them, right? I don't think that's out of their will house or their ability at all. So if we do get that rematch again from not only spring, but then of course having played relatively recently in regular, I could see OMG taking Top Esports down and knocking them out again.
I mean, only time will tell. We don't even necessarily definitely have that matchup yet, so I feel like we're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
But
I'm here
the
for
possibility isn't like low. I think that's why we're happy to kind of talk about it. But never know. I'm here for it as well. You know, I would say, as a fan away from casting, OMG is probably my second favorite team to watch in the league. So, hey, them going against my favorite team to watch in the league would be pretty cool. I'm down for it. And my heart would be torn, but I'm sure the series would be very explosive. Both very volatile teams at the end of the day. But again, like you say, have to wait until we get confirmation on who is where and how exactly the bracket will end up finalizing, as we still do have a couple of different places left to be locked in.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is currently going on. I feel like we've been a bit delayed here for some reason, but we've gone to a split screen, which tells me absolutely nothing, but I'm hoping it means we're going into the draft soon. Teams all seem ready. And that look at that slow zoom. That tells me draft is coming up.
Yeah,
Oh, yes, the Mercedes
there
logo.
it is.
That's always the sign that we're kicking it off. Here we go. All right, draft underway. OMG versus R8. Game number 2. Italy.
We spoke earlier about how we have the start button game. You brought it up, and then I pressed it. All right, I was done talking.
Oh, nice.
I was, yeah, see? Come on now. Like you said, Nidalee banned away from Lian. Very common. Expect that RA are going to ban Rumble here. If they're not waiting until the third ban, which would be kind of weird, because if you leave it till third, then you might end up with your hands tied. Okay, let's see where they go then with the block removed away. OMG, Nico, up and available. Kai'Sa, up and available. What things are they willing to ban away or trade out? As R8 have gone for 2 very targeted bans towards specifically Cream. Of course, Abel a little bit with Tristana. OMG, I feel quite confident. And of course, there's then the Vi, which is, for me, one of Arki's strongest champions. So I feel like R8, and just in general, this draft, we could end up with a very overloaded draft with a lot of those S-tier champions up and available.
Yeah, Vi will be banned in the end. Let's see. Oh, I mean, Kai'Sa's made it through, so that'll be a first pick. Yeah. Easy lock in there. Do you go Renekton for Xiaoshu once again?
Renekton Sejuani wouldn't be too bad if they want to. Go for a full top side. Zyra Khan up and available. Rel up and available. But of course, with Alistar up, maybe you don't want to show that Rel super early on, but the Nico is almost a foregone conclusion. That one should go through. Then I wonder if it is just a Renekton, the Cassante even for Xiaoshu, Eva, or I think there's loads of strong options available. It just depends on what they're really feeling like. There's the Xayah, so that could give Baolan a pretty confirmed and locked in Rakan on 3. It just depends on what OMG actually look for in this next rotation, and if they show their full bot lane matchup themselves. Again, loads of strong dive pairings available with the Kai'Sa, Nautilus as well. We spoke about the Rel, Alistar, plenty of things, very, very blindable. It just depends on how they're really feeling. Top side of the map as well, plenty of picks. Again, it's a bit of a soft overloaded draft here, as the Rel will go through, and then if Cream wants a mid lane pick here into Strive, he can just match it. They can hold on to it. But the Rumble, we forgot, has of course been left up. Wasn't first picked because of the Kai'Sa, but certainly could get locked in here. And hey, I mean, the thing about the Rumble, you know how earlier on I mentioned Ornn, very powerful champion. There's very few champs that can really just blow summoner spells from like a screen and a half, 2 screens away. Rumble is also inside of that list. Being able to drop the equalizer on an AD carry's head and, you know, either chunk them out or force them to use a summoner spell is huge. So we'll see how often those trades come out for Shanji, but also just the sheer lane prowess into Xiaoshu, because again, now with this Rakan likely coming through, oh no, they go towards the Renekton. They're not willing to sack. I was going to say, you know, for RA, it's a decision between support matchup and the top side matchup. If they sack the top side matchup, eating 2 top side bans would have been absolutely terrible for Xiaoshu inside the lane matchup. So feels really good that he's able to get his hands on the Renekton. And now OMG, I feel like, have 2 very, very easy bans here in phase 2. One is Sejuani, so you remove the Renekton Sejuani pairing. Wow, RA do it themselves. Very interesting. And then the other one is naturally just Rakan, as we'll see Nocturne also taken off the board because that has started to rise in priority as a very scary duo. Turn off the lights and then get Pot Blossom.
Yeah, definitely can be incredibly difficult to deal with. Not to mention as well, Lian loves to carry, doesn't he? He loves to be doing a bit of damage himself. Nidalee and that Nocturne both banned away from him, as it does seem like heavy jungle presence in the ban pool. 2 on either side. Sylas going to be taken away from Cream. I mean, it is a bit of a signature for Cream, but we've not exactly been seeing loads of it.
No, definitely haven't. That does kind of make me wonder whether RA are just looking at something like Maokai then. in this next rotation with Sejuani gone. There's the Viego. There's not really too many junglers left up now at this point that are particularly prioritized. Could see a fallback from Arki onto the Wukong as well. I will mention that. RA, I feel like if you ban away Sylas, you're either looking at a big team fight ultimate from Lian, which again, I'm imagining Maokai is the first one that comes to mind, or something else entirely, but they're going to give jungle to R5 because they really want this Rakan. And of course, they can hide the jungle pick until 5. They already know the support matchup. OMG, what will it be? There's a lot of magic damage, so physical from Cream wouldn't be too bad. If they end up on Maokai, I expect that Yone will come alongside it. And then there'll be a lot of dive and a lot of strong CC tools, which if RA get clipped by any, you imagine they will just get bursted down almost immediately.
Yeah, certainly will. And Maokai should probably be the final lock-in. Makes sense with the rest of this composition. Gives Cream a way to get involved on these fights. And just think, the roots land, Rel charges in, equalize it down, and then Yone on top of all of that. Not to mention Abel flying to the backline to finish someone off. That sounds pretty terrifying to me from the side of OMG. I'm loving this composition as RA. What do they want to go for Lian? It is going to be a carry in the jungle in the form of that Kha'Zix in the end. So a bit more of a like strong meta comp from RA versus like a strong like
comfort comp,
signature comp. Yeah, like you've got meta in jungle and in bot lane, but then top and mid, it's all about like comfort. It's all about signature picks here for Cream and Shanji.
Yeah, Cream and Shanji specifically, right? Made their names on these picks, so looking forward to OMG piloting these ones, especially in the laning phase, and Arki again to be that facilitator for his solo laners, as he so often is. Abel and PP God should be fine down there in that 2v2. It can be a very volatile one, so I wouldn't be surprised if Arki pays it a very early visit, just to ensure that it stays a stable lane instead. For RA though, a little more, yeah, like you said, meta, but I'm kind of concerned for Lian. I feel like if he doesn't get snowballing, that Kha'Zix into the champions that OMG are running could very quickly, you know, become useless, is what I'll say. So Lian really needs to get some gold inside of his back pocket real early. I feel like he's got lanes definitely to play around and do that, but it's going to be about finding those windows where OMG can't punish in kind.
Let's see if they can find it. I'm looking towards that top lane though. The rumbles come out for Shanji. It's his classic. He's got 47 games on it and 31 wins. He's won almost twice as many games as he's lost on the pick. If he wins this game, that fact will be true. It'll be 32-16. Phenomenal on the pick, and I can't wait to see how it's going to look today against this Renekton. But remember, Renekton got ahead to start game number 1. You know, things flipped around after that point, but the 2v2 went the way of RA to start us off last time around, as Aki could be recalling in the top brush to make sure no shenanigans can come out from RA.
Lane rush being put down here, or lane ward rather, for Aki. Incredibly passionate Gyos.
I mean, it's a combination of things. Apparently it's OMG day today.
Yeah.
In the arena. And on top of that, it's Balan's birthday. So strong reasons to support your squads in the arena today for both of our teams. Let's see how this one's going to pan out. Quiet start, obviously. Let's talk pacing, though. With a Rumble and a Yone in the game, like, what do you expect from OMG when it comes to the early game?
Well, for top side of the map, I feel like Shanji should have a relatively easy time shoving out if he really wants to, but he has to be careful of a very early visit from Lian. It looks like he's starting out on the Raptors. I'm not sure how much information, if at all, OMG have on that. So what we could see from Lian is actually, like, you try and catch Shanji out as he tries to crash either the second or the third wave. And with the setup that Xiaoshu has, being the Renekton, very plausible. And if you can hold that wave in a freeze as well, it would be big. So OMG, Shanji needs to be careful of that, right? His objective should be to shove out early on and have a very strong 1v1 against Xiaoshu. And then Cream, just survive, right? I think it's kind of difficult to pilot out melee champions against Nico, but Yone is one of the few champions I've kind of seen be a little bit of an exception to that rule with the passive shielding from the W and so forth. You can actually trade out all right, but definitely level 1 to 3, a little bit difficult to navigate. So that's where it's really about for OMG. Early lanes need to just be protected by Arki, I think, realistically.
All right. We'll look for Aki trying to hover these lanes. He started on the bottom side and will path up towards that top lane now. It's just trading back and forth in the bottom lane, but fairly even so far between the two teams. And you can see Cream already getting chunked out in the lane as Lian going to move in towards the same quadrant that Aki is currently in. This could get a little bit dicey for our Maokai as Aki on his wolves, but that sapling is going to give the game away. Blascone keeps him safe, as Lian, I think, will just have to back away from this one.
Yeah, so Lian actually has priority in the top side. It seems like Shanji has yielded that one. Obviously, Prio here in the mid lane from Strive, kind of an expected outcome. Cream taking a bit of a beating, but staying within touching distance in terms of CS.
Oh,
maybe Aki. Oh, Aki's found the window because Lian's not actually looking at this.
They know that he's going to be trying to invade instead, so Strive forced to flash into the blue side jungle here. Xiaoshu in the meantime, forced to flash up top as well as Shanji almost gets a solo kill. And all that priority that Lian had a minute ago is pretty much gone.
Yeah, exactly. So feels quite bad for Lian because he spent a lot of time up here, basically accomplishing nothing, right? So we'll get the scuttle, yes. Won't lose the smite to Aki. But at the end of the day, like you mentioned, so much tempo lost for him. Top side, Xiaoshu as well, losing out. I think he probably tried to trade on Shanji and Shanji goes into overheat and just kind of one-taps him. Aki again, doing a great job, just covering, making sure Lian can't attack this. Because he knows that Shanji wants to reset relatively soon. And the teleport's even coming out from Cream defensively just in case. Happens.
I don't think that was a defensive TP. That was to try and force a play based on Aki flashing forwards. They're baiting this one. They don't know that Cream is here for the time being. Shanji flashes out. Xiaoshu so low on HP. Here's Cream, here's Shanji, but they can't quite reach them. The flash under the tower from Lian. They all get away with their lives.
I'm not sure Shanji needed to flash out. I'm going to be honest. I think he was fine, but still very worried about the amount of burst that could have come his way. Didn't want to get stunned up either by Xiaoshu, but he was in overheat. If he's getting all attacks off, that could have been huge. Picture in picture. Is it just the awkward trade moment here? Yeah, it is. Unfortunate moment for Xiaoshu. Just steps forward, gets hit by the harpoon, and then Shanji's also in overheat, so DPS shoots through the roof. He's able to get all attacks off. Great
big damage.
Oh my God,
Abel has a lot of damage at this point in the game. Has that flash available. If you get the isolated Q, it just annihilates people. Balan in a bit of trouble. Assume still healthy though with both summoners, so difficult to try and commit onto the Rakan because you might just get shredded by the Xayah.
Yep, definitely. Very, very difficult always. You never want to get caught up by the Feather Caller. Aki may be forced to give up this little Rift Scalar, but at the end of the day, it's not really a big deal. Lian is still level 3, 15 minutes in. That Skull's going to push him to 4, but he's still a little bit behind the curve, to say the least, on where you want to be on a Kha'Zix. Typically in competitive play, you very rarely see Kha'Zix look for really early action. It's just about trying to hit that level 6, get the first evolution. For many patches, it was always like the W evolve to be as oppressive as possible in terms of finding those slows, but now we're back to the claws, and that does really amp your ability to clear out early camps. Speaking of clearing very early on, Kha'Zix, especially when he hits 6, very strong Dragon Taker, but right now, Lian just thinks he's got the window because he anticipates Aki will be on the top side. And will likely just find it as, there you go, Shanji drops the R on the wave just to make sure he gets free reset.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to push it to the tower. Look at the CS advantage. It's like 20 CS up for Shanji in the top side, just dropping his ult onto the wave to make sure, like you say, he can get that reset off. And Xiaoshu will even the CS up somewhat, but won't have chance to get a wave underneath the tower here. Zaki now looking for an invade, but Xiaoshu has some free time because of the fact that Shanji went for a reset. Go for the honey fruit. Doesn't know that Aki's currently invading, so won't be able to stop anything happening. And these chickens are forfeit.
Yeah, Aki will take those away. Ari weren't really too bothered about covering the cross map counter jungle, and at the end of the day, it's just one camp. Lian eating the dragon and getting the additional camp as well. Now caught back up, it feels like, into the game at level 5. And more likely still hit level 6 on a decent timer. And that dragon, really losing one jungle camp at this stage in the game, not the end of the world. So RA find themselves an early objective, which definitely feels good for how this composition wants to work. And now it's really about that first Herald spawn up, right? In a little bit under a minute's time, there's a Rumble on the top side of the map. There's a Renekton. So you know that it's gonna be bloody.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You're seeing the value of Ninja Tabis in that trade there. We just witnessed Xiaohu dive in, get his full combo off onto Shanji, and Shanji took barely any damage. And the thing is, like, obviously with specifically Renekton, because the W is like auto attack based, the Ninja Tabis gets extra value there, but even still, the damage reduction is just mind blowing.
Yeah, there was also, just the dash out. There was also that change. I think it was actually more of a bug fix where there was a lot of like auto attack empowering abilities which weren't actually being blocked by the passive of Ninja Tabis for a long time. So I actually think Ninja Tabis just has even more value into Renekton in that regard, if that's an interaction that was fixed as Abel dodges out on the jump. And we'll just trade back in kind.
Yeah, based on the damage that Xiaoshu did, I'm pretty
gonna-
sure it was fixed. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way that's unfixed, because that would be insane. Now, Cream has his full kit available, should have a bit of an easier time during the rest of this laning phase. Is Aki just going to start the Herald off? You know, Cream online with the ultimate available at this point. Shanji is very much in charge of that top lane. So Lien looks towards the bottom side of the map instead to try and get stuff done. Doesn't actually have any lethality on the board just yet, only those 2 long swords. So not at the strongest point, but he is on that level 6. So perhaps the threat of a dive here from the bottom side with Abel and PP God here, but it does feel quite difficult to pull off.
Yeah, it certainly is. I just feel like just because PP God and Abel have all summoner spells plus their ultimates, like diving that and getting out of your life is a really big ask. And it won't be taken up by R8. Like you said, Aki got the Herald. And again, to be fair, OMG didn't really lose anything, so gold generation available relatively soon. Shanji, this is going to be a real nice trade.
This might be an all-in, honestly. Still has his Ignite available. That's Dominus Burn.
Yeah.
Just from waiting in the brush. And Shanji really bullying this matchup at this point. Xiaoshu going to use the rest of his Dominus to push this wave. So at least he'll have that. That's going to be the first wave of the game where he's actually had the push.
Yeah, outside of the first couple of waves, and even then Shanji yielded that more than Xiaoshu really taking it. Will find himself that window if he wanted to reset. Not going to do it this time out. But again, I think really the power of the champion is not seen yet. It's going to be this next dragon. I think Shanji's going to need to find a window to roam down. You have to remember he's running the Ignite, not the teleport, so all about the lane prowess and the pressure you can put down in the 1v1. We'll have to find that opportunity to get down here and actually contribute for OMG.
I've got to say, this has been a really boring game, Jamada. We're 10 minutes in and nothing has happened.
10 minutes, no deaths, barely anyone has even used summoner spells, right? We saw like a flash out of Shanji in the 2v2 earlier on. That was like kind of it.
That was kind of exciting.
Yeah.
There was a lot of flashes there, but no follow-up to it. Stack Shiv online now, though, and bit of damage onto Stripe. To be fair, for OMG, like, you know, playoffs is on the line here. You, of course, are going to take this series seriously, and I'm not suggesting that I think teams should just run at each other. All I'm saying is I like it when teams do just run at each other. You know, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the second game of the second series today, where it was just people running at each other, and it was great. I loved every second of it.
Do agree.
But Drake up in just over 10 seconds. Perhaps an opportunity to run at each other.
I've got it, Joe. Let's just press the button where the teams run at each other. Right? Remember, as casters, we have control of the game. We actually dictate what happens. So here's how it's going to go down. RA are going to start to dragon up, as you can already see. PP got an Arky's going to press his Arky from downtown. Right now, yeah.
There it is.
Then Cream's going to find like a 3-man ult.
Oh, he's just going to hit one time. Xiaoshu TP'd in.
Yeah.
So OMG just sack this and let Shanji farm up. He's going to get so much solo time on that tower. Traded for second Drake for RA. So that's a lot of waves being sacrificed here by Xiaoshu. 3 plates for Shanji. He's getting really snowballed. And on top of this, Abel gets a Herald on the bottom side as well. This is brutal. Now Balan's caught in the jungle. Actually gets punted over the wall by Aki.
Okay.
Oh, my days.
All right, not bad.
Wow.
I mean, this... Oh, wow.
Featherstorm going to be used. Hang on. Cream's in trouble, though. Needs to use that Fate Seal to try and get himself out. He's still alive for now. Quickness from Baolan to finish the kill. First blood finally comes on through. Azaki with a 3-man Bramble Smash. OMG get out with their lives, but 4 plates taken in the bottom side.
4 plates taken in the bottom side. I think 3 taken in that 1 play from Shanji. So even though they pulled that first blood through, so much gold just went into Abel and into Shanji, the 2 members that you probably want having the gold the most. Yone can sometimes operate without it. So that feels pretty damn good for OMG. And it should push them into a position where that next Herald in 2 minutes will be a good opportunity for them to fight, but I guess an opportunity to fight right now.
Assume forced to flash, forced to cleanse, dived on by Abel. The health bar's low, but the Feather pullback is good. Abel, Blast Cone is out of range, and he goes down. RA turn it on its head. Great pullback by Assume, and a phenomenal 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, turnaround is good. I think the idea here from OMG is because Assume is without ultimate, that they can probably win the 2v2, especially Baolan as well, not having ultimate. So that was 2 ultimates not available to RA, and they still won out. So huge win for RA. OMG just fall short on the execution. I think not really able to get on top of 1 target like they would have liked to in the case of Abel. As now
Oh my days.
Oh.
That damage is disgusting. He has Ignite available as well, and he uses it. The roots are not quite going to find Xiaoshu. Pixels away as Lian tries to move in. I don't think that's a fight you can take. No isolation damage available. Shanji will be able to just shove another wave in here. Lian's moving over, as is Strive. Shanji, you got to get out of there, buddy. As is Flash available. Will he get a chance to use it? They don't even throw abilities.
Nope.
He's fine.
Don't want to. Let's look at this replay. Let's see why this goes wrong for OMG and what RA actually do. W even gets interrupted. Good flashing. Cleanse maybe a bit early, I guess, from Assume. Didn't even take off the Ignite from what I can see on the particles, but at the end of the day, Abel just isn't really capable of putting in the DPS into Assume like you probably would have preferred to have here. As we come out of the replay, I think this tower was taken during the replay, so more gold goes into Abel's back pocket. RA looking to just cross-map in kind. Shanji doesn't have the ultimate, so he can't clear the way from range, but RA are actually a little bit more interested in this Herald, so they'll take a step back from that tower. Cream use the Spirit to snap back.
And now we get a big moment, right? Game number 1. OMG aced RA at the 15-minute Herald. We're at that point in the game. Once again, PP God Hex Flash into the play. This Herald started off by OMG. But RA want to fight for this one. Xiaoshu no TP. This is 4v5 if RA commit to this. And I think they've suddenly realized this is not actually a play that they can win. They look towards the mid lane instead.
I think with the teleport being up so soon, what they were kind of hoping for and gambling for, that OMG wouldn't start this Herald instantly. Unfortunately, for them they do. If they could have had him involved in the fight, it would have been definitely favorable. But now, Herald's going into the top lane, and what we might see Arky do, I was wondering if OMG would actually try and kind of corner off RA from making it to the top side. I think this Herald is still going to charge into the tier 2, potentially, so it should still yield out to be OMG favored, no matter what. OMG still find themselves on the good end.
Still feels like a wacky Herald though, doesn't it? Like, there's no way you're committing to trying to take the tier 2 immediately with the Herald. Like, you could always drop the tier 2, you could always drop the Herald up top later on if you want to try and commit to the tier 2, but like maybe just slamming it for mid lane later to try and take the tier 1 could be more valuable.
Yeah, I think there are definitely loads of options. OMG just wanted to cross-map immediately because they got the Herald. They didn't want to lose the tower for it, I guess, so happier to trade out for the tower that they lose for a tower, plus obviously the Herald that they get using it. So, very strange, I do agree.
And that's what I mean, though. They definitely would get the tier 1 anyway without the Herald, so I don't know. Either way, Drake started off here. RA. This would be Soul Point if they can get it, and an Infernal Soul, no less. But Cream is behind enemy lines here. Strive trying to spot the players out. Xiaoshu Doesn't quite face check as the roots come on through, and here we go, Cream. Bit of damage there, equalizer across the team, but Strive! Pop Blossom is massive. Abel kicked out of the fight, but Strive goes down, and actually it's OMG winning out for the time being. Assume is alone and taken down. Nobody falls for OMG just yet, as Cream being attacked by Xiaoshu, but he's got reinforcements from the team. I don't know how OMG survived that, but they got the Drake as well.
I'll tell you how. It was OMG's re-engage, and Shanji was just in overheat, melting everyone inside of the gravity well. It was huge from the side of OMG support and top laner. RA's initial engage was honestly really solid, but again, the follow-up wasn't really that good because it was pretty much stonewalled entirely by PP God.
Absolutely insane stuff from OMG. Denying Soul Point here. And I was so focused on Cream, I wasn't ready for Strife. The Pop Blossom at the start is phenomenal.
Yeah, great angle, great flank, finds 3. Baolan, however, has a lot of his combo interrupted here by PP God, and Shanji's in overheat, melting 3 very squishy members. That's why it gets turned around on.
Yeah.
Really, really well played. Again, from PP God, looking to secure a MVP. We said, and kind of gave him a shout out in game 1. It's Arky that one out this time. Maybe he finds it game number 2 for another moment like that. And they secure the dragon.
So far, so good.
Very so far, so good, yeah.
I could believe it. I could definitely believe it if he can keep this Rel performance up. You've got Rakan versus Tanky Rakan here on the Rift. We'll see who's going to win it out. PP God looking good so far. There's Cream and Xiaoshu. That was, what, 1 HP? Yeah. Aki's walked across the ward, so Xiaoshu will know he's coming. Should be able to slice and dice his way out of dodge. But my goodness, I guess we've got to the point where Cream has come online, eh?
Yeah, Gale Force online. I think very common build at the moment is Gale Force into BT from a lot of Yones. Shield Bow second sometimes if you need like the defensive stats of having that additional shield. So we'll see where Cream lands, but Shield Bow typically we've seen kind of just fall off as an AD item at the minute. Not super popular unless the game really demands it, but for Cream could definitely be a very solid option. But you can already see, as we have demonstrated to us, how strong he already is on a side lane. And if he can do that to Xiaoshu, imagine what you can do to basically anyone else on RA, right? Very, very scary point in the game. And speaking of scary points in the game, Abel just hit 2 items as well, and that's just 2.
Yeah.
Kind of just means if he's got, you know, a little bit of isolated time to use the killer instinct to find Assume or even Strive to a point, he will very close to one-shot them.
Yeah, the speed at which he can finish a health bar is kind of disgusting. You got to land those W's first, and in fact, they're even going to give him that bonus blue buff. Don't need it on the mid laner because Cream doesn't have mana. So Abel, in case the CDR wasn't enough off of the resets, oh my days, it's already doing so much damage.
It's
now with blue buff, he could just mash these out.
The Observer knows as well, like he's hovering over it. Speaking of 1v1s, Cream's going to disengage. Doesn't want anything to do with Xiaoshu. Yeah, like Dominus and having to deal with 2 empowered abilities back to back is really scary. Probably wait for it to time out. Maybe just look to clear the wave or re-engage if he sees Xiaoshu overstep. But no Dominus now, no Fate Sealed either. Could just be a bit of a handshake of the waves for a little while now with that in mind.
Yeah, certainly could be. Drake coming up in a minute though, and I feel like that is what RA are looking towards, right? They've already got 2 from earlier on in the game. But OMG, getting an Infernal Drake as their first Drake. Just think of the scenario where you've got an AP Kai'Sa that's already chunking like that. Did a quarter of Assume's health there with a W. Ooh, imagine if they get an Infernal Soul. Hang on, Baolan, quickness to engage onto the enemy team here. Abel right into the Pop Blossom. The shield keeps him alive, but he will go down in the end. But at what cost? 2 kills for the Maokai as Assume feathers to keep his team alive. It's 2 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, great flank, great pincer from RA, but again, OMG are just able to answer out so well. The equalizer from Shanji was massive, and PP God back to back with these re-engages. Huge in stopping RA in their advance, and RA, despite the creativity of that engage, lose out on this tier 1 now, and the dragon could also be forfeit as well, right? No teleport from Strive, there's teleport on Xiaoshu. Highlight the re-engage with Shanji and PP God. Great from Baolan as well to lock up Abel. Abel, the idea here, Killer Instinct and then try and flash out of the Pot Blossom, but I think he's just chain CC'd 100 to 0. But PP God of this re-engage and that equalizer just melts through the health bars of RA again.
Yeah, so it turns out it's not just that Rumble's really strong, Rel Rumble is really strong. This is a combo I'm going to be looking out for over the next couple of months, because I feel like this is going to be something that everyone around the world is going to have to watch out. I mean, the damage is too much.
And don't forget, right, like Rumble Equalizer slows. I don't think the Rel, I'm not sure if the Rel armor actually necessarily lowers your health bar, but obviously it's like it pulls you back in, kind of akin to like Aatrox W, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of an annoyance. You really can't get out unless you flash. It feels like that dragon should go down wholeheartedly to OMG. What can RA get done in kind, if anything? That tier 1, I suppose, will be the answer, but this OMG side getting more percentage stats in the damage department just feels like a very oppressive dragon out of any that OMG could have landed on. So RA now continue to have to just yield, it feels like, as the gold lead is starting to also kind of grow in OMG's favor as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Infernal Drakes, that's 10% attack damage and ability power, which, especially on a champion like Kai'Sa, you kind of get the double benefit, right? Because you build both.
Yeah.
You're still doing a lot of AD, even on this day. What just happened with that Pot Blossom? It was vertical, and Abel goes down. Lien somehow walks away. No, burnt by Shanji in the end, and now an equalizer across the team. 1 for 1, jungler for AD carry. Shanji wants a little bit more. Flashes to get the slow down. As in goes Scream, the Magnet Storm on top of everything. And they're just into the meat grinder, aren't they? This is the meat grinder composition, except it's also a barbecue and grill with the flame spitter in there. Xiaoshu does turn one around, but taken out in the end. My goodness, it's an all-in-one heated blender. The soup maker.
Was really disgusting on the back end. OMG were thinking about Baron here, but they'll just take the reset. And need I really say, PP God again with another, this time great engage. Abel, that's just really unlucky timing, isn't it? Abel just goes in. Wasn't paying attention to the minions, unfortunately, and like you said, Lien gets burned out to a demonic embrace of Shanji. Equalizer then comes in, forces the Ulma of Assume, and you'd think at this point maybe OMG will consider turning around, right, with Febs on the floor, but they don't. They go forward. Cream finds 2, and then this engage on top of it. Huge from PP God to lock in more kills. Xiaoshu with the healing, though, does actually manage to trade out for at least 1 kill here, but at the end of the day, it's still a slaughter where PP God, more accurately, really just gave his life to ensure that they could kill off Xiaoshu in the back end.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff, and we are getting to the point now where these fights feel very difficult for RA. And you can't just focus on Abel. Like we've seen, Abel has died at the start of basically every fight so far this game. But he's not the real threat. It's Shanji up in the top side who is melting people. And then Cream on a flank to turn the fight around alongside PP God. The CC chain is terrifying. And actually, they're going to wait a second. He's found Lien. Lien just get 1v1'd by Cream here. Oh, a bold equalizer. Doesn't quite find its mark. But Lien bullied away. That opens up Baron potentially. Assume gets caught by the W of Kai'Sa as Xiaoshu in the back. But he's totally alone on the play. Goredrinker keeps him alive, as does a stopwatch. But Baron is being focused down here by OMG. Objective taken. Strive with a 3-man Pot Blossom. The rest of the team diving on in, but they don't have the damage in this Bowland to fall. Assume has to carry, and he knows it. Charging forwards onto Aki, but here comes Cream. The blades are true. PP God with a shield. How are they surviving this? He only gets 1. There's Cream now in a 2v1 himself, but he's got lifesteal, and he dashes away. In goes Shanji once again. What is this fight? Aki finishes another one, and Lien, no flash and nothing left. The Sunfire Cape will finish it off.
What an insane team fight from both ends, really. RA really pushing the envelope. 4 versus 5 for so long with Lien forced out. But OMG with the numbers advantage, the re-engage, again, from PP God, massive. Xiaoshu did his best as well to buy space inside of the pit, but no one from RA could follow up for so long. He was basically just operating as a lone wolf. RA tried to force, again, This time out, actually onto Shanji alongside Assume, but Assume cannot safely get in range. Then Xiaoshu gets turned around on, but this healing massive. Goredrinker Q-empowered healing as well. Goes into the stopwatch, has to dash back. The Baron goes over to OMG, and then Strive finds a 3-man ultimate that just can't really find any damage follow-up, right? I think that's the big problem here, which then leads into Assume actually having a window to open up here onto all the members of OMG that end up in front of him. Able to eventually cast the Featherstorm, but good window from Cream, then almost takes out Lian, flash away. I was almost expecting him to dash back it, to be honest with you, with that Q3. Doesn't quite do it this time out, and then Arky comes in and finishes off Strive, but man, what a team fight from both sides. RA, unfortunately, despite finding that big ultimate from Strive, not able to follow up on it, and that was really the determining factor in whether or not RA could have a successful fight. And with that, OMG with Baron in pocket will look to strip away all of the towers that they can and try and crack open the base with 60 seconds left.
60 seconds off the Baron. Trying to pressure 2 lanes. Xiaoshu cutting off the minion wave. Dominus comes on through, but they're just going to engage onto Baolan instead. Rakan is useless if he's CC'd. The damage chain is there from Abel, but they can't quite finish off the bird. PP God looking for a dive. Xiaoshu has been split apart, and the 2 solo laners of OMG finish him off. While the rest of the team, hang on, Leyen, that was a third of his health, and Ingo's able to finish the job as well. And well, I mean, what else can he do when Leyen is getting absolutely rinsed by Abel like that? I feel like this might just be game minions underneath the bottom tower as well, as that'll be 2 inhibs taken, 28 minutes on the clock. And Abel surviving a fight for once. And that should lead them to a victory. The W flies straight between the goalposts. But with the second inhib going down, it's a good knock up here. And they've dived a little deep, but Stripe goes down and Abel easily finishes 2 more off. 18-7. And OMG, I mean, that Mojo fight at the Baron was gorgeous. And the last one, they make it look easy. Hands diff across the board here as RA are slaughtered. And OMG will guarantee themselves a top 6 position in the LPL.
Excellent way to lock yourself into top 6, and with one more series tomorrow, they can place themselves the highest that they've been in the regular season for a very, very long time. Can't get the confirmation on the time frame, but I promise you, top 6 was an achievement in spring. Top 5 will feel even sweeter. And this, again, was a series to reinstate that confidence back if you are an OMG fan. And I feel like if you're watching this series as that OMG supporter, you can feel happy about the performance that came out here into RA, and you look towards tomorrow to lock in that 5th place spot. Feels pretty damn good looking, to say the very least.
Yeah, it certainly does. OMG feeling good about that one, and I believe putting themselves on double digits for the split, so they'll be very happy with that one, with the way that's all gone. And looking towards playoffs, a confident series here, I think it's fair to say, where they've had a nice job here today. They've managed to convincingly take out RA. That's what we asked. After a couple of turbulent series, you know, beating out EDG, but it was a very close run thing. Now against RA, this was a series where they were a heavy favorite, but getting double digits on the board, doing it in a clean fashion, this is what we wanted from OMG. And now, one more series to go. If they can get another win, they guarantee that 5th place. Nothing to do with 6th.
Yeah, like 5th would feel great. And again, an accomplishment for them. Highest finishing God knows how long, besides the previous split of making it to 6th. So that's going to feel great. And again, it's into anyone's legend. It's another team outside of playoffs with nothing to really play for, right? So again, another series where they just get a little bit of extra stage practice in to get that you know, stability back. And I feel like, to be honest, at the very least, watching this series, the stability seems back, right? Decision making seems pretty on point. They're all on the same page. They're all, I feel like, making decisions quickly as well. I think that's always a very important thing in the LPL, and I feel like that was a very solid case study for OMG in those specific you know, pillars of their gameplay. So looking forward to seeing how their series turns out against AL, and whether or not they can actually secure that 5th place, because again, it will be a massive accomplishment for this lineup. Who, you look at the history and all of the, you know, the good narrative stuff, this is such a young roster which has been curated by OMG over the last couple of splits. So it's nice to see this actually pay dividends amongst so many rosters of so many massive names with historical weight behind them as well.
Shanji doing some damage, I think it's fair to say. The fact that you've got an AP Kai'Sa on your team, and both Cream and Shanji managed to out-damage it, says a lot about, A, how well they played, and B, how many times they got caught right at the start of team fights. Phenomenal stuff, though, from all three carries on the side of OMG. I'm really curious who gets MVP. I'm with
God.
you that PP God was a strong contender.
If PP God does not get MVP for this game, then I don't know what's going on the MVP vote side of things.
I think Aki could take it.
No, not again.
Aki could take it. I think Shanji could take it.
Listen, this was a PP God diff through and through. It's not, in my mind, it's not even a question. If he doesn't get it, I'm just going to be sad. I'm going to be sad for the rest of the day, Munch. I'm going to go to bed sad. I'm going to wake up. I'm actually on OMG's final series of the split tomorrow. I'm just going to be sad. I'm going to be really upset. So hopefully that's not going to be the case. And PP God will get MVP. And then I can go to sleep happy today.
The thing is, I agree with you. But I also think PP God should be MVP. But I've been casted the LPL for a few years at this point. And the player that is most valuable in the game is not always the MVP, despite what the acronym stands for. Or initialism, actually. It's an initialism.
So
it's only an acronym if it turns into a word.
Is Shanji's going to get MVP then? Is that what I'm hearing? Do you reckon it's just going to be Shanji? Okay.
Shanji pressed R quite a lot of times, and it was very effective quite a lot of times. So I think he's going to get MVP.
True.
Also, Aki. Aki was kind of cracked, actually, this game.
Yeah, I agree. He was set up for success, right? I feel like the way that RA had to play out the fights because of the nature of their composition. Again, I said, talking like into the draft, that I was very, very concerned about this Kha'Zix pick. And it didn't really achieve much, man. Like I just don't really see how as Kha'Zix you're able to play out that game against so much CC, so much burst damage, so much turnaround. It just felt like a really Herculean task, which I feel like Liam was set up for failure with, right? There's so few champions I feel like you could really run in that kind of scenario. And you gave him R5, and that was really the best you could come up with. Feels kind of bad for RA, and again, we spoke about them very briefly. Feels bad to go out on a whimper, right? I feel like it doesn't necessarily speak true to the individual performances of every single game that they've had throughout the splits, right? Remember, not too long ago, they kind of half were giving JDG a bit of a shake, right, for their money, even though they lost 0-2. Take a look at those games. Ari were kind of boxing with JDG. So, yeah, kind of sad that they go out like this, but that is competition, that's the LPL. And hopefully, we see many of these members returning for 2024.
Yeah, I feel like RA and LGD, both of them, right at the bottom of the standings, but they play some
with
great
heart,
games.
You know?
Yeah, like there were some phenomenal games coming out from them. Didn't turn into series a lot of the time, and quite disappointing, honestly. Like, I feel like there was so much more there that could have been, but didn't end up coming on through in the end. So a little bit disappointing there, but hey, it happens. And maybe when it comes to spring next year, we can have a bit of a glow up from one of these organizations towards the bottom of the standings. But we've got not only have we got our top 10 now, Jamada, we have our top 6, our top 4, our top 2, all guaranteed. The portions of the bracket that the teams are in are now all completely locked in. The only thing remaining for our final day of LPL is OMG and Weibo can swap, EDG and RNG can swap. Those are the two remaining things. We're going to kick it over, though, to Wendy for a winner's interview with our, I was going to say champions with OMG.
There you go.
Thank you so much, guys. And Aki, congratulations on the 2-0 victory. And you have played 2 Maokai games, and in game 1, definitely your Maokai have shown us the MVP level of performance. You ganked to the top lane in the very beginning, and after that, you control all the drakes, have the very good early game tempo. Tell us more about your early game strategy with the game 1 Maokai in order to help the whole team to snowboard so smoothly. 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮2比0拿下了比赛的胜利，2局的茂凯也确实打得非常的漂亮。第1局的话，特别你的茂凯也是从前期就帮助上路来 gank， 然后接下来控下了所有的龙，然后呢，而且也是帮助队伍很快的打开了局面。所以说，可能你第1局整个前期的一些打野的布局和思路是怎么样的呢？
第1局大叔的话就是先往上刷，因为他们上路对拼得很凶嘛，然后我就直接去把他抓到，后面就控龙的话，就中下有线权，我就直接把龙控了。 就很顺利。
Yeah, I must say it's a very smooth game for us in game 1, and also with that Maokai, I would like to have a very good jungle potting. I would like to do the jungle potting from the bot lane until the top lane, because it feels like the top lane, both teams, both top laners, they just play super aggressively. So that's guaranteeing me to have some angles to make the top lane gank, and after that, because the laners in the mid lane and also in the bot lane from our team, they can play quite dominantly to control all the lanes. So that's really helpful for me to control all the Drakes in game 1. And also, it feels like in today's game 1, you got the first pick to do Tristana, but to be honest, this summer, most of the Tristana for OMG will be for Abel. But for today, you guys would like to put Tristana to the mid, to Cream. So what's the reason behind that? 那其实第一局的时候，你们也是选了小炮嘛。其实我们感觉好像 OMG 这个夏天，大部分你们拿下小炮的时候，都会给到下路给 Abel。那为什么今天会选出中单的小炮呢？
因为我们打野配了大树嘛，大树是个 AP， 就可以配很多中单 AD 英雄，然后就为了阵容更好的搭配，就把小炮弄到中路去了。
Yeah, because in game 1, we feels like we can have this Maokai jungle, and after that, we feels that definitely some AD champions, the mid lane can be a very good choice, and so after that, we just would like to just give the mid Tristana a try, and we just put the Tristana to the mid lane, and definitely the very good mid lane Tristana performance as well. And in terms of game 2, after we have seen you guys have chosen this Rumble top and the unit mid, it feels like, okay, this will be the showcase for OMG, for the whole team, because you guys are so confident with these champions. And also, it feels like from the mid game, in all the team fights, although the opponents seem like to target a bit to Abel's Kai'Sa, but still, OMG, you guys were able to win all the fights. So tell us more about the communications in the mid game, especially in game 2. 那其实说到第二局，当我们看到你们选出上单兰博，包括说中单永恩的时候，感觉好像是你们的一个绝活的秀场了。你们对这英雄都非常的有自信嘛。那其实来到中期的话，感觉对面也在每一波团的时候都比较针对你们的卡莎，但是在那之后，你们也依旧能够秀起来，在每一波团都大获全胜。所以说，可能在第二局的中期，你们更多在团战当中交流的思路会是怎么样的呢？
就我们第二把输出点很多。 然后我们就是一个输出点死了没关系，就其他输出点补上就好了。所以打团的时候也没有特别多的交流，就注意看他们前面来的是谁，注意防绕后就好了。
Yeah, I must say for game 2, because we have so many champions that can really deal the very high amount of damage in all the fights. So even though they may target on one single dealer or the carrier, the one like the champion that can carry the game for us from the opponent's team, but still there's so many champions. All of us can just deal a very huge amount of damage into actual team fights. So we're not worried about it. We just would like to put more attention to the opponent's position and which one will be the opponent's front lane, and after that we should be more careful about to avoid the opponents to flank from behind or flank from other angles, and after that we can feel like this can be the very easy game for us. And the last question, tomorrow you guys will have the last fight for the regular split, and after that the journey continues. You guys need to prepare for the playoffs. So what's your thoughts towards the tomorrow's game and also for the playoffs journey, and also maybe are there any part you think the whole team can still make some improvements on? 那最后一个问题也是，明天你们有常规赛最后收官之战嘛？然后在那之后也是季后赛的一个征程。对于未来的旅程有什么样的一个期待吗？觉得都有哪些部分可以做得更好？
明天是打 L 嘛，然后他们经理一直在跟我讲，小号是世界第一打野，然后我也很希望能把世界第一打野赢下来。然后对于之后的季后赛的话，我就希望就是我们状态调整的越好，然后阵容多练一点，就一冲到世界赛吧。
To be honest, because tomorrow's game we're going to face against AL, and AL's manager told me a lot. Like Xiaohao is definitely the best jungler in the world, the top jungler. So I really would like to have the very strong willing to get the win against AL to prove that I can be the best jungler in the world. I can be the best jungler as well. And also in terms of the goals in the playoffs, we would like to just try more drafts and have a wider champion pool and try more in-game strategies and try our best. Maybe we would like to get into the World Championships as well. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And best of luck for the games tomorrow. 明天比赛加油! And back to our casters.
Thanks very much, Wendy. And Aki, of course, as well, saying that he believes he can be the best jungler in the world. And I mean, if there's one way to prove that, it's LPL playoffs, which are right around the corner. We're just a few days away now. One remaining day of games here in the regular season. And our MVP, Jamada, you are going to be sad tomorrow on cast. It's official because Shanji grabs it in the top side. We all knew it was coming. And on top of that, Shanji got his 1,000th assist in the LPL during this game too.
I'm going to be sad. Look, he definitely... I'm not saying he didn't deserve MVP. But what I'm saying is, in every single B-roll that happens that's about to come up, every single clip, look at PP God, because I promise you he's hitting like 3 people with a W and an R. So... I'm not saying that Shanji didn't deserve it, but what I am saying is these re-engages were also crucial from PP God. Oh, look at that. 3 people. Shanji's burning them to death. But, I mean, who set that play up? It was Shanji, I'm just saying. Anyway, really well played. And to be fair, very nice way. You know, you crown off 1,000 assists, get an MVP in the same game. Definitely going to look back fondly on the performance from Shanji. And yeah, very much did dish out so much damage, which could never be answered by this RA composition. You've got the Nico, but you've got no follow-up, right? I think that's the big unfortunate thing here from this draft from RA. Even though you land on a very, very powerful mid lane pick, not just inside the lane, but also the meta and those team fights with no bigger ultimates to really follow up. You felt like you were always hamstringed, and OMG and Shanji took full advantage of that.
I mean, that fight was so on a knife's edge. I feel like that is the only part of this series where I'm really taking huge conclusions from, where OMG showed massive mojo in that fight, right? Like, that was a fight that they could have opted out of at any moment and chose to re-engage, believed that they could hand stiff and finish that fight and win it with like 100 HP each. And they did. They pulled it off. And that, I think, shows massive promise when it comes to playoffs, because when you're against teams like Top Esports, LNG, BLG, JDG, they are going to take fights like that. They are going to force you into fights like that. So OMG opting into those fights themselves, I think, is a massive positive for them, moving into best of 5s against the big teams in the LPL. So I'm cautiously excited. I know this is only RA. I know this isn't like the be-all and end-all series, but I think that is a really positive look for OMG. Which I was going to say to finish out their split. They've still got another series tomorrow.
Still got another series tomorrow, and then they've also got playoffs, right? So, yeah, a lot still to do. And this has definitely been very grindy for OMG, right? They've had so many games in hand. I feel like their schedule was quite lopsided towards the back end of the split. I'm not entirely sure why, but, you know, these next couple of days after tomorrow of rest are going to be very, very well welcomed by OMG as pretty fast day here on the LPL. 3-2-0s, all definitely to the favored sides of the bracket.
Yep, teams with double-digit wins versus teams without. 2-0s across the board. Let's take a look at our standings, though, as we are almost fully locked for playoffs at this point. The only things that can change is A, Weibo could technically overtake OMG if they get their final win, plus OMG also lose. It needs to be 2-0 fashion in both scenarios for Weibo to be able to overtake there. And then EDG and RNG can also swap around, similar sort of situation where it's all down to RNG getting a win, EDG getting a loss, and then the game difference will flip it all around. So that's the only movement that can still happen here in the LPL. And we'll see if it's going to happen tomorrow, because it'll be our final day of the summer split tomorrow. It's RNG LGD, an absolute classic to kick us off. Then Weibo versus EDG, which will be our match of the week and should be a banger. And then OMG versus AL to see if they can secure themselves that 5th place spot.
Dude, what an absolute mashup for our final set of games, right? Like, you've got RNG, who can technically claw their way up to 7th with a secure enough win, right, over the side of LGD. EDG then play against Weibo, where EDG, depending on the result of the previous game, will then actually need to potentially step up to Weibo. Weibo with an opportunity maybe to leapfrog over OMG if they can beat EDG. And then OMG, if Weibo win, have to defend their spot. So every single series back-to-back has ramifications on one another. Tomorrow's going to be an action-packed day, and I'm looking forward to it.
It's all about the standings tomorrow. It's all about swapping your matchups, as it all depends on which teams the players want to face against as well. We'll have to wait and see. Lots to watch tomorrow, and then it'll be off to playoffs for us. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. That is the end of our show. We will see you in chat tomorrow to watch how the standings pan out. But until then, we'll see you in Jam Select.